Everyone's Grand Voyage, I Can Infinitely Synthesize. Chapter 1 Everyone's Grand Voyage Survival Game. Blue Star People. Welcome to the Everyone's Grand Voyage Survival Game. Fame, wealth, power, treasures, all on this vast ocean. Every blue star person will appear randomly in any place. You all have the opportunity to step onto the long steps to the gods and become eternal gods. Struggle, fight, leave your legend on this sea. Blue sky, white clouds, seagulls. The sea is blue and the waves are surging. When Roland opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a piece of wood and drifting with the waves. Holding his swollen and painful head, Roland supported his upper body with one arm and stood up, looking around in confusion. The vast sea could not see the end. I'm traveling through time now. A piece of wood at the beginning, and all the rest is made up? Roland was speechless and burst into tears. His birthplace at the beginning of the game was really a bit outrageous. How could he survive in this vast ocean? As for the long steps to godhood and the chance to become a god mentioned in the game announcement, Roland simply ignored them. As the saying goes, eat the pie drawn by the boss in the morning, eat the fish swiped by colleagues at noon, and drink the chicken soup poured by successful people in the evening. Who hasn't eaten the pie drawn by others? World Channel opened. Cross-border exchange opened. Newbie gift pack will be sent soon. Every blue star person can get any one of the talents, skills, magical items, sea beast pets, and sequence potions from it. What kind of national navigation survival game is this? I just finished the college entrance examination and I want to go back to college. Great, I finally traveled through time and space, and I don't have to pay the mortgage and car loan anymore, and face my yellow-faced wife. Can anyone tell me that this is actually an illusion? Ha ha ha, I have the potential to become a king, and this sea is where I will rise. I must become the Pirate King. When the World Channel was opened, countless people were excited. Most of the speeches were meaningless, and Roland chose to ignore them. At this moment, Roland held his breath, stared at the novice gift pack in front of him, and prayed silently in his heart. Great and handsome tomato readers, bless me, and make sure to give me something awesome. Perhaps, it was his inner piety that moved the tomato readers. Or perhaps, it was Roland's lack of moral integrity that made the National Navigation Survival Game system unbearable. When the novice gift pack was opened, a dazzling golden light shot straight into the sky. Golden Legend. At this moment, Roland suddenly had such a thought in his mind. Congratulations! Get the god-level talent, Unlimited Synthesis. Unlimited Synthesis, different synthesis formulas will synthesize different things, and the only thing that restricts it is your imagination. God-level talent. This look is amazing. Roland clasped his hands together and said secretly. Thank you tomato readers, I wish you a lifetime of handsomeness. Looking at the endless sea, Roland's heart moved. What would I get if I synthesized the entire ocean? Action is worse than thought. Roland cautiously came to the edge of the board and scooped the sea with his right hand. The clear sea water swayed in his palm. And Roland silently recited the infinite synthesis in his heart, and about 0.2 kilograms of sea water disappeared in front of him. It works. Roland felt a little tired, obviously this was the price of using the god-level talent. But as long as he thought that he might be able to test the function of infinite synthesis, Roland continued to use the god-level talent and extracted the sea water one after another. After extracting about 200 kilograms of sea water, Roland felt a little dizzy, as if he had reached his current limit. God-level talent, let me see your limit. Sea water plus sea water plus sea water equals sea element. The sea surface rustled, and a blue monster surfaced. The sea element looks like a human, with the same height as an ordinary person. Its body is made of flowing sea water, and one can even see the other side of the scene through its body. Roland could feel that there was a mysterious connection between him and the sea element in front of him. He waved his hand, signaling the sea element to come forward. When the sea element approached, Roland reached out with his right hand and fumbled around inside the sea element for a while, only to feel it was icy cold. Tisk. No feeling at all. Roland looked at the sea element carefully and asked, "What abilities do you have?" The sea element tilted its head, as if thinking carefully. Then, it raised its arms. A 2-meter-long water column was ejected from the palm of his hand. "The power is very ordinary. But you have to know that this is only synthesized with the most common sea water. If more sea water is synthesized with sea elements, can the power of the water column it ejects be further improved?" Roland wanted to do this experiment, but the tingling sensation in his mind told him all the time that his current body had reached its limit. Suddenly, Roland found that the sea element was staring straight at his back. Is there someone behind him? Roland's heart moved, and he suddenly turned his head to look. On the sea level within his sight, a 3-masted sailing ship appeared, moving at full speed towards Roland's position at a speed that ordinary people could hardly imagine. This is not the point. The point is that on the mast of this ship, a white skull flag with a black background is fluttering in the wind. All this shows. This is a pirate ship. Damn it! Roland was a little speechless. It was probably because when he opened the novice gift pack just now, the golden light that shot straight into the sky exposed his position, making the pirates on this ship mistakenly think that some treasure had appeared in the world, so they rushed here desperately. If I am caught by the pirates, will I be skinned and bones pulled out? Or, will I be eaten? No matter which fate it is, Roland doesn't want to choose. Especially the latter, as long as he thinks about what he might face after being caught by the pirates, Roland suddenly feels a sense of urgency. Under Roland's command, the sea element sank under the sea, pushing the back end of the board with both hands, and running at a speed of 20 km per hour. Although the sea element has used all his strength, it is weak and alone, and it can't compete with the speed of the entire pirate ship. The pirate ship broke through the waves and got closer and closer to the board where Roland was. Even Roland could clearly see the pirates on the deck. A female pirate with a proud figure stood at the bow, with bright red hair and a black leather jacket tightly wrapped around her body, outlining her graceful curves. Catalina held a complex steam gun in her hand, and aimed the muzzle at Roland from a distance of 500 meters, with a charming arc at the corner of her mouth. "Boy, hand over the treasure obediently." Perhaps, it was to enhance her persuasiveness. As the voice fell, Catalina pulled the trigger without hesitation. The muzzle was filled with gunpowder smoke, and a black solid bullet burst out, facing Roland's horrified eyes. The bullet just brushed past his cheek, leaving a faint blood mark. "On the first day of crossing, I was hijacked by a female pirate. What should I do?" Waiting online, it's urgent. Chapter 2 Red Hair Pirates, Heavy Fog. How can I escape from being kidnapped by a beautiful female pirate? Waiting online, it's urgent. When Roland's question appeared on the World Channel, it was immediately answered by the crowd. First, you need to have a strong body. Second, you need to have a pair of iron courage that no one can match. Finally, you have to have the courage to risk everything. Okay, next, you have to carry forward the spirit of Ximenqing and bring the beauty home. Roland opened his eyes wide and looked up and down at the heroic female pirate in front of him. The female pirate was 1.8 meters tall, with a pair of tight long legs stretched by black leather pants, and a waist that could be held in one hand. With a head of red flame-like hair waving in the wind, and a beautiful face frosty, Catalina stared at Roland coldly with a pair of phoenix eyes. "Boy, you're quite a runner. Without that sea element holding the plank for you, where can you run now?" Next to Roland, the first mate in a blue and white sailor suit held a knife in both hands, with the blade on Roland's neck. If Roland fails to give them a satisfactory answer, he will probably be beheaded in the next moment. Carefully looking at the fruit on Catalina's chest, Roland was thoughtful. A girl who is a third year in college holds a gold brick. A boy who is a third year in college relies on a gold mountain. At this moment, Roland realized it. Facing this group of vicious pirates, Roland showed no fear and said in a deep voice, "I have something on me, and I want to give it to the beautiful red-haired captain. But this thing is special, I need to communicate with the red-haired captain alone." Hearing this, the first mate's eyes were full of ferocity, and he said viciously, "Boy, don't try to be cunning." Catalina thought for a moment. If this boy really got some treasure, she didn't want to share it with the pirates under her command, and Roland's move was just what she wanted. What's more, Catalina believed that with her strength as a 7th-level storm priest, a mere mortal could not do anything to her. So, Catalina waved her hand and signaled the first mate and others to disperse. The first mate was unwilling. But Cocatrina's past prestige was there. Although the first mate coveted the possible treasure in his heart, he could only glare at Roland with hatred, and then left. Roland put his hands in his pockets and followed Catalina into the captain's room. Taking advantage of this time, Roland used his god-level talent again to infinitely synthesize despite the pain in his head. Broken wood plus broken wood equals magic cube. A man and a woman. Living together in a room. Catalina sat carelessly on the chair, her two agile long legs crossed on the table. "Boy, let me see what treasure you have." Roland took out the cube-shaped Rubik's Cube from his trouser pocket and presented it to Catalina like a treasure. Catalina raised her eyebrows. Each side of the Rubik's Cube has 9 grids, composed of 6 colors, red, yellow, blue, green, white, and orange, but it looks disordered. The red-haired female pirate picked up the Rubik's Cube and fiddled with it up and down, trying to put all the grids back in place. It's okay to let the red-haired female pirate go to the battlefield to fight and kill, but asking her to use her brain to solve a small Rubik's Cube is really a CPU that will explode. Catalina was discouraged. After putting down the Rubik's Cube, she asked calmly, "What is this?" Catalina fiddled with the Rubik's Cube clumsily, which made Roland smile in his heart. The Rubik's Cube is also called the Rubik's Cube. To restore the Rubik's Cube, not only spatial thinking is required, but also complex combination formulas must be understood. Who wouldn't be confused by this thing? In order to calm down Catalina and save his own life, Roland began to use his strengths of reading all the tomato novels and began to make up stories. This thing is called the Rubik's Cube. It is said that my ancestor was once a famous pirate on this sea. When he was dying, he left a will. He said, "The will passed down from generation to generation, the changes of the times, and people's dreams, these are unstoppable. As long as people continue to pursue the answer to freedom, all this will never stop. Do you want to get my treasure? If you want, then solve the Rubik's Cube. I put everything in it." If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely sneer at Roland's words. How can a small Rubik's Cube store any treasure? Catalina is different. She has traveled all over the country for many years and has seen all kinds of magical items and extraordinary people. Naturally, she knows that some special treasures have a large space inside and can store a lot of things. Especially the unique Rubik's Cube, which had never appeared on this sea before. Catalina immediately believed half of what Roland said. "Boy, do you have a way to solve the Rubik's Cube?" Hearing this, Roland acted like a drama queen and immediately put on a bitter face. "Captain Red Hair, if I knew the method, would I still be a prisoner?" Catalina did not comment on this. Judging others by herself, Catalina did not believe that Roland would reveal all the secrets that had been passed down in his family for many years to a stranger. Presumably, Roland had a way to solve the Rubik's Cube in his heart. But he didn't want to say it out. In a short period of time, Catalina's mind turned around, and she seemed to have guessed Roland's intention to survive. She also wanted to keep Roland to help her solve the Rubik's Cube in the future. After thinking for a while, Catalina shook the bell. After a while, the first mate with a fierce look knocked on the door and came in. "First mate, make room for this guy in a sailor's cabin. The moment he received Catalina's order, the first mate looked unbelievable. How decisive and ruthless the former captain was. Why did he suddenly change his nature today? The first mate stared at Roland's handsome face suspiciously for a moment, and seemed to have guessed the answer, and suddenly realized it. So that's it. Damn pretty boy. Obviously I was here first. After the first mate took Roland away with mixed feelings, Catalina looked at the Rubik's Cube in her hand, and wanted to dismantle it violently several times, but finally let it go. Those ancient families will leave terrible restrictions in the inheritance to prevent outsiders from violently obtaining it. It can only be unlocked in a specific way according to the wishes of the ancestors. I have to be patient and slowly pry open that kid's mouth. The first mate took Roland to the sailor's room with a cold face and left without saying a word. The sailor's room was narrow, with only a bed and a table and chair. Roland waited for half an hour before quietly walking out of the sailor's room. The sailors all lived on the second deck of the three-masted sailing ship. The third floor was where a large amount of food was stored. Perhaps because no one thought that someone would steal the food, there were no pirates guarding here. With one hand on a sausage, Roland's mind moved, and the sausage immediately disappeared from his hand and appeared on the cross-border exchange. Looking at the large amount of food in front of him, Roland said in his heart, "I'm rich." Chapter 3 Synthetic Invisibility Cloak, Old 6 Special. World Channel. Born on a small island, I was caught by a plantation slave owner. I would like to ask the almighty water friends, what should I do? The people above have calculated it. Look at the friend who was caught by the female pirate before. I guess the iron pillar has been ground into a needle now, hee. Why did the female pirate reward him? If you have the ability, come to me. Brother above, you are really hungry. Smart people have gone to the cross-border exchange to grab food. Why are you still chatting in the water? Fuck? What's going on? It's only the first day of the National Navigation Survival Game. Most people are struggling on the line of food and clothing. Which brother is so rich? Don't mention it, that person is the unlucky brother you just complained about. Fuck. Fuck X. At this moment, Roland was like a mouse that had sneaked into a granary. Wherever he stretched out his hand, sausages, cheese, corn cobs, and other foods all disappeared and appeared in the cross-border exchange. The cross-border exchange was as magical as the chat channel, allowing every Blue Star person to trade across a long distance. The cross-border exchange, which had been ignored, suddenly attracted the attention of countless people thanks to Roland's continuous investment in food. There are 6 billion people on Blue Star scattered across this vast ocean, and there are always some people who are lucky. But if you can start a business by relying on your ability to eat free food, Roland would be the first. After stealing about 500 kilograms of food, Roland raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, thinking that he should stop. Otherwise, if he continued to steal, his theft would probably be exposed. After stopping, Roland took the time to check the World Channel and found that countless people were atting him. "Brother selling food, you didn't put a price on it, are you planning to barter? We don't have anything here, so I want to write you a promissory note, is that okay?" Oh, big brother, I'm 28 years old, from a well-off family. Proficient in everything, no bad hobbies, and can provide you with emotional value, so please give me some food, okay? I'm destined to be the man of the Pirate King. If you give me 20 kilograms of sausage today, I'll protect you in the future. Brother, I have a magical item on hand, and I want to exchange it with you for 500 kilograms of food. Or making friends, or threatening, or being cute. The diversity of human beings is fully displayed at this moment. Roland calmly screened out a large amount of useless information, and finally found a few people who really wanted to trade. It is worth mentioning that the World Channel and cross-border exchanges all use real name systems. Roland found the buyer who had the magical item, whose ID name was Fang Zheng. Tell me more about the magical item. The buyer Fang Zheng was quick and efficient, and directly sent the information about the magical item. Light storage bottle, can intercept everything related to light. Later, the buyer Fang Zheng sent a message. Brother, I was born in a bad place, on Skull Island, which is full of skeleton soldiers. This is the only valuable treasure I dug from the mass grave at the risk of my life. If there is no food in this barren place like Skull Island, I will send it. Brother, I also know that this magical item is very useless in the early stage, but it can become a magical item and will definitely be of great use in the future. If there is no other way, I don't want to sell it. I don't know if it was because he was nervous on Skull Island or he was just a chatterbox, but the buyer Fang Zheng talked a lot with Roland. Roland had seen the red-haired female pirate shoot the sea element in the head with one shot from 500 meters away. He naturally understood that in this alien world, there were incredible supernatural powers. Magical items were also special products of this world. For other people, the magical item, the light storage bottle, was really useless. But Roland was different. He had a god-level talent for unlimited synthesis. As long as his imagination was big enough, he could synthesize anything for you. Anyway, the 500 kilograms of food he sold were stolen, and there were still plenty in the cabin. Roland was too lazy to bargain with the buyer and chose to trade directly. The next moment, an empty tin bottle that looked like a drifting bottle appeared in Roland's hand. Roland rubbed his temples. The previous synthesis of the Rubik's Cube had already made him mentally exhausted, and now he still felt a faint headache. So, Roland secretly returned to his sailor's single room and fell asleep in his clothes. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight rose above the sea, Roland suddenly opened his eyes. After getting enough sleep, Roland is now full of energy. All the way to the deck of the pirate ship, Roland came to the stern where no one was paying attention. Then, he took out the light storage bottle, pulled out the cork, and pointed the bottle mouth at the rising sun. A magical scene appeared. The bottle mouth seemed to be full of infinite gravity, and the light of the rising sun was sucked into the bottle, gradually filling the bottle. Extract. Roland used his god-level talent to infinitely synthesize, and the sunlight in the light storage bottle instantly became a synthetic material. He looked down at the clothes he was wearing, which were bought cheaply at a street stall before crossing. After Roland took off his clothes, he also extracted them as synthetic materials. Sunlight plus clothes equals invisibility cloak. A black cloak fell into Roland's hands. Invisibility cloak. While wearing the invisibility cloak, you will be invisible. Roland was on a pirate ship surrounded by hungry wolves, and the appearance of the invisibility cloak was simply timely rain. Even if there was a chance that Roland and the pirate group had a falling out, they could still escape by using the invisibility cloak. The next moment, Roland put on the invisibility cloak. His entire body disappeared from head to toe at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roland tried to jump on the spot, making a dull sound. It seems that the invisibility cloak can't suppress my voice. Realizing that having an invisibility cloak does not mean invincibility, Roland put away his pride and quietly entered the cabin. The pirates got up one after another, and people came and went in the corridor. The first mate was walking side by side with a pirate, and Roland leaned against the wall to eavesdrop on their conversation. First mate, when I was on guard at night, I saw the figure of Octopus Paul through the telescope. Oh, damn, it's that beast again. The first mate said hatefully, how could a sea monster like Octopus Paul appear on the edge of the Broken Star Sea? Last month, our pirate group has lost more than 29th level sailors and 2 8th level storm guards at the hands of Octopus Paul. If Captain Catalina hadn't used the magical item, the frightening conch, in time to scare away that damn beast, I'm afraid we would have suffered even greater losses. Forget it, let's not talk about such a bad thing. Today I must propose to Captain Catalina to sell the pretty boy captured yesterday to the plantation slave owner, and never let him stay on the ship. Chapter 4 Octopus Paul Attacks. You actually want to sell me to the plantation slave owner? Roland closed his eyes lightly and stared coldly at the majestic back of the first mate. This boy has already chosen his own death. From the conversation between the first mate and the pirates, Roland guessed that the first mate might also be a superhuman. He was either a 9th level sailor or an 8th level storm guard. He might even be stronger. Before knowing the enemy's strength, any risky move would only alert the enemy. However, this did not mean that Roland could not take a small revenge on the first mate. Following the direction the first mate came from, Roland carefully avoided the passing pirates and came to the single room where the first mate lived. Perhaps the first mate was not worried about being robbed at all, so the door was not locked. Roland pushed it lightly and opened it. Compared with the narrow sailor's single room, the first mate's room was obviously much larger, about 30 square meters, and had a separate bathroom. What an evil class! After criticizing it fiercely in his heart, Roland began to search the room, not leaving any corner. Don't mention it, he really found some equipment. Bleeding dagger, blue from a primitive tribe in a tropical rainforest, sharpness plus 20, with the additional effect of bleeding. Cursed ancient gold coin, green from a primitive tribe in a tropical rainforest. According to ancient legend, there are 50 ancient gold coins of the same kind. When carrying ancient gold coins, you and the people nearby will suffer bad luck. Devil summoning secret book, green. You need to be employed in the corresponding sequence profession to use it, and you can summon different numbers of fallen demons. I have to say, the first mate is really rich. There are only 3 pieces of equipment stored in the room, 1 blue and 2 green. Rubbing his fingertips on a golden ancient gold coin, Roland finally understood why this pirate group was so unlucky and was attacked by the sea monster Octopus Paul. It turned out that the culprit was this seemingly ordinary gold coin. It can also be seen from here that the pirates do not seem to have the ability to identify equipment. Otherwise, they would never have been able to carry this cursed ancient gold coin. Just as Roland was thinking about whether to sell these equipment at the cross-border exchange or use them as synthetic materials, the entire cabin suddenly shook violently. Boom! In the violent shaking, the entire cabin tilted violently to one side. If it weren't for Roland, Lan was quick-witted and grabbed the bed beside him in time, otherwise he would have fallen down. Enemy attack! The hysterical shouts of the pirates came from outside the door. Roland's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he rushed out of the room with the bloody dagger in his hand. At the same time, he extracted the other 2 pieces of equipment as synthetic materials. Cursed ancient gold coin plus devil summoning secret book equals Death Note. Death Note, purple. When you write the target's name in the notebook, the target will be cursed with death, and will have bad luck and encounter dangers in the next week. Purple equipment. This is a cursed god outfit. There is no doubt that purple equipment is better than green and blue equipment. Holding the Death Note in his left hand and the bloody dagger in his right hand, Roland came to the first deck wearing an invisibility cloak. At the sight, the ferocious pirates were like frightened beasts, looking at the huge monster on the sea with horror. The sea monster, Paul the Octopus. The huge body exposed on the sea surface was as high as a 10-story building, much larger than the entire pirate ship. Splash! With the splashing of waves, 8 pink octopus tentacles poked out of the sea, like 8 pillars supporting the sky, fiercely smashing towards the pirate ship. The octopus tentacles were wrapped with 1,000-pound force, and the moment they hit the deck, wood chips flew everywhere, and some unlucky pirates were shaken away and fell into the turbid sea water. Beast, you are looking for death. With a cry, the red-haired Catalina, holding 2 guns, rushed forward. As she pulled the triggers one after another, 2 steam guns fired solid bullets, forming a continuous barrage, hitting the octopus tentacles like cannonballs. Boom! 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 The small solid bullets caused considerable power, leaving bowl-sized wounds on the octopus tentacles, and green blood continued to flow out. There is no doubt that what Catalina did further angered Octopus Paul. Roar! In the deafening roar, the octopus tentacles like crossbars swept in all directions. Catalina was fighting against Octopus Paul at the forefront, and the first mate stood in the back, commanding a group of pirates with a hoarse voice to buy time for the captain. However, compared with the good results created by Catalina, the pirates' attacks were no different from tickling for Octopus Paul, which was dispensable. This was not only because the matchlock guns they used were not as good as steam guns, but also because they were not strong enough. On this tense battlefield, no one noticed the arrival of an uninvited guest. Roland kept his eyes and ears open, carefully avoided the octopus tentacles that were ravaging the deck, and approached the first mate little by little. Compared with using the death note to curse the first mate, Roland preferred the revenge method of white knife in red knife out. Although he had an invisibility cloak to hide his figure, Roland was very patient, like a skilled hunter, quietly waiting for the prey to reveal a flaw. The first mate had experienced many battles, and as an 8th level storm guard, he not only improved his physique, strength and agility attributes in all aspects, but also improved his perception attributes. The first mate keenly realized that a terrifying crisis was locking on him. However, being on the chaotic battlefield, the first mate did not think much, just thinking that the threat posed by Octopus Paul was too strong. Octopus Paul roared continuously, and the battle with Katarina entered a white-hot stage. Green blood spilled all over the sea, dyeing the entire sea surface green. The octopus tentacles wrapped around the pirate ship became more and more violent, almost without any rules. With their powerful strength, the 8 octopus tentacles ravaged the deck, hurting anyone who touched them and killing anyone who touched them. The first mate hid in the back and was careful enough. But because he commanded a group of pirates to resist tenaciously, he had long been hated by Octopus Paul. The 8 octopus tentacles bypassed Catalina and pounced on the first mate fiercely. After strangling more than 30 pirates who blocked the way, an octopus tentacle broke through the siege and slapped the first mate fiercely. The first mate was struck by lightning and flew out. Bang! Along with the flying wood chips, a human-shaped hole was knocked out by the first mate on one side of the cabin. Cough, cough. The first mate's face was pale, and he stood up with all his strength. Just as he was about to return to the battlefield, he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. The first mate looked down and saw that the tip of the bloody dagger had pierced his heart, and a bloody tip emerged. Chapter 5 Death Note, Bringing Endless Misfortune to the Enemy. The first mate looked at the bloody tip that had pierced his chest in disbelief. He looked back with difficulty, trying to see clearly who the murderer was. However, there was no known. The ruptured heart, coupled with the bleeding dagger's continuous bleeding effect, caused the first mate's life force to quickly fade. His body collapsed to the ground powerlessly. At the moment of death, the first mate's pupils contracted and his face was full of horror. It was as if he had seen something indescribable. Roland bent down and pulled the bleeding dagger out of the body. The blood that trickled out from the wound of the corpse accumulated into a small pool of blood on the deck, emitting a disgusting smell. Roland raised his eyebrows slightly. Remember to be a good person in your next life. He glanced at the first mate's corpse, which was still open-eyed, and stepped over it. On the deck, without the first mate's superb command, a group of pirates suddenly lost their footing and could not be effectively organized to resist the violent attack of Octopus Paul. Octopus Paul showed his power. Any pirates swept by the pink tentacles either died on the spot or were seriously injured. Seeing the heavy losses of the pirates under her command, Catalina's eyes turned red instantly. Damn beast! Although she hated him, Catalina also knew that Octopus Paul was powerful. With her power as a 7th level storm priest, she could not compete with him at all. Catalina narrowly avoided the octopus tentacles that swept towards her and took out a strange-looking conch from her arms. Magical item, the terrifying conch. Catalina aimed her cherry mouth at one end of the terrifying conch, held her breath, and played a conch sound that made people feel seriously uncomfortable. Woo 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 /. As if the sound came from the other side of the underworld, it spread throughout the battlefield. Roland covered his head and squatted on the ground, his face twisted with pain. He just felt his scalp itchy and had the urge to tear his head apart. The fear that stirred the soul was like a tide, one wave after another. Human reason was like a young candle, which seemed so small under the endless waves. Fortunately, most of the power of the conch of fear was concentrated on Paul the octopus, and Roland was just an innocent victim. Otherwise, his head would have exploded like a watermelon, with red and white scattered all over the ground. Paul the octopus seemed to be greatly frightened, and the 8 tentacles that were originally wrapped around the pirate ship shrank back as if they were electrocuted. Immediately, the huge monster that was exposed on the sea surface and was as high as a 10-story building suddenly sank under the sea surface, causing a storm. The waves kept hitting the hull, causing the entire pirate ship to tilt and shake violently. The deck was violently shaking, and Roland's face turned pale, his stomach was churning, and he almost vomited. But with great perseverance, Roland finally suppressed his physiological reaction. Roland looked up and saw that the waves on the sea gradually subsided. The huge figure of Paul the octopus had long disappeared. It was obvious that he was scared away by the conch again. Catalina leaned against the mast and seemed to be a little exhausted. Obviously, the cost of using this magical item, the conch, was not low. Roland's eyes flickered for a moment. There was no doubt that this beautiful female pirate was in a weak state. Roland wanted to copy the backstabbing of the first mate, but Catalina was very careful and did not seem to fully trust the pirates under her command. She pressed her back against the mast and stared around with a vigilant look, making it impossible for him to start. Pirates are a group of desperate people. They are like a group of wild wolves in the wilderness, and the captain is the leader. Once the leader is weak, there will be wild wolves who want to replace him. After thinking for a moment, Roland opened the death note in his hand. Since he had no pen, Roland used a bleeding dagger as a pen, and used the blood of the first mate on it as ink. Katerina. The bright red handwriting fell on the page of the death note, with a kind of evil beauty. In the next week, Katerina will continue to be affected by the death curse and encounter crises one after another. Roland stared at Katerina's figure, and saw that she was ready to go to gather the remnants after resting. When passing by a pile of pirate corpses, Katerina seemed too tired and didn't pay attention to the ground. She was hit by a corpse at her feet, and her whole body fell forward involuntarily. And on the deck where she fell face down, there was a broken sword stuck upside down, and the sword tip was pointed at her beautiful face. Katerina's pretty face was frosty, and her waist suddenly twisted and exerted force, and she dodged it abruptly. When she stood up again, her red hair was messy and her eyes flashed with doubt. Seeing this scene, Roland secretly sighed. Obviously, even in a weak state, Catalina still has a reaction ability and physical fitness far beyond that of ordinary people. If it were an ordinary person, the blow just now would be enough to take her life. Every failure is a learning experience. Catalina seemed to realize that something was wrong, and then avoided the pirate corpses on the ground. But at this moment, a crisp crack sound came from the mainmast of the pirate ship. When Octopus Paul was rampant before, the mainmast had been hit by the octopus tentacles many times, and serious cracks appeared. Now, under the influence of the death curse in the dark, the mainmast broke at this moment, dragging the wide canvas and smashing down towards the red-haired female pirate passing by below. Boom! The moment the mainmast fell, the entire pirate ship sank. With a rip, the canvas on the ground was cut by the sharp scimitar. Then, Catalina's figure jumped out. Seeing this scene, Roland said in his heart, "It seems that after becoming a transcendent, as long as the strength is strong enough, you can resist the influence of the death curse." At this moment, even if she was slow to react, Catalina had already realized that she was under a vicious curse. Otherwise, there was no way to explain all this, why it was so coincidental. Catalina looked around and frowned. "Where is the first mate?" After a long time, a pirate responded in a low voice. "Captain, the first mate is dead." "Where is the second mate?" "Dead too." "Where is the bosun?" "All dead." The scene was very embarrassing for a while. The pirate trembled and dared not look directly into Catalina's eyes that were about to spit fire. He didn't even dare to tell Catalina the truth that the first mate was actually stabbed in the back to death, so as not to cause an unprovoked disaster. The waves in front of Catalina were surging, and she was obviously furious. She took a deep breath, resisted the urge to draw her sword and kill, and said in a deep voice, "Full rudder, change course. Go to the nameless island where the pharmacist Koro lives in seclusion." Chapter 6 Supernatural Sequence. A scarred pirate ship sailed on the sea. 5 days have passed since the attack by the sea monster octopus Paul. During this period, due to the death curse of the Death Note, Katarina was unlucky and encountered the patrol navy of the Glorious Empire and the attacks of fellow pirates. The pirate group, which was originally full of talents, now suffered extremely heavy casualties, with only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats left. Even Captain Katarina was seriously injured and was now lying on the deck to rest. The reason why she did not return to the captain's room to rest was because she was afraid that the pirate ship would accidentally leak water from the bottom of the ship and the whole ship would sink before she could react. Roland was wearing an invisibility cloak, looking at the red-haired female pirate with closed eyes and motionless, and his heart was tangled. In the past 5 days, Roland witnessed with his own eyes that Catalina, with this weak body, fiercely repelled the patrol navy of the Glorious Empire and cruelly drove the pirate ship of the pirates into the seabed. The seemingly delicate body actually contains powerful strength. Now, Roland already knows how lucky it was that he succeeded in backstabbing the first mate. If it weren't for the tentacles of the octopus Paul that knocked the first mate away and broke his bones and seriously injured him, I'm afraid Roland would not have been able to succeed in one blow. What is a superhuman? Superhumans are a group of people who have stepped onto the long steps to godhood. They not only have physical fitness far beyond that of ordinary people, but also have incredible supernatural abilities. Just from the observation during this period, Roland can confirm that Catalina has a physical fitness 10 times that of ordinary people, and a supernatural ability that gives bullets comparable to artillery shells. After thinking for a long time, Roland finally gave up backstabbing Catalina. He turned to the captain's room to see if there were any treasures hidden inside. Little did he know that when Roland left, the red-haired female pirate who had closed her eyes suddenly opened them. With her keen perception, Catalina always felt a sense of threat lingering in her heart. It was as if the sword of Damocles was hanging over her head, making her restless. But just now, this sense of threat had weakened a lot. With her palm on her chest, Catalina looked around vigilantly, but she didn't find anything wrong. But a woman's natural sixth sense told her that the crisis was temporarily far away. Roland quietly sneaked into the captain's room. The captain's room has 1 bedroom and 1 living room, as well as a separate bathroom, and is very warmly decorated. A huge sea chart is hung on the wall of the living room, with different colors and fonts marking the major forces and islands. Roland carefully observed the sea chart. This is a sea chart of the Broken Star Sea. The vast Broken Star Sea is dotted with islands of all sizes. There are 3 major forces that divide this sea area. They are the Glorious Empire, the Eternal Dark Empire, and the Empire, Pirate Cross Guild. The 3 major forces are intertwined and the situation is complicated. The destination of the pirate group's voyage this time is the nameless island where the pharmacist Koro lives in seclusion. It is also specially marked on the map. It belongs to the Glorious Empire and is located on the edge. Roland searched everywhere for possible treasures. Strangely enough, there are 2 pieces of equipment, 1 blue and 2 green, in the first mate's room, but there is no equipment in the captain's room. Roland seriously suspected that the red-haired female pirate might have a storage-type magical item in her hands. After a fruitless search, Roland had to focus on the rows of books on the bookshelf and selected 3 books related to extraordinary people. The 4 Gods of Destiny and the 12 Gods of Hours. The Extraordinary Sequence. The Life of the Extraordinary. Roland has a strong memory and can quickly memorize the contents of the book. According to legend, the 4 Gods of Destiny created this world, and the 12 Gods of the Zodiac are in charge of the 12 months and the 24 hours of the day. The 4 Gods of Destiny and the 12 Gods of the Zodiac live in the subspace and usually do not care about the changes in the world. The extraordinary sequence is the path for people to grow into gods, from level 9 all the way to level 0. To become an extraordinary person, you must drink the potion of the corresponding path sequence. In this world, there are a total of 108 extraordinary sequence paths. The most common extraordinary sequence paths are the Storm Tyrant path, the Death God path. Because this world is a vast ocean, the number of people who set foot on the Storm Tyrant path is the largest, and the book records the sequence professions in it in detail. They are 9th level Sailor, 8th level Storm Guard, 7th level Storm Priest, 6th level Wind Walker, 5th level Hurricane Knight, 4th level Wind General, 3rd level Storm Lord, 2nd level Sky Driver, 1st level Thunder King, 0th level Storm Tyrant. In addition to being promoted to the sequence profession in order, the extraordinary can also work in the extraordinary profession of the adjacent path, forming a spiral advancement method. After roughly understanding the situation, Roland returned the 3 books to their original positions. Not long after, the pirate ship was swaying and anchored on an unnamed island. Roland took off the invisibility cloak and temporarily extracted it, the death notebook, and the bloody dagger as synthetic materials. In this way, Roland is equivalent to having a portable storage equipment. As long as Roland needs it, he can take out the equipment at any time. Then, at the urging of a pirate henchman, Roland put his hands in his pockets and walked down the pirate ship slowly. Not only him, but also a group of black slaves living in the lower cabin were driven off the ship by the pirate henchmen. Roland looked up. These black slaves were skinny, pale, and numb, like zombies. Catalina glanced at everyone, paused for a moment on Roland, then decisively shifted her gaze and strode towards a middle-aged man in a green robe. "Master Koro, these are the goods I prepared for you." Pharmacist Koro was of medium build, standing in front of the tall Catalina, like a younger brother seeing his sister. But he was not inferior to others at all, but looked arrogant, with his hands behind his back, walking around Roland and the black slaves, frowning. "Katerina, you promised to bring me 200 slaves, why are there only 70 here?" "Sorry, there was an accident on the way here." In Roland's impression, Catalina, as a pirate captain, has always been vigorous and resolute, but now she apologized to the pharmacist Koro. "I don't care about this." Pharmacist Koro waved his hand and took out 7 bottles of magic potion, old rules, 10 slaves in exchange for 1 bottle of 9th level sailor magic potion. A fierce light flashed in Catalina's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. She suppressed her anger, took the 7 bottles of magic potion, and immediately led the pirates under her command to leave the island. Pharmacist Koro didn't seem to worry at all that he would be retaliated after offending the pirates. He turned his head to look at Roland and the black slaves, and laughed strangely. "He he he. Come with me into the house." Chapter 7 Stealing the 9th level sailor potion. Roar. From the pharmacist Koro's pharmacy, a roar like a dying beast came. Roland looked up at the pharmacy, and quickly looked away. This was the 3rd day he came to the nameless island. Every day, pharmacist Koro would bring a group of black slaves into the pharmacy. No one knew what was going on inside. Often the black slaves went in alive and came out lying down. As for the fate of the black slaves after they came out, Roland picked up the hoe and dug a hole in the soil of the plantation. The pit was used to bury the bodies of the long-dead black slaves. Among the 70 people brought by the pirate group this time, only Roland was in good health, so he was temporarily entrusted with an important task by the pharmacist Koro and arranged to work in the plantation. In the plantation, a large area of a human face flowers was planted. These human face flowers have plant roots and stems, and the stamens are painful and twisted human faces, which look extremely weird. There is no doubt that all the people who died on the nameless island will become fertilizer for the human face flowers. Roland looked at his feet, and a human face flower seedling was growing vigorously at a speed visible to the naked eye. Human face flower, the main material for refining the magic potion of the Path of Death 9th level psychic. When the black slaves died one by one, Roland would definitely be the turn in the end. When Roland had time, he would wear an invisibility cloak and walk all over the nameless island. The area of this island is roughly the same as that of a town, surrounded by mountains on three sides and facing the sea on one side, with many fruit trees on the mountains. Pharmacist Koro's residence is near the beach. Surrounded by the endless sea, there is a tattered pirate ship left on the beach. Obviously, this pirate ship can no longer carry Catalina to continue her journey, so she abandoned it here. As for Catalina, she had already left on a raft with her few remaining men. It is obviously not an easy task to escape from this nameless island. Sunset. After a busy day, pharmacist Koro finally began to rest, and there were no more miserable screams in the pharmacy. After picking fruits from the fruit trees on the nearby mountains to satisfy his hunger, Roland looked at the pharmacy from afar. According to his observations over the past few days, every time the tide receded at dusk, pharmacist Koro would step into the sea and then disappear without a trace. When the tide rose the next morning, pharmacist Koro would walk out of the sea again and continue his daily work. As expected. About a quarter of an hour later, the figure of the pharmacist Koro walked out of the pharmacy, slowly walked towards the sea, and let the cold sea water gradually submerge his body. A trace of determination flashed in Roland's eyes. Immediately, he put on the invisible cloak and walked down the mountain. Passing by the shed near the pharmacy, the snoring of black slaves came from inside. These black slaves have long been numb and are very slow to all changes in the outside world. When they are alive, they are like livestock, and after death, they become fertilizer for flowers. Respect the fate of others and let go of the plot of helping others. Roland's heart is as hard as iron, and he has no intention of helping the black slaves. Quietly coming to the outside of the pharmacy, Roland did not rush in, but observed carefully first. Soon, he found something. There is a thin hair tied to the door frame and the eaves. Once an outsider pushes the door in, the hair will inevitably be torn off, which will make the pharmacist Koro alert. If Roland had not made a careful plan before taking action and carefully observed the daily behavior of pharmacist Koro, he would probably have been unable to notice this. If it were someone else, they would have to take the hair carefully. But for Roland, it was much simpler, and he could directly extract the hair into synthetic materials. Gently pushing open the door, Roland stepped into the pharmacy. The light in the house was dim, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of potions. Bottles and jars were placed on the table, as well as a large number of materials for refining magic potions. In addition, there was a lab notebook of pharmacist Koro. May 5th, praise the god of death. It turns out that dissecting slaves is such an interesting thing, watching a living life die under the scalpel, that feeling is really wonderful. June 10th, after many experiments, my guess was verified that those slaves who burst into great fear before death would be the best fertilizer for cultivating human face flowers. After Roland simply flipped through it, he decisively put it back in place. This pharmacist Koro is simply not a human. His experimental notes are full of records of various human experiments, and there is a calm madness between the lines. His eyes quickly scanned the surrounding objects, and a lot of information appeared in front of Roland. Phantom Potion, after taking it, the speed will increase by 30% within 10 minutes. If used frequently, it will gradually become feminine. Bull Demon Horn, after grinding it into powder and taking it, it will gain a frenzy state. You need to be calm after using it, otherwise your temperament will change drastically. 9th level Sailor Magic Potion. After taking it, there is an 87% chance of obtaining a sequence profession of the Storm Tyrant path, a 10% chance of falling out of control, and a 3% chance of mutating into a sea monster. €. There are a total of 13 bottles of 9th level Sailor Magic Potion, quietly stored in the incubator. Obviously, this is the product that pharmacist Koro originally intended to give to Catalina. Now, all of them are cheap to Roland. Roland took out a bottle of level 9 Sailor Potion from the incubator. Through the glass bottle, he could see the azure blue water. The liquid rippled slightly. Taking potions actually has side effects. What if I take all these 9th level Sailor Potions to synthesize? After thinking for a moment, Roland took out the hair, the death note and the bleeding dagger to make room for the next synthesis. Immediately, Roland swept his palm, and all 13 bottles of 9th level Sailor Potions disappeared. 9th level Sailor Potion plus 9th level Sailor Potion equals perfect 9th level Sailor Potion. Perfect 9th level Sailor Potion. Eliminate the negative impact of the subspace on the potion, and after taking it, you can fully tap the potential of the human body without any side effects. After drinking it, you can obtain the sequence profession of the Storm Tyrant path. Negative impact of the subspace? Roland's eyes flickered. The term subspace comes from the book The 4 Gods of Destiny and the 12 Gods of Hours. The book records that the 4 Gods of Destiny and the 12 Gods of Hour live in the subspace and ignore the changes in the world. But now it seems that things are not that simple. The water in this world is really deep. Roland pulled out the bottle cap, raised his head and drank the perfect 9th level Sailor Potion in one gulp. The next moment, Roland not only felt his scalp itchy, but also every inch of his skin was itchy, as if something was about to drill out from under his skin. Roland held his head with both hands and half-crouched on the ground. The bones in his body made a series of crackling sounds, like continuous firecrackers during the new year. Congratulations! Become the first Blue Star person to obtain a sequence profession. Attribute column opened. Ranking list opened. When the game announcement spread, people who were struggling in the National Navigation Survival game were instantly in an uproar. Chapter 8 topped the ranking list. World announcement: congratulations to Roland for becoming the first Blue Star person to obtain a sequence profession. As soon as the world announcement came out, it immediately caused an uproar. World channel. What's going on? Someone actually got a sequence profession so early. E equals a euro superscript 2 1/2 euro asterisk. Alas, I'm still working the fields for the black-hearted slave owner in the plantation, while others have already stepped onto the long steps to godhood. Comparing goods is useless, but comparing people is annoying. Did you notice that the ID of the person in the world announcement looks familiar? That's right. I remember, isn't that the guy who hooked up with a female pirate on the first day of the National Navigation Survival game? Fuck. No wonder he was able to sell 500 kilograms of food on the first day and got a sequence profession in less than a month. Family, I understand, I'm going to hook up with a rich woman now. People were discussing it enthusiastically, jealous of Roland's gains. At this moment, Roland didn't have the leisure to pay attention to the comments on the World Channel. After going through a difficult physical transformation, he has now been reborn. Standing up again from the ground, Roland felt that he was half a head taller than before, and his whole body was full of endless energy. He lowered his head and stared at the skin on his arm, which showed a faint fish scale texture. If you don't look closely, it is no different from the skin of a normal person. Attribute column. Name: Roland. Race: human. Occupation: 9th level sailor. Talent: infinite synthesis. Constitution: F+. Strength: F+. Agility: F+. Perception: F. Spirit: F. Magic, F. Charm, G. Extraordinary abilities, primary water element protection, primary wind element protection, walking in water, sea scales. Primary water element blessing, you can cast some simple water spells. Primary wind element blessing, you can cast some simple wind spells. Walking in water, you can dive freely into the seabed, no more than 100 meters below the seabed, and when fighting at sea, both strength and agility attributes will be slightly improved. Sea scale, there is a 5% chance to deflect the enemy's attack. And the probability doubles in the sea. Roland can clearly feel that his physical fitness is now 3 times that of his past. In other words, he can easily defeat 3 ordinary people. At the same time, after obtaining the 9th level sailor sequence profession, the world in Roland's eyes has become different from before. In the air, there are magic particles that are difficult for ordinary people to observe. Different elements have completely different colors of magic particles. Green magic particles symbolize wind elements. Blue magic particles symbolize water elements. These 2 elements began to get close to Roland, while other elements stayed away from Roland, vaguely excluding him. Like drinking water as if it had become an instinct, Roland's mind moved, and a breeze surrounded his raised fingertips. Is this the primary wind element protection? If Roland wants to further develop this breeze on his fingertips into a lethal skill, he obviously needs to explore it himself. Let's put aside the idea of a Euro training skills for the time being. Ranking. First place, Roland, 9th level sailor. On the huge ranking list, there is only Roland alone. Obviously, only those who step onto the long steps to the godhood are qualified to be on the ranking list. Roland noticed a detail. The ranking list is updated once a month. Anyone in the top 100 of the ranking list will receive a special reward after 1 month. The National Sailing Survival game is becoming more and more like an online game. But this past experience clearly told Roland that this is an extremely real world, not an online game. If one day I have enough strength, I will definitely find out who brought all the people of Blue Star to this world. Roland made up his mind secretly. Although he also understood that it would be a long way to achieve this goal. Who knows, he might die in a corner one day. After picking up his mood, Roland selected valuable items in the pharmacy, such as Phantom Potion and Bull Demon Horn, and put them on the cross-border exchange, ready to trade with others. The effect of Phantom Potion and Bull Demon Horn is very good, but the side effects are also very obvious. Roland dare not pat his chest to guarantee that he will become strange after taking these things. After these days of development, the cross-border exchange has become very lively, with a wide range of trading items. Basic living supplies such as food and fresh water are no longer rare on the 2nd day of the National Navigation Survival game. There are 6 billion people on Blue Star, and there are talents like Crucian Carp crossing the river. There are always people with outstanding abilities. It is not surprising that this can be done. Even so, commodities such as Phantom Potion and Bull Demon Horn are still rare in the cross-border exchange and rarely appear. Not to mention, Roland almost moved all of the wealth of pharmacist Koro to the cross-border exchange. A large number of rare commodities poured into the cross-border exchange, and the seller was the same person. After noticing this, the World Channel was in an uproar again. Fuck! Did Roland rob a pharmacist? Phantom Potion can increase speed by 30% in a short time. What kind of magic potion is this? Brother upstairs, pay attention to the side effects, it may be feminine. It's okay, I'm a woman anyway. Jealousy has made me unrecognizable, please accept my knees, Roland. Oh. Oh. What else can they do besides adding words? Many people at Roland, intending to communicate privately. After quickly filtering out a large number of buyers who tried to fish in troubled waters, Roland contacted 3 buyers. Coincidentally, one of the buyers, Fang Zheng, was an acquaintance. Boss, long time no see. After I have been robbing tombs day and night for some time, I have stored a lot of extraordinary equipment and materials here. Due to the lack of sales, they are now piled up in the cemetery. Let's not waste any more time, and post the link first. Magic vine barbs, broken armor of ancient generals, blue, 100 years of black iron, withered heart, decadent corpse of the dead. Good fellow. You are the tomb raider from another world, right? Roland narrowed his eyes and complained speechlessly. The buyer Fang Zheng even took out the corpse. It's amazing. No wonder he couldn't sell these extraordinary materials. Unless they were to obtain a sequence profession similar to the death path, otherwise, these things were useless to most people. The buyer Fang Zheng was a little embarrassed. After a long time, he asked weakly, "Boss, are you still trading?" "Of course." Roland waved his hand and used 2 bottles of phantom potion to exchange for these extraordinary materials and extraordinary equipment. For others, these were rubbish. But for Roland, who had a god-level talent, he could turn decay into magic. Chapter 9 Synthetic Anti-Injury Thorn Armor, Killing Knife. After trading with the buyer Fang Zheng, Roland traded with 2 other buyers in succession, in exchange for vampire fangs and blood of judgment. These 2 extraordinary materials were worth the money and were both rare goods. After the transaction, Roland looked at the large amount of remaining potions and didn't care, and continued to hang them on the cross-border exchange. As time went on, they, a group of Blue Star people who traveled through another world, gradually realized that it was not easy to make a living in this sea, and there would always be people who needed the potions he sold to improve their combat power. The extraordinary materials and extraordinary equipment from the transaction were piled on the table. Roland rubbed his palms, and a glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes. Synthesis. Magic vine barb plus ancient generals broken armor, blue, plus 100 years of black iron equals anti-injury thorn armor, purple. Anti-injury thorn armor, purple. The armor once worn by a general from an ancient empire has been reborn in your hands, armor plus 30, toughness plus 28, with thorn anti-injury effect, rebounding 20% a euro of the enemy's damage. A matte black armor fell into Roland's hands. The armor is very heavy, at least 200 pounds. In the past, Roland would have had a hard time even holding the armor, not to mention wearing it. But now, Roland held the anti-injury thorn armor in both hands, and he just felt that it was heavy, but not so heavy that he couldn't lift it. Strange patterns were outlined on the surface of the armor, which looked like countless magic vines entwined on it. Roland pressed his fingers gently, and a barb appeared on the armor, causing his fingertips to feel a little pain. If an unsuspecting enemy chopped him with a knife, it would definitely bring a big surprise to the enemy. Taking off the invisibility cloak on his body, Roland put on the anti-injury thorn armor and unexpectedly felt that the armor fit well. Except that his body was not used to the weight of the armor, which caused his movements to be slightly slow. There was no big problem. But Roland thought about it and realized that he had the invisibility cloak in his hand, and he was taking the route of developing in a wretched way and killing with one blow. Having the anti-injury thorn armor just gave him an insurance. As for the remaining materials, Roland temporarily put aside the withered heart and rotten corpse of the dead. He took out the bloody dagger instead. Bleeding dagger, blue, plus vampire fangs plus blood of judgment equals murderous knife, purple. Murderous knife, purple. Based on the bleeding dagger, this terrible weapon is designed for killing. Every time a person is killed, a layer of killing status will be added. From the 5 options of sharpness, armor penetration, bleeding, poisoning, and damage deepening, one item will be randomly selected to increase the effect by 1 point. The killing status can be stacked up to 100 layers. Murderous knife, a seemingly ordinary dagger. No one would have thought that this is a murderous weapon that kills people and sees blood. As for who to kill? Roland first thought of the black slaves in the shed. No hurry. Roland shook his head. He was not a saint, and he couldn't bring himself to kill these black slaves. He was just worried that after killing these black slaves, the bloody smell would alert the pharmacist Koro, which would be detrimental to his ambush plan. Roland took out the hair and rebound the door frame and eaves. Immediately, he quietly closed the door, put on the invisibility cloak, and sat cross-legged on the cushion in the pharmacy. To be safe, Roland took out the death note and added a new target for the death curse. Koro. The pharmacist Koro will return to the pharmacy when the tide rises tomorrow morning. During this time, Roland plans to master the ability of a 9th-level sailor. Only by constantly exploring their own abilities can the extraordinary develop a variety of skills. Even if they are two professionals of the same sequence, their combat power is very different due to the different skills they have developed. Roland spread his palm. As the magic power in his body was consumed, a wisp of breeze began to gather on his palm and rotated continuously clockwise. He is practicing the Raise Nan. The skills from a certain anime have a clear and definite practice method. It is better to practice on the shoulders of giants than to practice blindly alone. The perfect 9th-level sailor potion allowed Roland to perfectly master his own abilities and saved him many detours. No words were spoken that night. The next day. It was dawn. The tide was rolling and the sound of waves was endless. A wet figure staggered towards the beach. Cough, cough, cough. Pharmacist Koro coughed all the way. Raising his handkerchief to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, Pharmacist Koro's eyes were deep. The injuries left in my early years broke out again last night. It seems that I have to speed up the research on the production of potions for the death path. As long as I switch to the death path, I will be able to transform myself into an intelligent undead, and I don't have to worry about physical injuries anymore. When passing by the shed, Pharmacist Koro didn't even look at the slaves inside. In his mind, the slaves were just a group of people who were researching potions. It's just consumables for production. As for Roland, it was the same. When he arrived at the door of the pharmacy, Pharmacist Koro glanced at the door frame and found that the hair was still there, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. In fact, the reason why he dived into the sea every night was not only to suppress the injuries in his body, but also to provide hope for those black slaves. If those black slaves were braver and ventured into the pharmacy, thinking that they could obtain the potion inside to enhance their own strength, they would be full of confidence and mistakenly think that they could kill him and escape. At that time, Pharmacist Koro would crush the hope of the black slaves with his tyrannical strength. In this way, the black slaves would fall into great despair. The extremely desperate black slaves would also be the top fertilizer for cultivating human face flowers. With a creaking sound, Pharmacist Koro stepped into the pharmacy with difficulty. He habitually walked towards the experimental table. But the next moment, his eyes narrowed. Pharmacist Koro is a very rigorous person. This is also reflected in all aspects of his life. He is used to storing pharmaceutical materials and various medicines in different categories. But now, not only the pharmaceutical materials on the table have disappeared, but even the incubators for storing medicines are placed crookedly. There is a thief in the house. Pharmacist Koro subconsciously reached for his waist bag with both hands, where a variety of medicines were stored, specifically for fighting and escaping. He took out a bottle of medicine filled with red liquid without hesitation. After hearing the sound of the door opening, Roland had quietly lurked near the door. After discovering the strange behavior of Pharmacist Koro, Roland's heart clicked and knew that the other party was alert. It was said that it was too late. While the other party had not yet pulled out the bottle cap, Roland's eyes were full of murderous light, holding a murderous knife, and stabbed into the heart of Pharmacist Koro without hesitation. Chapter 10 Golden Belt for Murder and Arson. Puff. As Roland tried his best, the murder knife pierced into the heart of Pharmacist Koro as expected. But the touch from the tip of the knife made Roland's face change slightly. It was not the feeling of piercing into flesh and blood, but more like piercing into a dying wood. Pharmacist Koro loosened his 5 fingers and let the red potion in his hand fall to the ground. With a pop, it broke. The next moment, after the red potion came into contact with the oxygen in the air, it instantly turned into a blazing flame and suddenly soared up. The oncoming flames and heat waves forced Roland to retreat again and again. Under the distorted flames, Pharmacist Koro slowly turned around. He wanted to see the assassin's extremely surprised face, but what came into his sight was no assassin's figure. An assassin who can turn invisible. Pharmacist Koro took out a new potion with his left hand and poured it randomly onto the wound on his left chest. At the wound, buds of flesh appeared, intertwined with each other, and soon healed the wound. It doesn't matter. I'll get rid of you soon. After that, Pharmacist Koro raised his head and drank another bottle of potion. In the blazing fire, Pharmacist Koro suddenly tore open his clothes, and his originally medium-sized and thin figure turned into a majestic werewolf with the naked eye. He grew lush hair all over his body, his ears became pointed and long, the bones of his 10 fingers were thick, and the fingertips shot out hooked claws. The wolf's nose twitched slightly. The invisibility cloak could hide Roland's figure, but it could not cover up his breath. The breath of the second person who was obviously in the pharmacy could not be hidden from the werewolf with a keen sense of smell. Found you! A pair of green wolf eyes stared at Roland, and the corners of the Pharmacist Koro's mouth curled up into a ferocious smile. Awoo! With a wolf howl, he leaped up and pounced fiercely. Seeing this, Roland's eyes condensed. Previously, when he was on the pirate ship, he successfully backstabbed the first mate, which was really a matter of luck. Now, facing other extraordinary people seriously, Roland knows the tricky part. The pharmacist obviously looks like an auxiliary sequence profession, but he has such an incredible adaptability. Can't retreat. Roland gritted his teeth and advanced instead of retreating. He waved the killing knife in his hand and slashed at the enemy without hesitation. He knew that the werewolf had a keen sense of smell and he had nowhere to escape. Once the battle happened outside, the werewolf had agility, and Roland would be in a worse situation. The medicine house was not big, and the terrain limited the werewolf's advantage, which also created opportunities for Roland. When 2 men meet on a narrow road, the brave one wins. The murder knife drew a sharp arc and fiercely stabbed into the werewolf's abdomen, and the blood dyed the hair red. Pharmacist Koro was also unwilling to give up. Showing weakness, he launched a fierce attack towards the seemingly empty position in front of him. Ding ding ding! The sharp claws fell on the anti-injury thorn armor, rubbing sparks and leaving messy claw marks. The next moment, the expression on the face of Pharmacist Koro froze. The 20% rebound damage brought by the anti-injury thorn armor continued to be fed back, and the pain in his stomach like minced meat made him extremely horrified. Almost subconsciously, Pharmacist Koro immediately turned around and ran away. He believed that with his agility after transforming into a werewolf, he would be able to escape the pursuit of the invisible assassin. But at this moment, under the influence of the death curse in the dark, the injury that Pharmacist Koro had suppressed for many years relapsed. Cough! With his chest heaving violently, Pharmacist Koro stopped, his face turned pale and colorless, and he spit out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Roland flew up and kicked the opponent from behind. Then, a flash of knife light passed by, and a huge wolf head flew up. When a person is killed, he will die. The headless body gradually returned to its original appearance, and the medium-skinned body was slightly pale. Euro trademark a long story, but all this happened in just 10 minutes. Although the battle was short, the process was very dangerous. Roland held the killing knife in both hands and stood there to calm down the disordered breath. Especially after noticing that the killing knife had a layer of killing state superimposed, he finally confirmed that the Pharmacist Koro was dead, not fake death. Next, it was a happy time to touch the corpse. Roland coveted the potion that Pharmacist Koro had just used. After groping in his waist bag for a while, he finally got something. Werewolf Transformation Potion. After drinking, you will transform into a werewolf within 10 minutes. Your spirit, magic, and charm attributes will drop significantly, while your physique, strength, agility, and perception attributes will increase significantly. Blood and Flesh Potion. Take it for external injuries, and heal the wounds very quickly. You need to eat a lot of blood and flesh afterwards, otherwise you will be dominated by your strong appetite and gradually become a ghoul. Fire Potion. After contacting oxygen, it will instantly burst into a 300C flame. 9th level Psychic Potion. After taking it, there is an 87% chance of obtaining a sequence profession in the death path, a 10% chance of falling out of control, and a 3% chance of transforming into a ghost in the underworld. €1. There are 12 bottles of various potions in total. Killing and arson will bring you a golden belt, and repairing bridges and roads will bring you no corpses. Although the risk of ambushing the pharmacist Koro is very high, the harvest is also very gratifying. After collecting all the spoils, Roland clenched the handle of the knife and slowly walked out of the pharmacy. He did not forget that there were consumables to improve the killing state of the killing knife in the shed. Killing these black slaves was effortless. Roland looked down at the sharp blade in his hand. The killing knife greedily absorbed the blood on the blade, and a faint murderous aura lingered around it. Killing knife, purple based on the bleeding dagger, this terrible weapon is designed for killing. Every time a person is killed, a layer of killing status will be added. From the 5 options of sharpness, armor penetration, bleeding, poisoning, and damage deepening, one item will be randomly selected to increase the effect by 1 point. The killing status can be stacked up to 100 layers. 54 layers of killing status effect, sharpness plus 12, armor penetration plus 8, bleeding plus 9, poisoning plus 2, damage deepening plus 23. On the huge nameless island, only Roland is left alive. Looking around the vast sea outside the island, Roland had a headache for a while. He was alone, how could he cross the sea? Roland's eyes fell on the abandoned pirate ship on the beach and the corpses on the ground, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. Can I use these materials to synthesize a ship? In order to ensure a one-time success, Roland even pulled out the human-faced flowers in the plantation, carried a hoe to dig out the bodies buried in the soil, and extracted them one by one as synthesis materials. After doing all this, Roland sat on the ground and rubbed his palms excitedly. Next, it was time to witness a miracle. Chapter 11 Synthesize Ghost Ship, Evil Rider. Handsome tomato readers, bless me, you must synthesize a powerful ship for me. Roland clasped his hands together and muttered. A 3-masted sailing ship plus hundreds of corpses plus 9th level psychic potion equals 9th level ghost ship. Boom! The ghost ship, which exuded a cold breath, fell into the sea, stirring up waves. The water splashed on Roland, soaking his clothes, but he didn't care at all, looking at the ship that belonged to him with joy. The ghost ship retains the style of a pirate ship, and its appearance is old and simple, as if it has gone through vicissitudes of life. On the deck, there are skeleton soldiers standing, waiting for Roland to inspect them. Level 9 Ghost Ship, a ship that embarks on the journey to the god's supernatural power, primary dark element protection, primary water element protection, primary necromancy, primary undead manipulation. Primary dark element protection, the ghost ship can cast some simple dark spells. Primary water element protection, the ghost ship can cast some simple water spells. Primary necromancy, after each battle, the ghost ship will transform 10% of the enemy corpses into skeleton soldiers. Primary undead manipulation, within 100 meters of the ghost ship, the undead on your side will gain combat power bonus, and strength and agility attributes will be slightly improved. Roland boarded the ghost ship. The fog began to spread, covering up the existence of the ghost ship. The fog roughly covered an area of a 500 meters. The closer to the ghost ship, the thicker the fog, almost pitch black. Only Roland was not affected and could still see things clearly. At the same time, with no one manipulating the rudder, the sea water pushed the ghost ship slowly away from the beach and sailed towards the distance. Roland had noticed the whereabouts of Catalina and others. She took a few pirates on a raft and headed west. The nameless island is located on the edge of the glorious empire, and the west side is close to the sphere of influence of the Pirate Cross Guild. The nearest island is called Seagull Island. Roland thought that Catalina and her group would most likely arrive at Seagull Island. Now that Catalina is seriously injured and the pirates under her command have suffered heavy casualties, it is time to settle their grievances. But Roland has witnessed Catalina's strength with his own eyes, and he deeply feels that the power at hand is not enough to completely crush the opponent. So he turned his attention to the skeleton soldiers on the deck. Skeleton soldiers, low-level undead who have not entered the rank, even farmers can easily defeat them with a dung fork. The predecessors of these skeleton soldiers were all slaves killed by pharmacist Koro. Without their flesh, only a pile of bones remained. Their fighting power could be imagined. Roland was not in a hurry and extracted hundreds of skeleton soldiers as synthetic materials. Hundreds of skeleton soldiers plus withered heart plus decadent corpses of the dead plus headless corpses of pharmacist Koro plus a lot of human face flowers equals level 9 Ghost Rider. A cold nether fire was burning on the deck. Accompanied by the neighing of the skeleton warhorse, a ghost knight wearing hideous armor emerged from the nether fire. The helmet covered the bald skull, and the empty pupils were filled with blue soul fire. The tall and burly ghost knight fell off his horse, half knelt in front of Roland, and lowered his proud head. 9th level Ghost Rider, a new underworld undead born from a combination of various undead elements. Supernatural powers, evil aura, evil body, guilty judgment. Evil aura: when the aura covers a range of 30 meters, the undead on your side will gain the bloodthirsty state, and the enemy will gain the fear state. Evil body: physical and strength attributes are moderately improved, immune to poisoning, bleeding, and curses, and there is a 33% chance of being immune to cold weapon damage, and the damage suffered from light and fire spells is doubled. Guilty judgment: charge at the enemy, and after hitting the target, impose the healing ban and magic blockade states on the target. Roland rubbed his chin. Compared with the 9th level sailor, the 9th level Ghost Rider is more powerful on paper. But he thought about it and realized that there had never been a 9th level Ghost Rider in this alien world before, and it was all thanks to him who synthesized it. With such strength, it seems understandable. Plug-in, cool. This gave Roland a lot of inspiration. Perhaps, next time he advances to a sequence profession, he doesn't have to follow the old ways. He has unlimited synthesis of god-level talents, and he can completely synthesize an unprecedented sequence profession by himself. He can even open up a unique extraordinary path for himself outside of the 108 extraordinary paths. To do this, a huge amount of extraordinary resources are needed. Roland suppressed his excitement, drew out the killing knife, and put the blade on the shoulder of the Ghost Rider. The ghost ship needs a captain. I hope you can do this job. Roland thought it was just a formality. Unexpectedly, the hoarse voice of the Ghost Rider suddenly came from under the helmet. Great Master, I will become the sharpest sword in your hand and expand your territory for you. Roland was stunned at first. Then, he was happy. There is an essential difference between creatures with wisdom and creatures that act according to instinct. The former means unlimited possibilities. The latter can only serve as cannon fodder. Ghost Rider has wisdom no less than that of ordinary people, and will be able to help Roland solve problems. Since the ghost ship is mainly composed of a pirate ship, the sea map of the Broken Star Sea is still preserved on the wall of the captain's room. Roland handed the sea map to the Ghost Rider, and told him the route to Seagull Island, and then he happily became a hands-off boss. He continued to explore his extraordinary abilities in the room and practiced the Raise Nan with all his heart. Life on the sea is boring and tedious. The sun sets and the moon rises, and the stars move. During the 5 days of drifting on the sea, Roland gradually mastered his extraordinary abilities by practicing the raise nan. A blue sphere spun rapidly clockwise in Roland's palm. Roland held the raise nan in his hand and slapped it against the wooden wall beside him. Bang! In an instant, wood chips flew. A fist-sized hole was broken on the wooden wall, and irregular tear marks were retained around it. It's done. With a new trump card in his hand, Roland felt more confident. Boom! 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 Suddenly, Roland's ears moved slightly, and he faintly heard bursts of cannon fire from a distance. Roland was so quiet that he thought of something else. He climbed up the lookout on the mast and looked far in the direction of the cannon fire. On the distant sea level, there were 3 pirate ships in a triangular shape, flanking a merchant ship from 3 directions. In the fierce battle between the 2 sides, the merchant ship was outnumbered. Thick smoke was billowing from the hull, and it was obvious that it could not hold on. When Roland saw the pirate ship, he thought of Catalina, and a nameless fire suddenly rose in his chest. Pirates, all must die. Chapter 12. Show your power in front of others. Under the gunfire of the 3 pirate ships, the merchant ship from the glorious empire suffered terribly. On the mast, the flag symbolizing the Zheng family chamber of commerce burned, as if foreshadowing the fate of the merchant ship. A black-haired girl turned the rudder with both hands. Despite being in danger, she still did her best to command the sailors of the Chamber of Commerce to fight hard. Everyone hold on a little longer. We are close to the territory of the glorious empire. As long as we can hold on until the patrol navy arrives, we will be able to escape from danger. However, ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Accompanied by bursts of cannon fire, the bow was bombarded fiercely by the pirate ship. The entire merchant ship shook violently, and even the girl couldn't stabilize her body. A sailor supported Zheng Ji and shouted, "Miss, we are almost dead. Take advantage of those vicious pirates before they board the ship, and escape on the raft." The girl named Zheng Ji pursed her lips tightly, and her face was full of unwillingness. In the Broken Star Sea, the glorious empire is a yellow-skinned person with black hair and black eyes, and the eternal dark empire is a white-skinned person with blonde hair and blue eyes. As for the Pirate Cross Guild, there are all kinds of people in it. Thieves, robbers, murderers. Countless criminals who can't make it in the 2 empires often join the Pirate Cross Guild. Once people from the 2 empires fall into the hands of the Pirate Cross Guild, they will be degraded to slaves at best, and severely tortured at worst. In short, they will live a life worse than death. Zheng Ji's stubborn character made her unwilling to abandon her companions and chose to leave alone. Just as she was hesitating, a sneer suddenly sounded. "I thought I caught a small shrimp, but I didn't expect to catch a big fish after coming here. Miss Zheng's Chamber of Commerce, let me think about it. If you are kidnapped, how much money can Zheng's Chamber of Commerce pay to redeem you?" Hearing this, everyone on the deck of the merchant ship looked in the direction of the voice. But they saw a bald white man standing on the railing with a scar on his face, which was slanted from his eyebrows to his lips, like a hideous centipede. Scar Tom. A pirate with a little fame. The bounty on his head was as high as 200,000 gold dragon coins in the glorious empire. The faces of the people in the Chamber of Commerce tightened. Seeing the other party walking towards Zheng Ji, the sailor beside him immediately raised his steam gun and shot at the other party without hesitation. Bang! 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 Scar Tom's face did not change, and his steps did not stop. He was surrounded by light wind, and any bullet within a meter around Scar Tom would be affected by the flowing wind, causing the trajectory to deviate. The bullets missed one by one. Zheng Ji's face was pale and she exclaimed, "The track of wind! Even in our Chamber of Commerce, there are very few extraordinary people who can use the intermediate wind element protection so skillfully." Scar Tom took a step forward, and the girl Zheng Ji took a step back. She retreated to the stern of the ship until she could no longer retreat. Zhang Ji broke out in a cold sweat. Thinking to herself, could it be that I will die here today? Just as the girl was feeling desperate, she suddenly noticed something strange on the battlefield. It was foggy. The fog came very fast. In an instant, all 4 ships were covered. Scar Tom paused and suddenly clenched the handle of his knife. When the sticky, wet, and cold fog filled the battlefield, the intuitive prompts brought by high perception kept reminding Scar Tom that danger was approaching. Boom! Suddenly, a violent roar came from the direction of a pirate ship not far away. Then, only a click sound was heard from the bottom of the ship. Then, there were waves of exclamations from the pirates. The bottom of the ship is leaking. What a pity! No matter how they struggled, they could not save the fate of the pirate ship from sinking. The sinking of this ship seemed to send a dangerous signal. Then, the second pirate ship and the third pirate ship followed suit. Scar Tom's eyes flashed a fierce light, and he looked into the depths of the fog. As the waves surged, a huge figure suddenly emerged from the sea. In the pitch-black fog, only a huge shadow could be vaguely seen. What on earth is that? Everyone was attracted by this sudden change. Everyone was puzzled. At the same time, the pirates' screams before death continued to be heard from the gradually sinking pirate ship, further exacerbating everyone's fear. The unknown is the source of all fear. On the clear sea surface, strands of blood flowed, emitting a sweet and fishy smell. But strangely, no corpses were seen. The screams gradually died down, and everyone's heart tightened. But the behemoth suddenly turned around and headed towards the merchant ship. The fog swept in like a tide. The bow broke through the fog, and the ghost ship full of ancient atmosphere gradually appeared in front of everyone. Silence, coldness. Ancient, mysterious. The ghost ship approached the side of the merchant ship and suddenly stopped for a moment. One by one, the pale skeleton soldiers turned over and landed on the deck of the merchant ship, forming 2 columns. They stood on their feet, straightened their backs, and held their heads high. This is the most outstanding welcoming team. Zhang Ji secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looking solemn. Oh my god! Who on earth is this? Scar Tom's eyebrows were full of evil spirits, and he quietly moved his feet and approached the ghost ship little by little. Under the attention of the crowd, the ghost rider, wearing anti-injury thorn armor, riding a skeleton warhorse, his horse's hooves stepped on the nether fire, and landed leisurely on the deck of the merchant ship. Many skeleton soldiers half knelt on the ground, as if to welcome their king. Such a scene was shocking. Playing tricks? Scar Tom laughed grimly and jumped up with a long knife in his hand. Let me chop you. Over the years, Scar Tom has worked for the Pirate Cross Guild, and the 3 pirate ships are his hard-earned wealth. Witnessing the 3 pirate ships sinking to the bottom of the sea, Scar Tom's anger that had been accumulated for a long time came out with this knife, vowing to chop the ghost rider in half. Roland wore an invisible cloak and watched the scene coldly. As an old silver coin, Roland has no habit of pretending in front of others. When he gave the ghost rider the position of captain, Roland also considered letting it serve as the face of the ghost ship. Others would only think that the ghost ship belonged to the ghost rider, and would not associate it with Roland. At the moment, it seems that this step is indeed right. Otherwise, it would be Roland's turn to face Scar Tom's attack. The cold knife light from top to bottom is like the Milky Way falling from the sky. Scar Tom seemed to have foreseen the fate of Ghost Rider being split in half. But when the tip of the knife touched the anti-injury thorn armor, Scar Tom's face suddenly changed drastically. Chapter 13 Counting the Harvest, A Great Harvest. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Scar Tom and Ghost Rider clashed, and the figures of both sides kept crossing, and there were bursts of sounds of weapons colliding. The more they fought, the uglier Scar Tom's face became. Because he was shocked to discover a terrible fact. That is, Ghost Rider not only has the extraordinary ability to be immune to physical damage, but also the anti-injury thorn armor he wears on his body, which also continuously brings counterattack damage. Just when Scar Tom was stunned, Ghost Rider immediately seized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Judgment of Sin. Ghost Rider clamped his legs around the skeleton warhorse and accelerated his charge towards Scar Tom, with the long spear in his hand emitting a dark fire, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. Even facing the charge of Ghost Rider, Scar Tom did not panic. As an advanced class of 9th level sailor, 8th level Storm Guard will get more combat support when fighting on the sea. With his agility, Scar Tom boasted that he could avoid the attack of the Ghost Rider. But at this moment, Scar Tom had been ignoring the ghost ship behind him, and suddenly many water streams jumped out, wrapping around him like vines. The ghost ship is alive. As soon as this thought came to Scar Tom's mind, the spear in the hand of the Ghost Rider pierced his body. Under the strong driving force, Scar Tom was nailed to the board directly. Before his death, Scar Tom still had his eyes wide open and died with his eyes open. Roland wore an invisible cloak and watched the end of the battle with cold eyes. Strictly speaking, Scar Tom, as an 8th level Storm Guard, has stronger physical attributes and better extraordinary abilities. But on the ever-changing battlefield, this can only be used as a reference data. After all, this is not a numerical game, but a real different world. Roland quietly came to Scar Tom's side, and like other pirate minions who had ruined the sea, he extracted him as a synthesis material. If he could obtain withered heart and human face flower again, he could synthesize another Ghost Rider and strengthen his own power. Roland ordered the Ghost Rider and a group of skeleton soldiers to wait where they were, and he returned to the ghost ship to count the gains of this encounter. The Ghost Rider obeyed the master's order, riding a skeleton warhorse, standing on the deck like a statue. However, this made it difficult for everyone in the Zheng family Chamber of Commerce. The Ghost Rider did not move, and the sailors on the deck did not dare to move, for fear that the man in front of them would transform them all into skeleton soldiers. It is easy to invite gods, but difficult to send them away. What's more, this is a murderous god. After returning to the ghost ship, Roland recalled the battle just now. The ghost ship has great strategic value. It can not only release battlefield fog to obscure vision, but also dive under the sea and launch a surprise attack on the enemy silently from under the sea. Roland was able to defeat the enemy with fewer people because of his deliberate actions. Roland took out the killing knife. The blade was red, stained with the indelible smell of blood. After drinking a lot of the blood of pirates, the killing knife has already reached the full killing state. Murderous knife, purple based on the bleeding dagger, this terrifying weapon is designed for killing. Every time a person is killed, a layer of killing status will be added. From the 5 options of sharpness, armor penetration, bleeding, poisoning, and damage deepening, one item will be randomly selected to increase the effect by 1 point. The killing status can be stacked up to 100 layers. 100 layers of killing status effects: sharpness plus 32, armor penetration plus 18, bleeding plus 20, poisoning plus 7, damage deepening plus 23. The killing knife is sharp and can kill with 1 blow. This alien world is too dangerous. Roland knows that his god-level talent is a late-stage talent. The longer he lives, the more potential he can bring into play. He is destined to hide behind the scenes and become an old silver coin. The direct fighting and killing are enough for the synthesized servants. After sweeping 3 pirate ships in a row, Roland is also very curious about how much wealth these pirates have hidden. Roland had previously extracted all the debris into synthetic materials, but now he took them out and counted them one by one. 130,000 gold dragon coins, cannons, matchlocks, 3 steam guns, unknown pet eggs, alchemical materials, potion materials. A man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse cannot grow fat without night grass. The dazzling array of harvests almost blinded Roland's eyes. Sure enough, Only robbery can make money the fastest. Roland seemed to have found a way to get rich quickly. This road was very dangerous. If he was unlucky enough to hit a hard nail, he would be broken and bloody. But Roland was different. He had a god-level talent for unlimited synthesis, and his growth rate was far beyond that of ordinary people. Roland held a gold dragon coin between his fingertips, with a golden dragon engraved on the front and a smooth back. It was the universal currency of this world. After these days of development, many Blue Star people also use gold dragon coins to trade when trading in the cross-border exchange, replacing the original barter method. Roland looked at the potion that was previously listed on the cross-border exchange, but it had not been sold yet. Although the potion of pharmacist Koro is good, the side effects are obvious, which makes many buyers back off. He simply took it back at once and synthesized it for his own use later. With a huge sum of money in hand, Roland began to sweep up the goods in the cross-border exchange. Human face flower, buy. Withered heart, buy. Strange figure, buy. Lifeless cloth, buy. At this stage, many people do not have a correct understanding of the value of extraordinary materials, which leads to the inflated prices of extraordinary materials. Roland accepted everything that came, and his appetite was amazing. After a while, 130,000 gold dragon coins were used up. In desperation, Roland had to throw the captured cannons, matchlock guns, and steam guns to the cross-border exchange. Roland even packaged and sold the 3 pirate ships that sank to the bottom of the sea. This move immediately caused an uproar on the World Channel. Which boss is so arrogant that he sold so many guns in one go? Did he rob the arsenal? Fuck. What did I see? Someone is selling a 3-masted sailing ship now? Even if it needs repairs, it still has considerable value. Oh, it turns out to be Boss Roland, that's fine. You bunch of beasts, I just chatted in the group for a while, why are all the weapons on the cross-border exchange gone? The idiot above, what we lack most at this stage is a weapon. What weapon can compare to a gun? No matter how good your martial arts are, you can knock them down with one shot. With a gun in your hand, you won't panic. Guns such as matchlock guns and steam guns are weapons that actually improve combat power, and they were quickly snatched up by everyone. The gold dragon coins obtained from the transaction were once again squandered by Roland. Looking at the extraordinary materials on the ground in front of him, Roland rubbed his palms. Next, it's time to open the blind box again. What will be synthesized this time? Chapter 14 Synthesize the Shadow Core. Hundreds of corpses plus withered heart plus a lot of human face flowers equals level 9 Ghost Rider. Beside Roland, a ghostly fire was burning. After the Ghost Rider appeared, he immediately half-knelt in front of Roland. Synthesizing the Ghost Rider again verified Roland's guess. The key to the synthesis core formula of the Ghost Rider lies in withered heart and human face flowers. The other materials are just auxiliary materials. Immediately, Roland looked at the other materials. Strange human figure looks like a twisting maggot, and it will make people feel uneasy if you look at it for a long time. Lifeless cloth is also strange, sticking to human skin and can be stretched at will. As usual, Roland put his hands together and prayed secretly. My handsome and invincible tomato readers, bless me to synthesize powerful servants. I wish you to find a beautiful and generous girlfriend. Strange human figure plus lifeless cloth plus 100-year black iron equals black shadow core, level 9 ghost shadow. Roland looked down. The shadow under his feet twisted like a maggot or a snake, and after continuously extending forward, a strange figure slowly emerged from the end of the shadow. He was wearing a black ninja costume and a black mask on his head, wrapping himself tightly, revealing only a pair of indifferent scarlet pupils. The ghost wore a waist bag on his waist, which contained weapons such as kunai. After the ghost appeared, he immediately half-knelt on the ground. Greetings, Master. From under the mask, the ghost's voice came like an ordinary person. Black Shadow Core, 9th level Ghost, a new shadow plane creature born from a combination of multiple shadow elements. Supernatural abilities, multiple shadow clones, shadow body, breath blocking, change. Multiple shadow clones, can differentiate up to 20 shadow clones, and each has independent thinking consciousness. Shadow body, a body constructed by shadow elements, without physical vitals, can freely escape into the shadow plane, and is immune to bleeding and poisoning. And doubles the damage of fire and light spells. Breath blocking, can perfectly hide itself, block breath, sound, smell, heat, and presence. Only those with a perception attribute of D and or above can detect his existence. Change, can freely change into various humanoid creatures, with their appearance, voice, and temperament. If Ghost Rider is a servant who charges on the front battlefield. Then, Black Shadow Core, 9th level Ghost is an intelligence servant who is good at stealth combat and stealing intelligence. The only flaw is that he can't be invisible. Roland took out the light storage bottle and picked a ray of sunlight. Sunlight plus clothes equals invisibility cloak. The ghost held the invisibility cloak given by Roland in both hands, and was so excited that he couldn't control himself. "Thank you for the gift, my lord. If you wish, I will go through fire and water to get it." Roland didn't comment. After consuming all the extraordinary materials, Roland synthesized a total of 5 Ghost Riders and 3 ghosts this time. The gifts left by the 3 pirate ships, there is still an unknown pet egg, and some alchemical and pharmaceutical materials. Roland plans to go to Seagull Island and ask where there are pharmacists to help him refine the magic potion of the sequence profession. During the battle between the Ghost Rider and Scar Tom, Roland found a very interesting place. Although these extraordinary people have extraordinary abilities, they do not have any exquisite extraordinary skills. Most of the time, they rely on their superior physical attributes. Sex, to crush others. On the other hand, Roland mastered the Raise Nan in a short period of time. Recalling the perfect 9th level sailor potion he had drunk, Roland wondered. Could this be the true meaning of perfection? As for the fact that the ghost ship was able to cast the fog of war at the beginning of its birth, Roland also suspected that this was influenced by him, and the ghost ship was equivalent to drinking the perfect 9th level psychic potion. Suppressing his doubts, Roland began to deal with the merchant ships of the Zheng family Chamber of Commerce. Roland is not a bloodthirsty person. Especially when he saw that the merchant ships were all people with black hair and black eyes, he felt like he was seeing a fellow villager. He hoped to establish contact with the Zheng family Chamber of Commerce so that he could explore this world. Of course, this does not mean that Roland will meet the other party in his true face. Roland is determined to hide behind the scenes, so he will naturally not expose his true face. Before, Roland had some concerns. Now, Roland has a better choice. 2 ghosts sneaked into the shadow under Roland's feet, and another ghost turned into a strange shadow and clung to Roland, wrapping him tightly. The next moment, Roland's appearance and temperament changed drastically. A middle-aged man with extraordinary heroic spirit sat on the throne, his eyebrows full of domineering. Roland took out a mirror, looked at it for a long time, and nodded with satisfaction. This is the face he specially pinched according to the Xianba in Fenjiun. No one would have thought that under this face, there was actually a young man. At this moment, facing the Ghost Rider and a group of skeleton soldiers standing on the deck, the sailors of the Zheng family Chamber of Commerce began to be unable to support themselves. And they all used their eyes to signal the eldest lady to go to negotiate. Zheng Ji knew that the ghost ship gang was extremely vicious, and it was effortless to wipe out Scar Tom's forces. It would take only a few minutes to wipe out their merchant ship. But until now, the other party has not taken action. There must be some reason. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to surrender. Zheng Ji took a deep breath, and a trace of determination flashed in her beautiful eyes. She stepped in front of the Ghost Rider and bowed slightly. "Respected strong man, on behalf of the Zheng Family Chamber of Commerce, I am willing to pay a high price and thank you for your help." Perhaps, it was Zheng Ji's sincerity that moved the Ghost Rider. The Ghost Rider, who was standing on the deck like a sculpture, suddenly came to life. The Ghost Rider lowered his eyes and stared at the girl in front of him for a moment. "The Great Master is calling you. Follow me." The hoarse voice from under the helmet was like two pieces of embroidery rubbing against each other, which made people's eardrums uncomfortable. These words fell into Zheng Ji's ears, and a storm of waves rose in her heart. "What's going on? Does the ghost ship have another owner?" Zheng Ji raised her eyes and looked forward. From the deck of the ghost ship, a staircase paved by water stretched out. Many skeleton soldiers lined up on both sides, and the Ghost Rider led the way. Zheng Ji followed behind tremblingly. She followed the Ghost Rider all the way into the captain's room. Then, the leading Ghost Rider, together with the other 5 Ghost Riders, half knelt on both sides. Zheng Ji was surprised. She saw with her own eyes that the Ghost Rider easily raised his spear and pierced Scar Tom's chest. But now, there are as many as 6 Ghost Riders, bowing their proud heads to the man on the throne like pilgrims. Zheng Ji looked over. Behind the low curtain, a burly man sat on the throne like a dragon and a tiger, exuding a trembling breath. Chapter 15 Construction Drawings of the Lord's Mansion. The man in a black cloak sat on the throne, with a sense of majesty without anger. Zheng Ji boasted that she was knowledgeable and had the honor to accompany her father, the president of the Zheng Family Chamber of Commerce, to meet the emperor of the glorious empire. She vaguely felt that a certain temperament of the other party was exactly the same as that of His Majesty the Emperor. This person has an extraordinary temperament and owns an ancient and mysterious ghost ship. Why have I never heard of him? Maybe he came from outside the Broken Star Sea. Could it be that he also heard about the rumors of the sea god's treasure, so he came to the Broken Star Sea from afar? In a short moment, thousands of thoughts in the girl's mind disappeared in an instant. With a thump, the girl knelt down and prostrated herself on the ground. "Respected strong man, Zheng's Chamber of Commerce has no intention of being your enemy. On behalf of Zheng's Chamber of Commerce, I am willing to offer you half of the cargo on the merchant ship, begging you to be generous and give us a chance to survive." Roland lowered his eyelids and looked down at the girl crawling on the ground. As the head of the Zheng's Chamber of Commerce sister, the girl has a special temperament. The wet clothes stuck tightly to her body, outlining her slender and well-proportioned figure, making people want to bully her severely. The universal value of Blue Star is equality for all. The girl knelt down without hesitation, which surprised Roland. This also made Roland realize that in this alien world, the gap between people is sometimes greater than the gap between people and animals. The weak can only humbly offer sincerity in front of the strong. Yes. Following the principle of saying too much will lead to mistakes, Roland did not say much. A shadow extended from Roland's feet, and with the help of the dim light in the captain's room, it merged into Zheng Ji's shadow. As if hearing the sound of nature, Zheng Ji put down the burden in her heart and breathed a sigh of relief. After the girl thanked her profusely, she turned and left. Not long after, the girl led 10 sailors and carried boxes of goods onto the ghost ship. Zheng Ji held a blueprint in both hands and bowed to Roland again. "Respected strong man, I would like to present the Lord's Mansion construction blueprint, please accept it." "Oh." Roland was a little interested. Seeing that Roland was interested, Zheng Ji's mouth corners slightly raised. Since its establishment, our Zheng Family Chamber of Commerce has mainly engaged in smuggling trade, specializing in smuggling obsolete military equipment from the glorious empire to the Pirate Cross Guild to make huge profits. As for this Lord's Mansion construction blueprint, it is a commodity designated by a strong man from the Pirate Cross Guild for trading. Roland did not believe Zheng Ji's one-sided words. He held his chin with one hand, tilted his head slightly, and closed his eyes, seemingly listening to Zheng Ji's story. In fact, a ghost figure broke away from Zheng Ji's shadow, returned to the shadow under Roland's feet, and secretly reported the situation to him. After learning that the merchant ship was in fact in the situation and the girl did not try to cheat and get away with it, Roland signaled Ghost Rider No. 1 to take the Lord's Mansion construction drawing. Lord's Mansion construction drawing. Select a location to build the Lord's Mansion. Construction requirements: 5,000 units of stone, unit of wood. 1 unit equals 1 kilogram. Another item that he had never seen before. Roland played with the drawing in his hand and looked at the girl with interest. Giving him this drawing, is it to divert the trouble? Under Roland's gaze, Zhang Ji's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Fearing that she would be misunderstood, she quickly explained. The strong man from the Pirate Cross Guild is the patriarch of the Andre family who controls the ruling power of Seagull Island. We went to Seagull Island as agreed, but we never thought that we would be robbed by Scar Tom halfway. The Zhang family Chamber of Commerce has been operating this sea route for many years and has already dealt with nearby pirates, but something went wrong at this critical moment. The Andre family has a big problem. I suspect that the reason why the Andre family did this is not only to swallow up our batch of goods, but also to avoid paying off the debt owed after the previous transaction. Since the Andre family was unkind before, don't blame us for being unjust. Roland's eyes flickered. He followed the route that Catalina left and was about to reach Seagull Island. At present, he was still completely in the dark about the situation on Seagull Island. Tell me about the situation on Seagull Island. Zhang Ji was overjoyed. She lowered her head and told the situation she had learned. Seagull Island covers an area of a about 120 square kilometers. It is the eastern gateway of the Pirate Cross Guild. It is adjacent to the Glorious Empire. There are close exchanges between ships, which has created economic prosperity here. The Pirate Cross Guild is a loose pirate alliance, and they are not subordinate to each other. The pirates each occupy one or more islands and dominate them. It has been 3 years since the Andre family took Seagull Island from other pirates. The girl's pronunciation is clear and crisp. As she spoke, Zhang Ji carefully raised her head and saw Roland's expressionless face from the corner of her eyes. She found that the other party did not seem to care much about the news. After a slight pause, Zhang Ji gritted her teeth and broke a big news. I dare to guess that the reason you appeared in the Broken Star Sea is to seize the treasure of Poseidon, right? As you know, our Zhang family Chamber of Commerce is engaged in smuggling business and pays the most attention to intelligence gathering. According to the intelligence collected by the Zhang family Chamber of Commerce, we found that the Pirate Cross Guild has been active in recent years. Many pirates are eager to improve their strength and often appear near the Eternal Islands. The Eternal Islands are suspected to be buried with the treasure of Poseidon. Treasure of Poseidon? Roland's heart moved. He recalled the series of actions taken by Catalina at the time. The other party transported black slaves to the nameless island and exchanged them for the 9th-level sailor potion from the pharmacist Koro to enhance the strength of the pirates under his command. If it weren't for Catalina's bad luck, she might have succeeded. Could it be that Catalina also intended to fight for the treasure of the sea god? Roland didn't say anything, as if he agreed. Zhang Ji's heart stomped and she secretly blamed herself for being reckless. This strong man came all the way to the Broken Star Sea, how could he not know about this kind of thing? This is bad, I just presumptuously speculated on his intentions, didn't I make him angry? Zhang Ji was uneasy and felt that she was living a miserable life. You go down. The girl was relieved until Roland waved his hand to drive him away. She returned to the deck of the merchant ship, and a gust of sea breeze blew on her face. Zhang Ji felt cold all over, and then she realized that her clothes were soaked with cold sweat. After no one disturbed him, Roland took out the construction drawings of the Lord's Mansion. This thing doesn't require it to be built on land. What if I build the Lord's Mansion on the ghost ship? Roland took out the remaining potion. Before deciding anything, let's synthesize it first. Chapter 16 Indescribable. You call this the Lord's Mansion? Previously, Roland tried various synthesis, and the results were more or less based on some evidence. But this time, it was different. Roland wanted to put completely unrelated synthetic materials together, and no one knew what would be synthesized. Roland took a bath and changed his clothes, clasped his hands together, and looked pious. My invincible and handsome tomato readers, please bless me to be able to synthesize successfully this time. I wish you all high scores in every exam and everyone can go to college. / Lord's Mansion Construction Drawings plus Fire Potion plus Werewolf Transformation Potion plus Blood and Flesh Potion plus Alchemical Materials equals Red Church Construction Drawings. When I typed a question mark, it wasn't me who had a problem, it was you who had a problem. Red Church Construction Drawing, select a location to build the Red Church. Construction requirements: 1 unit of stone, 1 unit of wood, 2,500 units of pig iron, 500 units of obsidian. Roland looked like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. What the hell is this? It can't be that a distorted melon or a jujube is synthesized, right? After synthesizing it, Roland was a little unwilling and determined to make it. There were a lot of construction materials required, so Roland set his sights on the goods that Zhang Ji had offered. Imperial crossbow, Imperial organ cannon, Imperial ram, Imperial catapult. Good. 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 Zheng's Chamber of Commerce is indeed a big smuggler. Roland packed them all and threw them on the cross-border exchange. In an instant, the world channel was boiling again. Fuck. Fuck. What did I see? The Glorious Empire's Siege 4-piece set. Brother upstairs, are you also in the Broken Star Sea? Ahem, I'm not talented. I'm just a trainee spearman in the Glorious Empire barracks. Brother, you're awesome. The Glorious Empire is an old empire with a history of more than 1,000 years. If you want to successfully join the army, you have to go through a brutal recruitment elimination process, which can be described as 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge. Brother, you're flattering me. How can I be as awesome as Roland? Look at him. Did he rob an arsenal somewhere in the Glorious Empire? I don't think so. Not long ago, Roland sold 3 pirate ships and a bunch of guns. I suspect that Roland is hanging around in a battlefield to pick up bargains. As the only extraordinary person on the list, Roland has his own traffic. Just selling military equipment has caused heated debate among the crowd. Seeing that the time was ripe, Roland shouted in the World Channel. Buy stone, wood, pig iron, and obsidian at a high price. Friends who have goods, hurry up and sell them on the cross-border exchange. After shouting, Roland was surprised to find that the font he sent was red and bold, and it was pinned to the top of the World Channel. Is this the gold content of the first person on the list? Roland's mouth curled up, feeling pretty good. As for what others would think, even constantly at him, trying to get in touch with him, Roland ignored them all. Although the military equipment Roland sold was a bit high-end, it couldn't withstand the large number of Blue Star people. Every 10 minutes or so, a product was sold. Roland carefully watched the cross-border exchange. As long as there were manufacturing materials online, no matter how much the price was, he would buy them all. Rich, arrogant. One step faster, every step faster. Tasting the sweetness of God-level talent, Roland knew very well that he was racing against time. As long as he always stays ahead, the money he loses now will be earned back 1,000 times in the future. Roland bought the manufacturing materials at a high price, which seemed to be a big loss. But if you look at it from another angle, think carefully. Others found that selling goods to Roland is more profitable than selling to others. In the future, whenever Roland urgently needs to purchase certain items, and everyone is willing to sell them to Roland first to make a profit. Roland purchases goods, X. Roland trains workers, A. After more than 2 hours, the manufacturing materials are finally purchased. Roland took the red church manufacturing drawing and scratched his head. How do I use this thing? Roland tried to input magic power into the drawing. The next moment, Roland felt that he and the drawing had a mysterious connection. He only needs to choose an address and put in manufacturing materials to build it himself. This is not scientific. But it is magical. Roland has long been tired of the buildings on the ghost ship. After all, it was originally a pirate ship, and there is no high aesthetic value. As long as it can be lived in, it's fine. After choosing the ghost ship as the construction address, the drawing suddenly bloomed with endless light. Under the light, the 4 building materials on the ground quickly melted away like snow in the scorching sun. Boom! The ghost ship roared from top to bottom. Such a huge movement immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the merchant ship. Zheng Ji held the railing with both hands and looked at the ghost ship shrouded in endless light in amazement. The Lord's Mansion manufacturing drawings designed by a 9th-level designer cannot build a building with special properties without the guidance of an 8th-level builder. That strong man, it is impossible not to know about this kind of thing. Zheng Ji's heart was full of doubts. The next moment, the endless light faded, revealing the new building below. A Romanesque church was built on the huge ghost ship. The central dome was supported by an octagonal base, as if it was about to pierce the sky. The huge lintel and the werewolf-shaped guide stone statue. The door of the church was covered with a red carpet, and coffins were neatly arranged on both sides. Pumpkin lanterns were hung on the bizarre trees. Wisps of mist lingered on the ship, and a full moon hung high in the night sky. Under the bright moonlight, the entire red church looked cold and solemn, which made people shudder. Zheng Ji returned to the ghost ship and found that the size of the entire ship had more than doubled. Just as she walked towards the church, there was a creaking sound from the coffins on both sides. The coffin lid opened a corner, and an arm wrapped in bandages stretched out. Zheng Ji was startled. She looked around, fearing that some terrible monster would jump out of the coffin. At this time, the huge werewolf stone statue opened its eyes and made a low voice. "Follow me." At this time, at this moment, Zheng Ji's mind was a mess, and she subconsciously followed the werewolf stone statue. Until she entered the red church, she did not encounter any accidents. At the end of the red carpet, Roland, wearing an invisibility cloak, sat on the throne and admired the new building. Red Church, Lord's Mansion Building. Special attribute: chaos pollution. Buildings and items within the Red Church are polluted into chaos followers. Just one special attribute is worth the money. Don't forget that the Red Church was built on a ghost ship. This also means that the ghost ship has also been polluted into a chaos follower. And its various abilities have become strange and powerful. A thump interrupted Roland's thoughts. Zheng Ji knelt on the ground and asked tremblingly. "I have little knowledge, so I dare to ask, what is this church?" "This is the Lord's Mansion." "Ah!" The girl was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 17. Are you teaching me how to do things? Seagull Island. The sea is vast and the sky is high, and fish swim in the shallows. There are all kinds of ships moored at the pier. Merchants, pirates, bounty hunters, lone rangers, no matter who they are, they dare not make trouble on Seagull Island to avoid provoking the Andre family. The street closest to the pier is called Happy Street. Happy Street is a den of pirates, and the casinos and taverns are crowded. Walking on Happy Street, you can see the charming prostitutes from time to time, flirting and soliciting customers. As long as they are willing to pay 1,000 gold dragon coins, these prostitutes will enthusiastically link shoulders with the guests and walk to the alley not far away to spend the night together. Killing the fat sheep. This is the largest tavern on Happy Street. The door opened, and Roland and Zheng Ji walked into the tavern side by side. Roland was still wearing a black cloak, and the ghost number 1 covered his body, changing his face, and it was the face of the hero in the wind and cloud. His tall and sturdy figure and his awe-inspiring temperament all showed his unique identity. As he walked straight towards the bar, he could clearly feel the pirates around him secretly looking at him, as if they were trying to figure out his background. With a pop, Roland placed the bag of gold dragon coins on the bar and looked up at the bartender in front of him. "I heard that you have the most up-to-date information here." The bartender paused while wiping the wine glass, took the cloth bag, weighed it slightly, and showed a bright smile on his face. "Guest, you really found the right place. Excuse me, what information do you need to know?" As he said, the bartender poured a cocktail and presented it to the strange strong man in front of him. Roland shook the high-heeled glass, and the wine rippled in the glass with a breathtaking color. "How much do you know about the whereabouts of the pirate Katarina? It seems that you, guest, are also interested in competing for the treasure of the sea god." The bartender smiled slightly and took out a bounty from the glorious empire. "Katarina is the illegitimate daughter of Edward Teach, the Blackbeard. The bounty on her in the glorious empire is as high as 400,000 gold dragon coins. She left Seagull Island 2 days ago and returned to the Eternal Islands." "Oh." Roland raised his eyebrows and became interested. "Give me another piece of information about the sea god's treasure and Edward Teach, the more detailed the better." The bartender didn't say anything and rubbed his fingers together. "Meaning, you have to pay more." Roland took out 2 bags of gold dragon coins again. "Just by listening to the jingling sound inside, you can tell how much money is in them." Such a rich man's behavior attracted the eyes of the surrounding pirates. Even the bartender's smile was more meaningful. "Blackbeard Edward Teach is a 6th-level windwalker on the Storm Tyrant path. He is one of the giants of the Pirate Cross Guild. He occupies hundreds of islands and named them the Eternal Islands, which means to rule these islands forever. In recent years, a rumor has been circulating on the sea that the sea god's treasure is buried somewhere in the Eternal Islands. The sea god's treasure may have treasures that can be promoted to a 5th-level sequence profession. It has attracted large and small forces in the Broken Star Sea, but due to the fierce reputation of Blackbeard Edward Teach, they only explore the periphery." Roland was listening fascinated, but found that there was no follow-up. "This is like the tomato readers who are following the National Grand Voyage. I can infinitely synthesize and suddenly found that the author deliberately broke the chapter in the key chapter. It's uncomfortable. That's it." After spending so many gold dragon coins and only hearing some general information, Roland felt that he had lost 100 million. The bartender's expression gradually became ferocious, and he snapped his fingers. "Guest, guess why our tavern is called Slaughter the Fat Sheep?" With the sound of snapping fingers, a group of sturdy men holding various weapons surrounded Roland and Zheng Ji. The bartender untied his scarf and loosened his collar, revealing his muscular chest. He moved his 10 knuckles, making a series of crackling sounds, like frying beans. "Boy, if you know what's good for you, hand over all the gold dragon coins on you, and our Andre family can still keep you alive." The surrounding pirates moved away from the bar, pointing and talking here, and laughter came from time to time. Obviously, the pirates have long been accustomed to it. Roland frowned slightly. "Do you Seagull Island still follow the rules?" Hearing this, as if they had heard a big joke, the pirates laughed so hard that tears almost fell out of their eyes. The bartender clenched his fist and sneered. "On Seagull Island, our Andre family is the rule. Pirates are a group of people without legal and moral constraints. It's better to expect them to abide by the rules than to expect a sow to climb a tree." Roland crossed his fingers and placed his palms together on his chin. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Looking at Roland's calm and indifferent expression, the bartender vaguely felt that something was wrong. But for a moment, he couldn't tell. Zheng Ji's eyes showed pity. "Why offend this big guy when you can't offend anyone else? Bartender, you're going to die." Roland raised his right hand and clasped his thumb and middle finger. Snap sounded as if sending some terrible signal. The next moment, a group of uninvited guests suddenly jumped out from the shadows behind the group of burly men. They were all dressed in the same outfit, wearing a black ninja uniform and a black mask, revealing only a pair of cold and ruthless scarlet eyes. The ghost's shadow clone, like a skilled assassin, gently wiped the throat of the enemy in front of him with a kunai. With blood splattering, a body fell to the ground softly. In an instant, all 15 sturdy men died. Danger! The bartender was extremely shocked and wanted to catch Roland first. But before he could make any move, he suddenly found that his vision was reversed. Until the head after landing, the bartender could see his headless body clearly. But when he was about to die, the bartender still didn't find the murderer. The ghost number 2 wore an invisible cloak and executed the bartender quickly. Then he gently shook off the blood on the kunai and stood behind Roland like a ghost. Silence! Silence! Complete silence! The pirates who were still laughing at Roland just now were like ducks with their throats pinched, unable to fart. Their faces were red and green. Even the young girl Zhang Ji was in a state of shock. She didn't react at all. She just felt that the enemies were all dead when she opened and closed her eyes. Zhang Ji looked around suspiciously. The group of ninjas who had appeared and disappeared just now disappeared without a trace again. They seemed to be far away in the sky, but also seemed to be close at hand. Invisible fear loomed over everyone. Roland turned his chair and faced the crowd. After you go out, tell the Andre family one thing. From today on, I have the final say on Seagull Island. Chapter 18 Ghost Ship Shocking Appearance. The terrain of Seagull Island is high in the west and low in the east. Going west along Happy Street, a magnificent bunker stands on a steep cliff. Rows of artillery are placed on the walls of the bunker, intimidating any potential challenger. Anyone who wants to capture the bunker has to fight all the way up along the diagonal wave, leaving countless corpses on the way. With a pop, a blonde and blue-eyed young man dropped an expensive wine bottle to the ground. The debris flew everywhere, and the wine spilled all over the ground. The young man's eyes were bloodshot, staring at the subordinate who came to report the situation, and said hatefully, "How unreasonable! It's really unreasonable. It has always been our Andre family that has gone to grab other people's territory. Today, someone dared to challenge the dignity of our Andre family. Pass my order, everyone in the bunker, follow me down the mountain." Hearing this, the subordinate suddenly changed color. He grabbed the young man's hand and advised earnestly, "Master, the captain is leading the main force to the Eternal Islands. Now is the time when the defense of Seagull Island is the weakest. That man is obviously well prepared. Master, don't fall into the thief's evil plan." Little Andre kicked his loyal subordinate away. He was like an enraged young lion, leading a group of vicious pirates, and couldn't wait to go down the mountain, vowing to teach Roland a lesson. As if sensing the coming storm, Happy Street was deserted, and no one could be seen on the street. With a mace on his shoulder, Andre kicked open the door and rushed into the tavern with a group of pirates. Andre's actions seemed reckless, but in fact, he was always highly alert. The expected attack did not come. Unlike Andre's imagination, the madman who provoked the Andre family was now sitting quietly at the bar. Roland held a heavy book in one hand and seemed to be writing something. If he were in another place, such as a cafe, he would be mistaken for a writer who was traveling here. After writing the names of the important members of the Andre family in the death note one by one, Roland seemed to realize that someone had broken in belatedly. He raised his eyes slightly, with a calm attitude. "You're here. You shouldn't have come." Little Andre's face gradually became ferocious when he found that Roland didn't even look at him. He waved his heavy mace and grinned. "Kill him, little ones. The first person to behead this man will be rewarded with 100,000 gold dragon coins. There must be brave men under a heavy reward. For ordinary people, they can only earn 2,000 gold dragon coins at most in a year. 100,000 gold dragon coins, most people have to work hard for at least 50 years without eating or drinking. A group of pirate minions waved various weapons and rushed to the front in a swarm, trying to take the lead. Boom! But at this moment, the whole tavern was shaking violently. The next moment, the ceiling suddenly collapsed on a large scale, and rubble and soil fell like a torrential rain. Then, a huge three-masted sailing ship fell from the sky. Boom! In just this moment, more than 100 pirates were crushed into a pulp by the bottom of the ship. What the hell? Little Andre's eyes widened, looking at the scene in disbelief. The cold and sticky fog of war swept in like a surging wave. Accompanied by the sound of crackling bones, one by one the pale skeleton soldiers appeared in the depths of the fog. Don't panic! Little Andre swung his mace and smashed a nearby skeleton soldier into bone residue. Just a skeleton, nothing to be afraid of. In order to prove that what he said was true and to boost morale, Little Andre took the lead. Under the mace he swung, no skeleton soldier was his opponent. Ha ha ha! Come out and die, you bastard! Little Andre was so excited about killing that he didn't realize that he was gradually leaving the main force. When he killed to the depths of the fog, a huge scarlet church stood abruptly in front of him. The dark coffins on both sides stood up, and mummies wrapped in bandages staggered out. The bizarre roadside trees, the pumpkin lanterns casting a dim halo, and the red-eyed crows standing on the treetops stopped croaking and stared at the uninvited guest. The werewolf statue woke up from its slumber, took heavy steps, and blocked the middle of the road. Standing in front of the 5-meter-high statue, the figure of Little Andre seemed so small. What the hell is this place? Little Andre restrained the smile on his face, and his face was extremely ugly. As an 8th-level storm guard, the intuitive prompts brought by high perception strongly reminded him that this was an extremely dangerous place. No one answered his doubts. Awoo! The werewolf statue howled to the sky, and the stone statue turned into flesh at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was covered with needle-like bristles, and the corners of its mouth were slightly grinned. The sticky saliva dripped on the ground, making a hissing corrosion sound. The 5-meter height did not affect the werewolf's skills. After a few leaps, the werewolves quickly closed the distance between each other. Danger! Little Andre's pupils shrank into needles, and he had no time to dodge. He only had time to hold the mace across a bloody mouth. At the same time, Little Andre used his extraordinary skills passed down from his family. The raging wind blades, like countless sharp blades, swept forward mercilessly, trying to tear the werewolf's mouth. Blood splattered, and the flesh was bloody. Even so, it still couldn't stop the werewolf. Caw! Little Andre's figure disappeared in the bloody mouth, accompanied by a creepy chewing sound, and his life journey ended here. Under the tactical division of the fog of war, the pirates of the Andre family were divided into large and small areas, unable to contact each other, and could only fight on their own. 6 evil ghost knights charged together, piercing back and forth, and dispersed the pirates who had finally gathered together. 2 ghosts and many shadow clones shuttled through the shadows, silently harvesting lives. The conflict came quickly and ended quickly. When the fog of war gradually dissipated, only a wreckage and a mess were left in the tavern. Roland stood on the deck and slowly closed the death note. He looked at the direction where Little Andre last appeared and said calmly, "You shouldn't have come. Because, this day next year will be your death anniversary." When stepping onto Seagull Island, the ghost learned from many pirates that the patriarch of the Andre family was now leading the main force to the Eternal Islands to explore the treasure of the sea god. Roland came up with a strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Now, there are not many pirates left in the bunker. Now is the best time for him to seize the bunker. Chapter 19 Extraordinary Laws. Boom! A huge roar came from the steep cliffs. The gate of the bunker fell down with a bang, raising clouds of dust. The few resistances in the bunker also disappeared as Roland stepped into it. If the patriarch of the Andre family had not led the main force to the Eternal Islands, it would have been basically impossible for him to take down the bunkers so easily. The rows of artillery on the bunker wall alone were enough to cause heavy damage to the ghost ship. The bunker's interior was magnificent and extremely luxurious. Roland sat on the sofa with his eyes slightly closed. The 6 ghost knights dispersed and led the skeleton soldiers to search every corner of the bunker, not letting go of any valuables. Large and small packages of items were transported to Roland one after another, piling up into a small mountain. Zheng Ji had already known about military equipment such as Imperial crossbow and Imperial organ cannon. After all, they were all sold to the André family by the Zheng family Chamber of Commerce. As for the treasure chests filled with expensive items such as gold, agate, and pearls, Zheng Ji had already prepared for it. But what shocked the eldest lady of the Zheng family Chamber of Commerce was that the André family was much richer than she had imagined. Alchemy sail, iron golem, wind element skill inheritance, exorcism necklace, supernatural law, 9th level monster potion. In many cases, such supernatural items cannot be bought with money. If I can get half of the wealth here. No. Even if I only get 10% of the wealth, I will be able to overwhelm all opposition voices in the Chamber of Commerce and take over the position of president from my father. The evil thoughts in my heart are like a prairie fire that is out of control. As the saying goes, if there is a 50% profit, capital will take risks. If there is a 100% profit, it will dare to trample on all human laws. If there is a 300% profit, it will dare to commit any crime. There is no doubt. The girl is an excellent businessman. So, at this moment, she was really moved. Zheng Ji did not forget that the owner of the ghost ship was a powerful man with unfathomable strength. But she believed that 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. As long as I can encourage all the pirates on Seagull Island to attack together, even he will be defeated. Zheng Ji found a reason and said goodbye to Roland. The girl did not notice that the shadow under her feet twisted slightly. The bait has been hooked. Roland suddenly opened his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. For Roland, all the pirates on the entire Seagull Island can be used as synthesis materials. But his power is limited. If he divides his troops to attack, it will only cause unnecessary losses. And if he concentrates his strength to eliminate the pirates, he cannot guarantee that they will be caught in one net, but will scare away all the pirates. It is for this reason that Roland deliberately brought Zheng Ji, an outsider, along the way to let her see with her own eyes the wealth of the André family that makes countless people jealous. Money moves people's hearts, this is an eternal truth. Some people get it in a proper way. Some people take it by trickery. Obviously, the Zheng family Chamber of Commerce, which has always been engaged in smuggling, has nothing to do with making money in a legitimate way. Of course, in order to prevent things from getting out of his control, Roland specifically ordered Ghost Shadow No. 2 to keep a close eye on Zheng Ji. Ghost Shadow No. 2 has the ability of breath blocking, and with invisibility cloak, unless the perception attribute is above D+, his existence cannot be detected at all. Ghost Shadow is very weak in frontal combat, but surprisingly strong in lurking. It takes a lot of time for Zheng Ji to connect the pirates on Seagull Island. Roland picked up the André family's collection of books to make up for the knowledge of the other world. A supernatural laws. There are 3 supernatural laws. First, the conservation of supernatural factors. In this world, the total number of supernatural factors is constant. This means that the more sequence professionals walking on the same supernatural path, the fewer supernatural factors are distributed to each sequence professional. This will further make it difficult for them to master supernatural skills, and the power of supernatural skills will be greatly reduced. Second, supernatural disorder. Each sequence professional potion contains the influence of the subspace. From low-level to high-level sequence professional potions, the greater the influence of the subspace, the greater the risk of sequence professionals losing control and distortion. Third, supernatural gravity. Question him, understand him, become him, and surpass him. The higher the supernatural path goes, the more similar the personalities of supernatural people are, and they will instinctively fight with supernatural people of the same level to compete for the winner, so as to obtain a higher level sequence profession. Closing the book, Roland recalled the extraordinary people of the 9th level sailor and the 8th level storm guard he had seen before. No wonder Roland always felt that the strength of this group of pirates was very average. They basically did not use extraordinary skills, and they relied more on superior attributes to fight. Since the other world is a vast ocean, the number of extraordinary people who embarked on the Storm Tyrant path is the largest, followed by the extraordinary people of the Death path. According to the law of conservation of extraordinary factors, this means that the sequence professions of these two extraordinary paths are actually sewer professions. Why does this feel like it? It feels like when we were playing DNF, everyone played Ghost Swordsman, but they were cut by the planner. After understanding the 3 laws of extraordinary, Roland became more determined. He must open up his own extraordinary path outside of the 108 extraordinary paths. Others can't do it. It doesn't mean he can't do it. Roland glanced at the rankings. First place, Roland, 9th level sailor. Second place, Wang Luffy, 9th level fighter. Third place, Fang Zheng, 9th level psychic. Fourth place, Guojiri, 9th level spearman. €. These days, people have been listed on the list one after another. The number of extraordinary people has exceeded 60,000. For the 6 billion people on Blue Star, extraordinary people only account for a small proportion. Among them, Fang Zheng, an old acquaintance who has traded with Roland many times, ranks 3rd. It seems that he has also had quite a few adventures on Skull Island. There are so many talented people in the world. Roland never thought that he was the only lucky one. Seeing so many extraordinary people on the list, Roland was not surprised but happy. This means that they have channels to obtain extraordinary potions. After Roland sorted the wealth of the André family, he sold all the items he didn't need to the cross-border exchange. Then, he publicly shouted on the World Channel. Buy the 9th level sequence professional potions of 108 extraordinary paths at a high price. If you are interested, you can chat privately. As soon as this was said, it immediately caused an uproar on the World Channel. Chapter 20 Synthesize Black Myth, Wukong. The World Channel exploded. What new moves has Boss Roland made? He actually wants to buy the sequence professional potions of 108 extraordinary paths. I have a feeling that Boss Roland is going to make trouble. Boss Roland has always been generous. If I have sequence professional potions, I will definitely give priority to selling them to him. The World Channel was full of discussions. Soon, Fang Zheng, an old acquaintance of Roland, chatted with him privately. Boss Roland, how about the potion of a 9th level psychic? Roland's eyes flickered. When he checked the rankings just now, he found that Fang Zheng ranked 3rd, and he was a 9th level psychic. Roland asked tentatively. How many potions do you have? Hey, there are plenty. Speaking of this, Fang Zheng seemed very proud. I have been digging graves day and night on Skull Island, and I accidentally found a pharmacist's manual of medicine, which records the formula of the 9th level psychic potion. There is a main ingredient in it that is everywhere on Skull Island. Now I have accumulated 6 bottles of 9th level psychic potion in my hand. I want to exchange it with you for the extraordinary equipment exorcism necklace. Do you think it's okay? Exorcism necklace is one of the collections of the André family. Roland didn't need this extraordinary equipment, so he simply traded with the buyer Fang Zheng. He thought that after the transaction, Fang Zheng would hide away as before. Unexpectedly, before saying goodbye, Fang Zheng said something strange to him. Boss, have you noticed recently that every time night falls, the moon in the sky seems to be getting redder and redder? Roland didn't take the other party's nonsense words to heart. After Fang Zheng, Roland traded with other buyers and bought 7 kinds of extraordinary path sequence professional potions. There is still a long way to go to reach Roland's collection goal. It is obviously unrealistic to collect all 108 extraordinary paths of sequence professional potions in a short period of time. So Roland simply put up a purchase order on the cross-border exchange. At this moment, with the reputation of the Zheng family Chamber of Commerce, Zheng Ji quickly contacted the big and small pirate leaders on Seagull Island. The remote tavern on Happy Street is now overcrowded. A group of ferocious pirates surrounded a table tightly. Facing the stares of the pirates, Zheng Ji pretended to be calm and said, "I invited you all here this time because I want to do a big deal with you. You all know that the outsider killed little André and occupied the wealth accumulated by the André family for many years. So, I want to join hands with you to seize the wealth of the André family from him." Upon hearing this, a one-eyed pirate snorted coldly. He was dressed in rags and had his arms folded. "Girl, since that man is not afraid of the revenge of the André family, it means he is very powerful. If we listen to you and rush forward foolishly, wouldn't we become cannon fodder for you to explore the way? The pirates who make a living on this sea are all living on the edge of a knife. You can say they are greedy, but you can never say they are stupid. Because fools don't live long." Zheng Ji knew the concerns of the pirates early on and had a plan in mind. "Perhaps, because I am young and beautiful, that person currently trusts me. When the time comes, I will pretend to drink with him and make him drink the extraordinary poisonous wine. Even if he cannot die on the spot, he can lose most of his strength. Poisoning. For this kind of thing, almost every pirate present is familiar with it." "Girl, you are really cruel." The one-eyed pirate grinned, revealing a row of yellow teeth. "But, I like it." The lights flickered, and everyone was plotting. Only the shadow under the girl's seat twisted slightly for a moment. A shadow came from a distance and disappeared in a flash. Immediately, Ghost Shadow number 2 jumped out from Roland's shadow, leaned close to his ear and whispered, and revealed Zheng Ji and the pirates' plan. Roland had a faint smile on his face, like a fisherman sitting on a fishing platform, making nests in the sea and watching the schools of fish coming to him. It's time to prepare to close the net. In order to avoid the plan going wrong, Roland needed to add a final layer of insurance. Roland took out a piece of crystal amber. This was specially selected from the treasures of the André family. Ordinary people could not discover the truth of this amber at all. Even the André family only regarded it as a rare piece of amber and deliberately stored it in the underground treasury. But in Roland's eyes, this piece of amber showed its extraordinariness. Blood of God, a drop of blood from an unknown evil god. If taken directly, 99% of people will explode and die, and 1% will be terribly deformed. It can be used for alchemy and medicine. No one would have thought that there would be such a treasure on a small seagull island. If it were other Blue Star people, they would return empty-handed and could only grope around blindly. Only Roland could make full use of this valuable material. The last time he defeated Scar Tom, some materials were left behind. Unknown pet egg was selected by Roland and extracted as a synthetic material. As for other synthetic materials, Roland also had an idea. Level 9 Monster Potion is a sequence of professional potions from the wrong path, extracted together as a synthetic material. Then, Roland set his sights on the land under his feet. No. To be precise, it should be the Seagull Island under his feet. On the first day of the crossing, Roland used seawater to synthesize sea elements. Now, Roland wanted to try and see what he could combine with this island. However, there was no rush. After all, Roland was still waiting for Zheng Ji to take the bait with a group of pirates. If the entire Seagull Island disappeared, it would only alert the enemy. After waiting patiently for a long time, the girl finally arrived. There was no abnormality on Zheng Ji's face. With her hands behind her back, she walked lightly to Roland like a happy elf and said with a smile, Guess what good thing I brought for you. Without waiting for Roland to speak, Zheng Ji took out the bottle of wine hidden behind her. Ding ding ding. Look, this is a Bloody Mary from 100 years ago. I bought it from someone else with great difficulty. The girl was pure and lovely, with clear and moving eyes. If no one knew in advance, no one would have thought that this bottle of wine was added with many extraordinary poisons such as peach blossom powder, mandrake, and heartbreak grass. No hurry. Roland's mouth corners slightly raised. Let me show you a magic trick first. The next moment, the magic power and spirit in Roland's body poured out like a flood from a dam. The entire Seagull Island disappeared without a trace in an instant. An island plus steel golem plus level 9 monster potion plus God's blood plus unknown pet egg equals Wukong. Chapter 21 The Man of Destiny. Perform magic. Zheng Ji hadn't reacted yet. As Roland snapped his fingers, Zheng Ji suddenly felt empty under his feet. The girl fell down quickly and fell into the sea with a plop. Not only her. The pirates who were ambushing around the bunker fell into the sea one after another like dumplings. What happened? Where is Seagull Island? How can such a big island disappear just like that? The pirates were panicked and almost incoherent. Look, what is that? The one-eyed dragon pointed to the sky, his accent trembling. Zheng Ji and the pirates looked up in unison. But they saw a huge boulder suspended in the air. Bang! 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 From the boulder, a sound like a beating heart was heard. And, as time passed, the sound became louder. With a click, a crack appeared on the surface of the boulder. Then, more and more cracks appeared, as if covered with spider webs. Boom! With the rubble flying everywhere, a figure appeared in everyone's sight. He is tall, covered with grey-brown hair, wearing coarse linen clothes, and holding an iron rod in his hand. 9th level Wukong, a monkey who steps onto the long steps to godhood. Supernatural abilities, keen inspiration, future vision, man of destiny, copper head and iron arms. Keep inspiration, possess extraordinary perception and combat intuition. Future vision, able to briefly see what will happen in the next 3 seconds. Man of destiny, kill powerful enemies, temper oneself, and make up for the 6 roots. Different processes will affect the supernatural abilities obtained after advancement. Copperhead and iron arms, strong physique, hard to break. Immune to the damage of white quality weapons, reduce the damage of green quality weapons by 50%, and can grow after absorbing special metals. When the pirates found that a monkey jumped out of the stone, the one-eyed dragon and others were relieved. I was scared to death. I thought it was a monster, but it turned out to be just a monkey. Ha ha ha, I have killed many people, but I have never killed a monkey. Let me use it to test whether my knife is still sharp. After saying that, the one-eyed dragon immediately pushed away the sea water with both hands and swam quickly in the direction where Wukong fell. Now anyone with a discerning eye could see that their plan to encircle Roland had failed. At this time, turning around and running away would be the worst option. After all, where could they escape to in the vast ocean? There were also many pirates with the mind of the one-eyed dragon. Compared with the huge ghost ship lying across the sea and the unfathomable Roland standing at the bow, they would rather deal with Wukong, who made Wukong look like a soft persimmon that was easy to squeeze. Among the crowd, only Zheng Ji was in great panic. She witnessed with her own eyes that the huge Seagull Island disappeared in Roland's thought. And after that, the monkey in the stone was born. No matter how you look at it, that monkey is not simple. Roland stood on the bow, his cloak fluttering in the wind. No one could see that Roland was in an extremely weak state at this time. Seagull Island covers an area of euro 120 square kilometers. To extract such a large island as synthetic materials almost exhausted Roland's magic and mental strength. But fortunately, the result was gratifying. Wukong landed steadily on the sea with his feet, and his body floated up and down with the waves. He was silent, staring at Roland, waiting for Roland to give orders. Kill without mercy. Roland's simple words revealed a touch of cruelty. Wukong did not hesitate, holding an iron rod, to meet the thieves. Behind him, the sea surface was washed with circles of ripples. Looking for death. The one-eyed dragon grinned and slapped his hands on the sea. Under the extraordinary ability of the 9th level sailor, the waves pushed his body forward, like an arrow from a string. With a clang, the one-eyed dragon drew his sword out of the sheath. The blade was sharp and the knife light was sharp. Facing the oncoming blade, Gaku didn't even blink, just turned his head to one side and easily avoided the edge. Future vision is comparable to the top-level observation haki, allowing Gaku to already know what the one-eyed dragon will do in the next 3 seconds. Approaching the one-eyed dragon, Gaku swung the iron stick. At first, Goku's movements were a little unfamiliar. But as the battle became more intense, with the blessing of destiny and sharp inspiration, Gaku made rapid progress. Pick, cut, shave, sweep. The seemingly ordinary basic stick method was played out in Goku's hands. If the iron stick goes straight to the middle, it will open and close. If the enemy dodges, the hard iron stick will instantly turn into a flexible python, and the tip of the stick will stick to the enemy. If other pirates were to attack, Wukong would immediately swing his iron rod so tightly that no needle could penetrate and no water could pour in. As time went on, the more the pirates of One-Eyed Dragon fought, the more frightened they became. From the initial one-on-one fight with One-Eyed Dragon to the current one-on-one fight with a group of pirates, Wukong never took a breath during the whole process, which always gave people a sense of ease. On the other hand, One-Eyed Dragon and others gradually showed signs of fatigue. What made them even more desperate was that even if they were lucky enough to hit Wukong occasionally, the other party seemed to be fine. This made them wonder if this dead monkey had the extraordinary ability of being invulnerable to swords and guns. If there was only Wukong, One-Eyed Dragon and others were confident that they could grind Wukong to death even if they used a round-robin battle. But don't forget that Wukong is not fighting alone. After verifying Goku's strength, Roland couldn't help but sigh that Gaku had become the strongest person under his command with his ability to fight 1 against 100 in close combat. All troops, attack! With Roland's order, the huge ghost ship moved. The fog of war quickly enveloped the entire scene, blocking the vision of the pirates. Tatug! With the sound of horse hooves approaching, 6 ghost knights rode their skeleton horses and rushed out from the depths of the fog. Aura stepping on the river and the sea, the guns shot out like dragons. 6 evil knights launched a charge together, and blood flew everywhere they passed. With the cover of the fog, the 2 ghosts and shadow clones kept shuttling through the battlefield. The hands rose and the knives fell, and the heads fell to the ground. This war was destined to be an unequal war. No. It should be said that this was a unilateral massacre of pirates by Roland's side. The screams behind him kept coming one after another, constantly provoking Zheng Ji's sensitive nerves. Escape! Must escape! The girl kept paddling her arms, thinking that she could escape. Until she saw the ghost ship in front of her. The girl raised her head stiffly, and happened to meet Roland's eyes. In the eyes of the girl, the man in front of her was still extremely mysterious, as if he was shrouded in a layer of fog that could not be dispelled. How about my magic? Hearing this, the girl showed a smile that was uglier than crying. My lord, please forgive my sins. As long as you forgive me, I am willing to do anything for you. Chapter 22 Synthetic Sunfire Cape. A huge ghost ship sailed on the sea. Zheng Ji, wearing a black and white maid outfit, holding a plate of fruit in both hands, tremblingly stepped into the red church. Along the wide red carpet, Zheng Ji lowered her head and tried not to look around. On both sides of the red carpet, there stood a group of evil ghost knights. They were silent, like a statue. After seizing a large amount of property from the dead pirates, the power of the ghost ship has developed by leaps and bounds. There are as many as 50 evil ghost knights in the open. This does not include the group of ghosts that can't be seen from head to tail. It was precisely because of witnessing all this that Zheng Ji had already given up her thoughts and did not dare to act rashly. She came all the way to Roland and knelt on the ground. "Master, please eat some fruit." Roland lowered his eyelids and asked with a smile. "Do you know why I want to spare your life?" The girl trembled slightly and whispered. "I don't know. I'm new here and I'm not familiar with the Broken Star Sea. I need a guide." The girl secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least, she didn't have to do something difficult to say. Picking a piece of cut apple from the fruit plate, Roland savored the taste of the fruit on his teeth while calculating the gains and losses. Now, there are a total of 50 ghost riders, 30 ghosts, and more than 1,000 skeleton soldiers on the ghost ship. Unknowingly, Roland has accumulated considerable power in his hands. It's a pity that treasures like God's blood are hard to come by. Otherwise, maybe I could synthesize a Wukong. The wind is getting stronger and stronger. The sky is overcast with thunder and lightning. The sea is surging, and the waves are as high as 30 meters. The huge ghost ship sank to the bottom of the sea, avoiding the disturbances of the outside world. Compared with the fierce waves on the sea is extremely quiet. Dark and quiet. This seems to be the eternal theme of the sea. Rankings updated at the end of the month. The top 100 rankings in the previous month can all get a mysterious reward. Blue Star. Congratulations! You ranked first in the previous month. You get a ray of Yanjian. A flame suddenly appeared. The moment Yanjian appeared, the temperature around it rose rapidly. A large amount of sea water boiled, and wisps of steam rose up. Fortunately, Roland acted decisively and extracted this ray of Yanjian as a synthetic material. Otherwise, who knows how big a fuss would be caused. I almost forgot that the ranking list is updated once a month. Roland stroked his chin, thinking about how to use this rare material. With a glance from the corner of his eye, Roland saw that Wukong was alone, wearing a thin coarse linen shirt, which looked extremely shabby, and he immediately had an idea in his mind. Invisibility cloak plus Yanjian equals Sunfire cloak. Sunfire cloak, purple. After putting it on, you gain the ability to be invisible, and will give the enemy within a range of 3 meters a burning state. You can release the stored Yanjian in an instant, forming a torrent of flames. After releasing, the Sunfire cloak needs to absorb sunlight and recondense the Yanjian. The Sunfire cloak is brightly colored, with a pattern of flames outlined on it. After Wukong put on the Sunfire cloak, his temperament changed a lot. Wukong was silent and didn't say anything. However, his gaze towards Roland became much softer. The wind gradually stopped. The tsunami gradually subsided. The ghost ship surfaced again, and a large amount of seawater was squeezed out of both sides of the ship, forming a strange sight like a flowing waterfall. Roland walked out of the red church and planned to take a breath. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky. The sky was clear and the full moon was hanging in the sky. A touch of scarlet stained the full moon, and there were signs of gradual spread. Is this the strange phenomenon that Fang Zhang mentioned before? But what consequences will this have? The National Navigation Survival Game is a mystery in itself. Even if someone told Roland now that the blood moon was the eye of the evil god, Roland would probably choose to believe it. A sense of urgency suddenly rose in Roland's heart. I'm not strong enough. I have to find a way to hurry up and collect the sequence of professional potions of 108 extraordinary paths, and open up my own extraordinary path. No words were spoken all night. The ghost ship went west all the way and finally entered the range of the Eternal Islands. Along the way, it gradually became lively. Rumors about the sea god's treasure are now spreading like wildfire. All the major forces that are interested in competing for the sea god's treasure have sent people to the Eternal Islands. Zheng Ji stood beside Roland, pointing to the various ships passing by nearby and introducing them to him one by one. That is the vehicle of the Saint of the Glorious Empire. The glorious empire is a country with a unified government and religion. The saint's status is second only to His Majesty the Emperor. She is second to none. I didn't expect that even she would come. That is the pirate ship of the patriarch of the André family. He is a veteran rank 7 strongman and has a high reputation in the Pirate Cross Guild. That is the flagship of the Eternal Dark Empire. They are believers of the God of Death and believe in bringing eternal annihilation to the living. Don't look at the fact that so many of them have come. As long as Blackbeard Edward Teach is here, they dare not mess around. After all, the Broken Star Sea is just a barren land in a remote corner, and a rank 6 strongman has already reached the ceiling. In addition, Blackbeard Edward Teach has been operating for many years, and his subordinates are like clouds, and the number of pirates attached to him is more than 10,000. In the Eternal Islands, this small piece of land, he is the uncrowned king. After Zheng Ji's introduction, Roland had a clearer understanding of the power of the Broken Star Sea. A number of foreign forces have settled in Coral Island. Coral Island is the largest island outside the Eternal Islands, with a land area of euro 360 square kilometers. The port dock is bustling. When the unique ghost ship docked at the port, everyone on the dock looked sideways, and even showed greed. Anyone can see that this ship is extraordinary. The next moment, one by one, the skeleton soldiers turned over and got off the ship, facing the surprised eyes of the crowd. They overlapped with each other, forming a bone ladder from bottom to top. The Ghost Rider holding the reins, drove the skeleton warhorse off the ship. A full 50 Ghost Riders made a brilliant appearance, lined up in 2 columns, half knelt on the ground, making everyone gasp. Oh my goodness! Level 9 Transcendents are all proud. When would they lower themselves like this? Could it be that a prince or princess of the Eternal Dark Empire has come in person? A general on the flagship of the hotly discussed Eternal Dark Empire had a gloomy expression. He had not received any notice that a noble person from the Empire would come. Moreover, he had never seen an outstanding undead like the Ghost Rider. The Saint of the Glorious Empire leaned on the railing with both hands, looking at the lively scene on the dock. Oh my, who is the big shot who has come here with such a big show? Chapter 23 The Chinese hanging on the street lamp is angry. On the dock, a pair of eyes looked at the ghost ship. Curiosity, exploration, and greed. 3 figures appeared on the deck. As the eldest daughter of the Zheng family Chamber of Commerce, Zheng Ji is quite well known. When she stood behind Roland in a maid, she immediately caused an uproar among the pirates. Hey! How come even the eldest daughter of the Zheng family Chamber of Commerce is willing to be a maid? Hee, I wonder if the old man in charge of the Zheng family Chamber of Commerce will be furious when he knows about this. It's hard to say, maybe she has climbed up the ladder. Everyone was talking about it, but no one agreed. Only some people who knew the goods would notice the seemingly ordinary Wukong. The Saint of the Glorious Empire stared at the figure under the sun flame cloak, vaguely feeling a breath that made her throbbing, and her eyes suddenly became solemn. Why can this monkey bring me a sense of threat? The Saint's eyes turned and fell on Roland. Who is this person, and how can he get the close protection of this strong man? The Saintess of the Glorious Empire, the General of the Eternal Dark Empire, the Patriarch of the André family, and other powerful people all looked at him sideways, with all kinds of speculations in their hearts. Roland always likes to keep a low profile. But keeping a low profile does not mean showing weakness. Especially in the Eternal Islands where many dragons gather now, showing off muscles at the right time can avoid many unnecessary troubles. The moment he stepped onto the dock, Roland could clearly feel that the covetous eyes from the surroundings quickly decreased. Obviously, the pirates present realized that this was a hard bone to chew, and naturally would not offend rashly. After arranging 50 ghost knights and a large number of skeleton soldiers to guard the ghost ship, Roland walked towards Coral City under the guidance of Zheng Ji. Coral City is backed by mountains and has towering walls on 3 sides. On the walls, rows of cannons are placed to intimidate every outsider. Originally, a sum of money was required to enter Coral City. Perhaps, the local pirates have a sharp eye. Or perhaps, they have a unique intelligence system. When Roland and his two companions and the monkey passed through the city gate, they were not stopped. In Coral City, most buildings are decorated with corals and shells, which looks unique. Street lamps are installed on both sides of the road, casting a faint halo. At every distance, you can see corpses hanged under street lamps. These corpses were stripped of their clothes, like human sausages. The corpses were stiff, and their tongues were stretched out. The eyes were full of resentment, staring at passers-by. Zhang Ji was good at observing people's expressions. When she noticed that Roland's eyes frequently swept over the corpses under the street lamps, she immediately started talking. Blackbeard Edward Teach once set a rule. Anyone who violates the rules and regulations he set on the island under his rule will be hanged, no matter who they are. Afterwards, their bodies will be hung under the street lights to intimidate everyone. Blackbeard Edward Teach's iron-fisted approach is not only internal, but also external. In Zhang Ji's introduction, a ruthless hero jumped into Roland's mind. Until Roland's ears moved slightly and heard the conversation between two diners at a nearby roadside stall. In the past month, many unlucky people have been hanging under street lights. My cousin is working for the Blackbeard Pirates. I heard that these unlucky people seem to be from an unknown country called China. Hey, I also heard that Blackbeard Edward Teach seems to be very interested in these people and has specially sent a cotter who is good at soul searching to torture them. It is said that Blackbeard Edward Teach seems to have gained some benefits from it, and even secretly set up an organization to hunt down Chinese people. Once upon a time, Roland also imagined that he would meet his fellow villagers in another world. However, he never thought that he would see the bodies of his fellow villagers. Looking at the bodies fluttering in the wind under the street lights, Roland's eyes were deep, and a raging fire suddenly rose in his heart. In China, there is a custom of returning to one's roots. The bodies of the dead should be buried in the cemetery. Instead, hanging under the street light, becoming the topic of conversation for others. Zhang Ji suddenly felt a chill on her back for no reason. From the man next to her, she deeply felt that a frightening aura was spreading. What happened? Zhang Ji's pupils shrank. She was puzzled. But she was shocked. This feeling came and went quickly. Roland looked gloomy and looked for a hotel in Coral City to rest. Roland was alone in a room. Standing in front of the windowsill, Roland put his hands behind his back and overlooked the busy streets. Behind him, the shadows squirmed. In addition to the number 1 ghost attached to Roland's body, 29 ghosts appeared one after another, half kneeling on the ground. I need detailed information about the body under the street light. Go check it for me. Even if you have to turn the entire Coral City upside down, you have to get to the bottom of it. The ghosts lowered their heads. Yes, sir. The next moment, the ghosts disappeared into the shadows and scattered away. Without being disturbed, Roland searched through the chat records in the World Channel, trying to find some clues. Before, Roland didn't pay much attention to the World Channel, so he didn't know much about other people's experiences. In the process of looking through the chat records, Roland realized that many people were not living a happy life, and even had a hard time. Some people became slaves in the plantation. Some people were buried in the belly of a sea monster. Some people had their eyes gouged out just because they looked at the nobles for a second longer on the road. The other world is not a paradise. This is a deformed society. The nobles and the extraordinary are high above and can arbitrarily dominate the fate of others. Many people are used to a peaceful life. After coming to the other world, they still retain naive ideas and encounter all kinds of disasters. After reading a lot of chat records, Roland finally found some useful information. Brothers, I was caught by the Blackbeard pirates. What should I do? On the third day after I was caught, an old witch came to me and asked me a lot of strange questions, trying to find out my background. What a joke, can I say that I am Chinese? Something is wrong. It's very wrong. In the past week, I seem to have said a lot of things that I shouldn't have said, but I don't remember them. Brothers, today may be my last speech. I give you a piece of advice, don't get caught by the natives. Even if the national navigation survival game can protect our souls, there are many extraordinary people in this world who can bypass the soul protection mechanism and extract information from us. Even it is to deprive us of our talents. Chapter 24 Synthetic Progenitor Virus. Deprive of talents. Roland's pupil shrank. If what this person said is true, then it will be a big deal. Looking back, on the first day of the National Navigation Survival Game, every Blue Star person received a novice gift pack. When a Blue Star person opens the novice gift pack, he can randomly obtain one from the talents, skills, magical items, sea beast pets, and sequence potions. If you put yourself in their shoes, if someone gets a talent, they will keep it secret and not let others know. That unlucky guy was actually deprived of his talent by the Blackbeard pirates. I'm afraid that before this, a lot of information that shouldn't be said has been leaked. This means that once the natives of the other world get a taste of the sweetness, they will start a hunt for the Blue Star people. Unfortunately, this person did not reveal much information. After that, there was no news. Obviously, he died. There was a lot of discussion on the World Channel about this matter. Most of them were about how to hide themselves and avoid exposing their true situation to the natives of the other world. Shadows gathered from all directions and merged into Roland's shadow. A ghost emerged and gave Roland a summary report. As he learned more about the tragic experiences of his compatriots, Roland's face became more gloomy. Those who offend China will be punished no matter how far away they are. Blackbeard, you have already been killed. Coral Island is the largest island outside the Eternal Islands. Roland plans to destroy the Blackbeard pirates' forces on Coral Island to vent his anger for his dead compatriots. However, Coral Island is not Seagull Island, where many powerful forces gather. With Roland's current strength, if he fights head-on, he will probably suffer heavy losses. This will not be conducive to his future search for revenge on Catalina and the fight for the treasure of the sea god. After pacing for a while, Roland had an idea in his mind. He put on an invisibility cloak, hid his figure, and left the hotel. Coral Island is very lively and commercial trade is booming. Cafes, dessert shops, pubs. There are all kinds of shops, dazzling. Walking through the streets and alleys, you can see prostitutes wearing cool and attractive clothes standing on the roadside from time to time, flirting with passers-by. Roland's target is these prostitutes. Oh! Don't get me wrong. Roland is not trying to communicate with them in a simple foreign language. He just patted them on the shoulder when he passed by them, and extracted synthetic materials from their bodies. Syphilis, gonorrhea, condyloma acuminatum, hepatitis B, cancer. Prostitutes are indeed walking virus banks. Along the way, Roland has collected countless viruses. After returning to the hotel, Roland took a shower and changed his clothes, clasped his hands together, and prayed solemnly. Handsome and wealthy tomato readers, please bless me to synthesize a killer weapon. I wish you all drive a Mercedes and buy a luxury house. Syphilis plus gonorrhea plus condyloma acuminatum plus hepatitis B plus cancer plus, equals ancestor virus. Ancestor virus, biological weapon pathogen, high infectivity, high lesion rate. High adaptability, unpredictable accidents will occur after spreading. At the moment of synthesis, the ancestor virus circulated with the air, filled the entire room, and floated out of the hotel through the window. As the owner of the ancestor virus, Roland will not be affected by the ancestor virus. Even the monsters distorted by the ancestor virus to a certain extent, they will obey Roland's orders. Compared with the G virus, T virus, and Abyss virus, the reputation of the ancestral virus is not that big. But the source of these viruses all comes from the ancestral virus. The ancestral virus has infinite possibilities. Of course, it may also bring terrible disasters to this alien world. Roland has issued an order to the ancestral virus, not allowing it to infect the Blue Star people. In the future, the unlucky ones will only be the natives of the alien world. Night falls. In Coral City, the lights are bright and the wine is bustling. A drunkard, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, staggered. After a while, he felt his stomach churning and vomited in the alley. Suddenly, he heard a strange movement in the alley. The drunkard opened his sleepy eyes and cast his eyes towards the dim alley. The next moment, a black shadow suddenly flew up and knocked the drunkard to the ground. This was a stray dog. But its body seemed to be peeled off, revealing scarlet spine. Facing the extremely terrified eyes of the drunkard, the stray dog's head was like a carnivorous plant, splitting into 6 bloody petals. The sharp teeth on the petals were intertwined, and sticky saliva flowed. At this moment, the drunkard woke up instantly. No! The screams just stopped as soon as they began. This scene was just the tip of the iceberg. Under the cover of night, such things continued to happen in Coral City. At first, no one cared about the unfortunate missing people. After all, in the pirate territory that advocates freedom, fights, vendettas, poisoning, backstabbing and other scenes are staged every day. Dozens of deaths are normal. If someone doesn't die one day, it will be a shocking news. In such a unique environment, the progenitor virus spreads at an extremely terrifying speed. In the sky, underground, and in the sea, many creatures infected with the progenitor virus are fighting fiercely in the dark. Then, continuously evolving. When a huge zombie tyrant appeared on the street, the people on the Coral Island were shocked to discover a terrible fact. Unknowingly, this place has long become a hotbed for nurturing monsters. Roar! The monster, which is more than 3 meters tall, roared to the sky, announcing its existence to the world. Pedestrians on the street stopped and turned their heads to look. This is a monster that has never been seen before. The zombie tyrant is covered with pale and hideous exoskeletons, and the flesh and fascia are clearly visible. The huge claws ruthlessly tore a passing pirate in half. Those cold and ruthless eyes stared at the pirates coldly, as if looking down at a group of ants. Pirates are a group of lawless outlaws. The zombie tyrant's direct provocation directly ignited the anger in the hearts of all the pirates present. Kill this monster! Many pirates rushed forward. Guns and cannons bombarded, weapons cut. Under the siege of the pirates, the zombie tyrant was soon buried in a pool of blood. The pirates were bathed in blood. Not only were they not happy, but they were terrified. Cough cough cough. My throat hurts and itches. I'm so hungry, I want to eat meat. Brother, you smell so good. The pirates who had just won had bloodshot eyes and opened their bloody mouths. What was even more terrifying to others was that what came out of their mouths was not tongues, but terrible tentacles. Coral Island is in chaos. Chapter 25 The Mastermind. Bang! With a cold face, Catalina spun the steam gun around her fingertips and put it into her waist bag pocket. She turned around gracefully, and behind her was a licker lying in a pool of blood. This was the 6th licker she had killed today. Recently, Coral Island has undergone terrible changes. Many zombie monsters that have never been seen before have appeared on the island, and they are extremely contagious. Once stained with their blood, ordinary people will soon be infected and become new zombies. Nowadays, only the extraordinary can be fearless of the erosion of the zombie virus. Catalina always feels that her luck is very bad. First, she was attacked by Octopus Paul twice, which directly or indirectly caused heavy casualties to the pirates under her command. After finally returning to the Eternal Islands and resting on the Coral Island for a few days, she encountered such a bad thing as zombies. It's simply too much. Catalina returned to the high-end hotel in the city. As soon as I stepped into the hotel door, Trina frowned. A strong man sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, holding a piece of barbecue in his hand, constantly biting it, and eating until his mouth was full of oil. George Teach. He is the younger brother of Edward Teach, the Blackbeard Pirates, and the vice-captain of the Blackbeard Pirates. At the same time, he is also Catalina's uncle. Oh, my dear niece, I miss you so much. George Teach threw down the barbecue in his hand, opened his arms, and wanted to hug Catalina, but the latter dodged lightly. What do you want to see me for? Catalina said in a cold tone. I'm here to tell you that my dear brother is now terminally ill and will probably pass away soon. I want to form an alliance with you, take his legacy after his death, and become the new captain of the Blackbeard Pirates. You also know that there are only 3 rank 7 storm priests in the Blackbeard Pirates. In addition to you, there are only the first mate and the bosun. The bosun has been with the first mate for many years. Without your help, I can't take the position of captain. George Teach thought that Katerina would refuse him as she did in the past. Unexpectedly, Katerina agreed very straightforwardly. Okay. But I need you to provide me with a large sum of money. The pirates under my command have suffered heavy losses and need some fresh blood. In addition, I have to recruit pharmacists, which all require money. George Teach grinned. As long as it's a matter of money, it's not a problem. He took out a check from his pocket and handed it to Katerina. The situation on the Coral Island is very strange. I suspect that there is a mastermind behind the appearance of zombies on the island. So, I advise you. After recruiting enough people, come to the Beehive Island immediately to join. A month later, it will be the day when the treasure of the sea god is opened. You must not be late. Catalina took the check and turned away without looking back. Looking at her beautiful back and plump buttocks, George Teach showed a meaningful smile. Under the swaying chandelier, the shadow that no one noticed flickered slightly for a moment. Roland had already locked onto Catalina's residence for a long time. However, the other party was the illegitimate daughter of Blackbeard Edward Teach. In addition, Catalina was seriously injured, and there were many members of the Blackbeard Pirates hiding around her residence, protecting her in secret. This made Roland miss the opportunity. Now, Catalina's injuries have healed. It was difficult for Roland to kill a rank 7 storm priest. The ghost reported to Roland on time, which gave Roland an idea. The number 2 ghost changed his appearance and became the appearance that Roland usually showed to the public, that is, the appearance of Xianba in Fenjiun. At the same time, the number 1 ghost attached to Roland also changed his appearance for him. In a flash, the pharmacist Koro, who had met him once, appeared again. After looking at the mirror for a while, Roland smiled slightly. If I sneak into the Blackbeard Pirates as a pharmacist, I will always have a chance to take revenge. Maybe I can use this to steal the treasure of the sea god. Roland walked on the street with a swagger, and no one could see through the disguise of the number 1 ghost. Compared with the lively scene a week ago, the streets are much quieter now. People like the Saint of the Glorious Empire and the General of the Eternal Dark Empire were keenly aware that there was an undercurrent surging in the Coral Island. They had already led their men away and headed straight for the Honeycomb Island. Ordinary pirates now try to reduce going out to avoid zombie attacks. Only in Roland's vision can he clearly see that the progenitor virus has already been integrated into everyone's body. The progenitor virus is waiting for the opportunity to blossom and bear fruit. As for what will happen in the future? Who knows? Roland only digs holes and doesn't care about filling them. Arrived at the destination, near a tavern. At the door of the tavern, someone was shouting hard. The Blackbeard Pirates are warmly recruiting new members, and experienced pirates are welcome to join. We are hiring pharmacists with a large sum of money. They are required to have a pharmacist license and at least 5 years of work experience. At this moment, Roland had a sense of copyright JAVU as if he had returned to the university recruitment scene in his dream. A long line formed in front of the tavern. Obviously, the Blackbeard pirates are very valuable and are a good next home for many pirates. Roland did not join the queue and waited bitterly. He went straight past the long queue and wanted to enter the tavern. Unexpectedly, the pirates stationed at the door of the tavern did not buy it and raised their hands to stop Roland. "Go away, get out of the way. Today, this tavern is reserved by our Blackbeard pirates. If you are here to apply, just line up honestly." Roland paused. "I am an old friend of Katerina." Hearing this, the pirate at the door was stunned at first. Then, he burst into laughter. "You? Are you worthy of being the captain's old friend? Oh my God, I'm laughing so hard that my stomach hurts." The pirates who were waiting in line also laughed. They had been unhappy for a long time when they saw Roland cutting in line. Now, it can be said that they have let out a sigh of relief. Roland put his hands in his pockets, not knowing what an opponent was. The pirate at the door restrained his smile, mistakenly thinking that Roland was here to make trouble, and his face gradually became ferocious. "If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. I think you are looking for a fight." The pirate at the door drew his sword and was about to chop Roland. Unexpectedly, a jade hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. "Who dares to stop me? Do you want to die?" The pirate at the door turned his head and was immediately scared to death. He didn't even notice the steel knife in his hand falling to the ground. "Captain! I didn't know it was you. I was just talking nonsense." Catalina glanced at the pirate coldly. If the pirates under her command were still there, how could this happen? Catalina turned around and changed her face faster than turning a book, and immediately showed a warm smile. "Master Koro, why are you here? Rare guest, really rare guest." Roland had a faint smile on his face, with 3 parts of reserve and 7 parts of pride. He stepped into the tavern under Katerina's warm greeting. Chapter 26 Synthesize the blood of the devil, may the evil fool you. Katerina was as beautiful as ever. A big wavy red hair draped over her shoulders, adding a bit of charm to her. Under the table, the legs were tightly crossed in black leather pants. Katerina personally poured wine for Roland, acting like an old friend reuniting. "Master Koro, it's great that you can come at this time. I've been worried that there is no one available under my command recently. Your arrival is really a timely rain, which solves my urgent needs." Roland reads actors' self-cultivation and watched 3,000 spy war novels through tomato novels. He imitated the pharmacist Koro in the impression, with 3 points of pride with 3 points and 7 points. After receiving the wine glass, there was no words. "Stink, and ICANA Euro trademark T wait for the other person to stab the other person, but I can only hold on my stomach. What a way to say. I want you to help me collect 9th level potions from other extraordinary ways through the channels of the Blackbeard pirates." Katerina was slightly stunned when she heard this. She pursed her lips tightly and thought to herself. It seems that the rumors are true. Master Koro suffered a serious injury in his early years and has not recovered over the years, so he tried to switch to other extraordinary ways to prolong his life. He wants to collect potions from other extraordinary ways, perhaps for better research. Thinking of this, Katerina felt relieved. At the same time, Katerina mistakenly thought that she had grasped the opponent's weakness, and immediately straightened her back. The fruits on her chest trembled slightly because of this. "Of course, this is no problem. It's just that I have a small request here. You don't know that the first mate and the bosun of the Blackbeard pirates have been growing stronger in recent years because they hired an evil pharmacist who can mass-produce the 9th level sailor potion. Although it was later confirmed that the pirates who drank this potion would always be at the level of 9th level extraordinary people, and generally weaker than other 9th level sailors, they could not withstand the large number. I just wonder if you can think of a way to make this kind of potion." Roland rolled his eyes secretly in his heart. According to one of the 3 laws of extraordinary, the extraordinary factor is conserved. The more extraordinary people there are on a path of extraordinary, the more difficult it is to master extraordinary skills, and the extraordinary skills are generally weak. Originally, the 9th level sailor was a sewer profession. Now, there are people in the Blackbeard Pirates who are mass-producing it. Type 9th rank sailor. As expected. There is no future in being a pirate. Roland closed his eyes slightly. He knew that Catalina had been testing him overtly and covertly since he entered the tavern. Now, she was testing him even more. After all, pharmacist Koro had been living in seclusion on an unknown island before, and now he suddenly appeared on the Coral Island and happened to come to Catalina for refuge. At this point, if it were him, he would also have doubts. I need to prepare. Roland did not give a clear answer, which made Catalina mutter in her heart. Without giving Catalina a chance to entangle, Roland found an empty private room in the tavern. The door was closed to block the prying eyes of the outside world. Without being disturbed by outsiders, Roland opened the cross-border exchange and began to use his money ability to purchase various materials. After purchasing the materials, Roland tried many synthesis formulas, but none of them synthesized something that satisfied him. Roland slapped his head and said to himself, "I almost forgot to pray before synthesis." Roland clasped his hands together with a pious look. "Handsome and wealthy tomato readers, help me make my wish come true and synthesize the items I urgently need. I wish you to marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, inherit your father-in-law's business, counterattack the tall, rich, and handsome, and reach the peak of your life. Black goat plus blood of conviction equals inferior demon blood. Inferior demon blood, after drinking, the physical and strength attributes will increase significantly, the charm, perception, and mental attributes will decrease significantly, and there is a 9% chance of obtaining primary evil energy protection." Roland bought a bottle of 9th level sailor magic potion from the cross-border exchange and dripped a drop of demon blood into it. In an instant, the liquid in the bottle boiled. The originally azure blue liquid turned into a green color. "It looks a bit weird." With the latest results, Roland walked out of the room confidently. Catalina looked at the potion in Roland's hand with a suspicious look on her face. Will this thing really be okay after drinking it? Although she was full of doubts, she still had to do the surface work. "Master Koro, what is this in your hand?" Roland smiled mysteriously. "You can tell if you let one of your subordinates try it." Catalina knew that pharmacist Koro never played against the wind. Since he said so, he must be very sure. Catalina waved at the door. The pirate who was watching the door just now came over reluctantly. "You, drink this potion." The pirate was also desperate. But under Catalina's aggressive gaze, the pirate had to pinch his nose and drink this bottle of extremely weird potion in one gulp. Spicy. Hot. When the potion passed through his throat, it was like a burning knife inserted into it. The pirate held his throat with both hands, vomited painfully, and tried to spit out the potion. But the magical thing was that once the potion entered his mouth, it had already been integrated into his body. The next moment, under the astonished gaze of Catalina, the pirate's skin quickly turned green. His temperament had undergone a great reversal, and he looked evil. Catalina put her jade hand on the handle of the gun and asked tentatively, "How do you feel?" "Me." A strong force kept surging in his heart. The pirate stood up, twisted his mouth, and spread his hands. In his palm, a wisp of evil energy flame suddenly rose. "I feel great." Facing the pirate's unscrupulous and even aggressive eyes, Catalina did not indulge him at all. She suddenly pulled out the steam gun and pointed the muzzle at the pirate's forehead. Death followed him like a shadow, strangling fate's throat. Like a basin of cold water poured over his head, the pirate woke up instantly. He trembled all over and lowered his head. After beating the subordinate who had just gained power, when Catalina looked at Roland again, it was as if she had found a rare treasure, and her beautiful eyes glowed. Master Koro, I want more. Chapter 27 Advanced Black Shadow Core. A week passed in a flash. During this time, Roland made 50 bottles of special 9th level sailor potions for Catalina. In return, Catalina found 20 bottles of potions for Roland through the Blackbeard pirates. All of them were sequence potions from other extraordinary paths, and none of them were repeated. 50 bottles for 20 bottles, it seemed that Roland was at a disadvantage. But Roland waited so long at the cross-border exchange, and only bought 13 bottles of magic potion. In addition, it is worth mentioning that pirates who drink the special 9th level sailor potion will obey Roland's orders. Now, it is equivalent to Katarina spending her own money to raise soldiers for Roland. They cooperate with each other very happily. Finding that inferior demon blood is very cost-effective, Roland suddenly had an idea. What will I get if I continue to synthesize it? Action is worse than thought. Roland simply spent a lot of money to purchase a large amount of black goat and blood of judgment at the cross-border exchange. Synthesize. Synthesize them all for me. Inferior demon blood plus inferior demon blood equals ordinary demon blood. Ordinary demon blood plus ordinary demon blood equals elite demon blood. Elite demon blood plus elite demon blood equals high-level demon blood. High-level demon blood plus high-level demon blood equals blood of the Abyss Lord. If you go any further, you can't continue to synthesize. It seems that some key synthetic materials are missing. Blood of the Abyss Lord greatly improves physical fitness and strength attributes, awakens advanced evil energy protection and advanced shadow protection. A drop of bright red blood is suspended in the air. The gorgeous color like agate reveals infinite temptation. Roland was not affected by the blood of the Abyss Lord. Instead, the ghost number 1 attached to his body conveyed a strong desire to him. If it weren't for Roland's permission, ghost number 1 would have resisted his instinctive impulse. Go ahead. Drink it. Roland said, and ghost number 1 instantly escaped from his body. After swallowing the blood of the Lord of the Abyss in one gulp, ghost number 1 groaned and knelt on the ground. In just a few seconds, ghost no one's body changed drastically. The originally slender body became tall and burly. It was like a thin dog growing up to be a fitness coach. At the same time, 2 curved demon horns grew on its head. Shadow Core, Level 8 Demon Ghost, shadow creatures that integrate the power of the Abyss. Supernatural abilities, multiple shadow clones, shadow body, breath blocking, transformation, advanced fell protection, advanced shadow protection. Advanced fell protection, you master the power of fell energy and can skillfully use various fell spells. Advanced shadow protection, you master the power of shadow and can skillfully use various shadow spells. Evolving from a ghost to a demon ghost, its strength also increases. The demon ghost spread out his hands. In the palm of his left hand, fell flames rose and turned into a fell python. In the palm of his right hand, the power of shadow gathered into a dagger as black as ink. With the 2 supernatural abilities of fell energy and shadow, the combat effectiveness of the demon ghost was significantly improved. Such good things must be shared. A total of 30 shadows, all evolved into demon shadows. It's not that Roland doesn't want to share with the Ghost Rider. It's because it's out of stock. All the blood of judgment on the cross-border exchange were sold out. I don't know when new stock will be available. The sun sets and night falls. In the center of the town, there stands a clock tower. Every 2 hours, the clock tower will ring loudly. Roland put his hands in his pockets and stood on the tower. The moonlight fell obliquely, casting a crooked shadow under his feet. It's time. Roland opened his eyes. He saw that all the creatures on the entire Coral Island had been infected by the ancestral virus. At present, except for the extraordinary people who have a certain resistance and can resist becoming zombies, ordinary people have no ability to resist the ancestral virus. Facing the slightly scarlet full moon, Roland waved his arms. At this moment, he was like a conductor conducting a symphony orchestra. Elegant and profound. In response to Roland's call, the ancestral viruses sleeping in the human body all attacked at this moment. Hiss! Roar! The hysterical roar of a wild beast broke the quiet night. Similarly, it also sounded the death knell for the extraordinary people on the Coral Island. Zombie dogs, lickers, tyrants. All kinds of zombie monsters, whether famous or not, appeared on the streets. Even the originally calm sea surface on the coast suddenly appeared with a series of bubbles. As the waves rolled, a huge crab floated out of the sea. The crab was grey and white, full of death. Now, it opened its mouth. The powerful giant claws challenged the living. In terms of absolute numbers, the proportion of extraordinary people is small after all. Many extraordinary people never thought that the people they were familiar with would turn into hideous zombies in an instant and launch fierce attacks on them. The unexpected battle caused many extraordinary people to suffer heavy losses. When they killed the zombies around them and rushed out of the house, they were greeted by an astonishing number of zombie monsters. Catalina held 2 guns and kept pulling the trigger. The muzzle smoked and bullets were fired. Under the terrible barrage, any zombie who wanted to get close to Catalina was instantly shot into a sieve. Catalina rushed out of the hotel with a group of men and looked around. Let's rescue Master Koro first. Then, take a boat to leave Coral Island. Catalina took the lead and fought her way out. Roars, gunshots, screams, one after another. All these sounds constitute a symphony of fate. Some people are fighting desperately. Some people are running desperately. But no one noticed that the bodies that were originally hanging under the street lights are now missing. Hey! Roland put down the hoe in his hand and looked at the earth pit dug in front of him. He buried the bodies of his fellow victims one by one. Refilled the soil and put up a tombstone. This is all Roland can do now. Standing in front of the tombstone without words, Roland felt particularly heavy. In this strange world with treacherous waves, no one knows who will have the last laugh. Even he may not be able to do it. From dust to dust, from ashes to ashes. Rest in peace. I will use the pirates on this island to bury you. A gust of night wind blew over. The leaves in the forest rustled, as if the dead were responding to Roland's whispers. Roland turned and left. The lonely figure blended into the darkness, just like the road he was going to take next. Chapter 28 Self-directed and self-acted, taking advantage of girls. The night was hazy. A wisp of mist filled the air and gradually spread across the streets. Shadows were vague in the mist, and the low roars of zombies were heard from time to time. When the zombies completely occupied a street, a sound of horse hooves came from far away. The Ghost Rider commanded a group of skeleton soldiers to plunder wealth to their heart's content. Killing people and setting fires for gold belts, repairing bridges and roads without corpses. The wealth accumulated by Coral Island for many years is now cheap to Roland. As for Roland himself? Help! Help! Roland disguised himself as the pharmacist Koro again, running around like a headless fly. Behind him, a group of vicious zombie tyrants were chasing him relentlessly. He ran, and they chased him. He couldn't fly away. Hearing the noise coming from this side, Catalina quickly led her men to rush to help. Bang bang bang! Smoke filled the air, and bullets flew everywhere. Catalina's shooting skills were as sharp as ever. In front of the barrage of bullets, many zombie tyrants were no different from ordinary zombies, and were directly beaten into a hornet's nest. Catalina came to Roland and asked nervously, "Master Koro, are you okay?" Roland pretended to be exhausted, his body softened, and he threw himself on Catalina. Catalina's delicate body froze, and her beautiful eyes almost burst into anger. She quickly pushed Roland away. Catalina's chest rose and fell violently, rippling out an amazing arc, because she was being taken advantage of for no reason. But when she thought about the importance of pharmacist Koro, Catalina had to suppress her anger. Her pretty face was full of frost, and she said in a cold tone, "Since Master Koro has been found, let's evacuate the coral island quickly." Roland's mouth corners slightly raised. He liked to see Catalina's angry look, but she couldn't do anything about it. This girl looks smart, but she's actually naive. As if she disliked him, Catalina kept a distance from Roland. Roland followed behind, remotely controlling the zombies around him to attack them. The staggering zombie raised his arms, opened his bloody mouth, and spit out disgusting tentacles. The zombie dog moved flexibly, and his head was like a carnivorous plant, splitting 6 bloody petals and dripping with sticky saliva. The licker lay on all fours, flexibly climbing on the building, jumping down from time to time, launching a sudden attack. The group had to huddle together for warmth and struggled to move forward in the zombie wave. Unconsciously, Roland moved closer to Catalina again. Side, back to back with her. Feeling someone sticking to her back, Catalina's face froze. Before she could get angry, Roland handed her a bottle of potion. "This is a potion I specially developed, which can disperse zombies." Hearing this, Catalina was really diverted. Although, with her strength, she is enough to break through the zombie tide alone. But whether her 50 newly recruited men can successfully leave alive is an unknown. The moment she pulled out the bottle cap, Catalina's nose wrinkled slightly. "Why is there a garlic smell in it?" Roland's face became serious, and he said nonsense seriously. "According to my research, these zombies are allergic to garlic. This is all concentrated garlic essence." Catalina half believed and half doubted, threw the potion away, then raised her hand and pulled the trigger, and the bullet accurately blew up the bottle. Fragments were scattered, and the smell of garlic filled the air. The zombies that were swarming suddenly stopped. Then, they turned around and ran without looking back. Outrageous! It was outrageous! He opened the door to outrageousness. Catalina's eyes widened, and she looked unbelievable. "Master Koro, you are really amazing." With the wonderful cooperation of the director and actors, the group escaped from Coral City and came to the port pier. The pier, which originally had many ships moored, is now deserted. Catalina didn't have the mind to think about why there were only a group of them on the pier. After the group boarded the pirate ship, they immediately set sail. Standing on the deck, looking back at the Coral City in the fog, everyone was in a trance. The Coral City shrouded in fog was like a monster's nest. A week ago, they would never have thought that the once prosperous Coral City would fall to this point. Euro. The waves are rippling, and the sound of the waves is still there. The scene that happened 5 days ago is like a nightmare that has gone away. Not far away, the outline of the Beehive Island can be seen. Beehive Island is the core island of the Eternal Islands. At the same time, this is also the base camp of the Blackbeard Pirates. The area of a Beehive Island is more than 800 square kilometers. Looking down from the sky, the shape of the island resembles a huge skull. Before the pirate ship docked, a group of people were seen standing on the shore, ready to welcome Katarina's arrival. Katarina raised her hand, pointed to a middle-aged man leading the way on the shore, and introduced to Roland. "Master Koro, that is the mayor of Beehive City. At the same time, he is also the first mate of the Blackbeard Pirates, Bristow. This man is ambitious and has always been at odds with me. You need to be careful of him." Roland looked up. Bristol had sunken eyes, a hooked nose, a bald head, and a gloomy face. Behind Bristol, a group of pirates lined up neatly, each of them looked ferocious. The truth is revealed in the details. Roland had seen many pirates, including the newly recruited pirates under Catalina, all of whom were used to being lax and had no discipline at all. But Bristol's men could stand still in the scorching sun without whispering to each other. From this point of view, this group of pirates already had the shape of an army. The pirate ship moored at the shore, and a group of people boarded the ship. Bristol came towards them, smiling. "Welcome back, our little princess." Catalina didn't want to pay attention to him, raised her chin proudly, and was about to leave. Bristol's eyes turned, fell on Roland, and laughed. "I guess this is the famous Master Koro. I heard that your medicine-making skills are unparalleled, and the medicine you made was once popular in the glorious empire. Coincidentally, I also have a pharmacist from the glorious empire, and he has always admired you, Master Koro." As the voice fell, a man with a gloomy face walked out from behind him. The gloomy man held 2 bottles of medicine in his hands and smiled sinisterly. "I am the pharmacist Sinjide. I have heard of Master Koro's great name, so I came here to ask for your advice." Catalina's face changed slightly. At this time, how could she not understand? First Mate Bristol came to greet her under the pretext of a good name, but in fact he wanted to give her a warning? "Master Koro, be careful. Pharmacist Singed is the evil pharmacist I told you about before, who can mass-produce 9th-level sailor potions." Hearing this, Roland was not surprised but happy. If he could seize the other party's technology, wouldn't he be rich? Chapter 29 Obtaining Thulha Brain Cells. "Master Koro, I want to compete with you." Pharmacist Singed stared at Roland and said sinisterly. "Among the many potions, life potions are the most common. Let's compete by making life potions. Within the limited hour, whoever makes more life potions and has better potion effects will be the winner. What do you think?" Pharmacist is a very special auxiliary sequence profession. After all, the potions of many sequence professions need to be provided by pharmacists. Therefore, the special status of pharmacists is established. Catalina stopped Roland and shook her head at him to indicate that he should not accept the challenge. First Mate Bristol and pharmacist Singed were obviously well prepared. Roland pretended not to see her hint, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Then what? You came to me on purpose, it's impossible that you just want to exchange ideas." "Smart." Pharmacist Singed laughed. "How can the exchange between us pharmacists be without a prize? It is said that Master Koro went out to sea to adventure and found the whereabouts of the legendary Philosopher's Stone, but he was seriously injured in the adventure and had to choose to retire. If I win this competition, I want all the information about the Philosopher's Stone in your hands." "Philosopher's Stone? What the hell?" Roland's mind was full of question marks. Although he was confused, it didn't stop Roland from acting. "I see. You want it." Roland sighed, with a complicated look in his eyes. 3 parts of nostalgia, 7 parts of reminiscence. First Mate Bristow and pharmacist Singed exchanged glances with each other. They felt that it was stable. Unexpectedly, Roland changed the subject. "I am willing to use the secret that has been sealed for many years as a bargaining chip for this competition. But, everything is equal. If you lose, I want the secret of mass production of 9th-level sailor potion in your hand." Pharmacist Singed seemed to have known that the other party would make such a choice. He agreed without hesitation. First Mate Bristow clapped his hands. His pirate minions pushed 2 carts over and built a simple house by the dock, equipped with corresponding pharmaceutical equipment and materials. The pirate minions were efficient and finished in less than half an hour. The 2 simple houses faced each other. Pharmacist Singed was quite confident and made a gesture of invitation. "Master Koro, please." After Roland stepped into the simple house on the left, pharmacist Singed stepped into the simple house on the right. The recipes of pharmacists are generally kept secret. Even if they were making the same life potion, the effects of the potions produced could be very different if the recipes were different. While the 2 were immersed in the process of making the medicine, Catalina could no longer hold back her anger and stared at First Mate Bristow. "First Mate, what do you want to do?" "Me? Hee hee." First Mate Bristow looked at the innocent red-haired woman. "This is not what I meant, but what the captain meant." "What?" Catalina was stunned. My stupid little princess! First Mate Bristow curled his lips and had no intention of explaining to Catalina. She was, after all, just a chess piece of the captain. First Mate Bristow raised his eyes and glanced at the ships from various forces on the dock. The Saint of the Glorious Empire, the General of the Eternal Dark Empire, the Patriarch of the André family. These people were also chess pieces of the captain. In the simple house. Roland stroked his chin. As a layman, how could he know how to make a life potion? But it doesn't matter. Roland also has unlimited synthesis. No one knows synthesis better than me. Roland wiped his right hand and extracted all the pharmaceutical materials on the table. Heaven and earth, please show your spirit, handsome tomato readers. 1000 spirit ginseng plus blood python branch plus blood essence fruit equals life potion. Life potion, after drinking, within 15 seconds, heal 20% of the body's injuries. Done. Roland's eyes lit up. Can we continue to synthesize? Give it a try. Life potion plus life potion equals compound potion. Compound potion, after drinking, within 12 seconds, heal 25% of the body's injuries. Continue. Compound potion plus compound potion equals corruption potion. Corruption potion, after drinking within 8 seconds, heal 40% of the body's injuries. Throw it out and it will release corrosive mist, giving the enemy poisoning and burning status. Ah, this! Is this what is called, medicine and poison are inseparable? Looking at the dark green potion in front of him, Roland was also scared. 1 hour passed in the blink of an eye. The doors of the two simple houses opened, and Roland and Pharmacist Singed walked out at the same time. Pharmacist Singed placed 10 bottles of life potions on the table with full confidence. Until Roland took out a bottle of corruption potion from his trouser pocket. Pharmacist Singed looked suspiciously at the dark green potion on the table. Master Koro, you want to defeat me with just 1 bottle of potion? Even if you are a senior in potion making, I can hardly accept this insult. Everyone present also looked at him strangely. Some people even doubted whether Master Koro was getting old and confused. Faced with all kinds of questioning eyes, Roland did not explain anything, but just opened the bottle cap. In an instant, a refreshing fragrance spread. This is... Pharmacist Singed's pupils shrank. He took 2 steps at a time and came to Roland and took the potion from his hand. Then, he put his nose close to the bottle mouth and twitched slightly. How is this possible? The essence of Qianling grass, blood python branch, and blood essence fruit are perfectly integrated without any rejection reaction. Laymen watch the excitement, while experts see the doorway. Because of this, Pharmacist Singed realized deeply. How desperate is the gap between him and Master Koro. He was struck by lightning, and the whole person seemed to be lost. It was not until Roland reminded him that he came back to his senses. Master Koro, I'm defeated, and I'm convinced of my defeat. After saying that, Pharmacist Singed turned and left. When he came back again, he was holding an incubator in his hand. From now on, it's yours. After solemnly handing the incubator to Roland, Pharmacist Singed didn't even look back, and gradually disappeared from Roland's sight with a group of pirates. Roland was also very curious about what was hidden in the incubator. The moment he opened the incubator, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. In the incubator, there was a culture dish. In the transparent nutrient solution, a thumb-sized tumor floated, and the granulation wrapped a lifeless eye. There were hundreds of them. The natives didn't know the truth. But in Roland's eyes, it revealed the tip of the iceberg. Thulhu's brain cells, a euro. Chapter 30 Synthetic Supervisor Madam Red. Rustle, rustle. The sound of crawling insects echoed in Roland's ears. The invisible fear enveloped his heart, shaking the thing called rationality. At this moment, Roland felt that he was falling into the bottomless abyss. Because He was calling him. In the deep bottomless abyss, a huge monster was vaguely outlined. Indistinctly, Roland seemed to hear the cry in his heart. Question him, understand him, become him, and surpass him. At the critical moment, Roland bit his tongue hard. The stinging sensation on the tip of his tongue awakened some rationality. Driven by the instinct of survival, Roland immediately extracted Thulhu's brain cells as synthetic materials. In an instant, the sky was clear and the air was fresh, and the breeze was gentle. Everything that had just happened seemed to be just a nightmare lingering in his mind. Although the time was short, Roland's clothes were soaked with cold sweat. The sea breeze was blowing on his face, as if it was an illusion. Feeling the chill on his back, Roland's face looked a little ugly. Catalina saw that his face changed drastically after he opened the incubator, and she couldn't help but walk up to him and asked with concern. "Master Koro, are you okay?" Quickly closing the incubator, Roland slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. From his throat, a slightly hoarse voice came. "I'm fine." On the dock, a group of people gathered to watch the excitement. Men, women, young and old, pointed and talked. Some people learned that Master Koro knew the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone, their eyes flickered, and they secretly left the crowd. Catalina looked around to avoid those with ulterior motives, and immediately led her men into the Hive City. The Hive City is a huge city. The city walls are more than 20 meters high, all made of huge stones. The traffic in the city is well connected, with people coming and going, and the traffic is busy. After entering the Blackbeard pirate's base, the group clearly noticed that the covetous eyes from the outside world had decreased a lot. Roland stayed in the room arranged for him by Catalina on the surface, but actually sneaked out and came to a remote corner of Beehive Island. The sea breeze blew on his face and the waves were surging. Recalling the play just performed by First Mate Bristow and Pharmacist Singed, Roland couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The Blackbeard pirates really have a good plan. If I am really Master Koro, this time I have been corrupted by my soul without knowing it and become a lackey of the evil god. In this way, the Blackbeard pirates can easily obtain the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone. When Roland thought of the scene where he almost fell into the bottomless abyss, even after a few hours, he still felt a lingering fear. At the same time, he also had a deeper understanding of the three laws of transcendence. Extraordinary universal gravity. Question him, understand him, become him, and surpass him. The higher you go on the extraordinary path, the more similar the extraordinary characters become, and they will instinctively fight with extraordinary of the same level to compete for the winner, so as to obtain a higher level sequence profession. If Roland had not been able to resist the temptation just now, he would have jumped from the Storm Tyrant path to the Sea God path and changed his sequence profession. What is even more terrifying is that, when the extraordinary reaches the top, will he still be the same person? Or will he become him? Can everyone become Thulhu? What a dark joke! Roland vaguely realized that there was something wrong with this alien world. The 4 deities of life and the 12 deities of the hour are in the subspace, seemingly not interfering with the operation of the mortal world. But unfortunately, every sequence potion contains the influence of the subspace. 108 extraordinary paths, seemingly a long step to godhood, everyone can become a god. But at the end of this long step to godhood, is it really as beautiful as people think? This incident sounded the alarm for Roland. He must collect 108 sequence potions as soon as possible to open up his own extraordinary path. The cool sea water gradually flooded over his feet. The huge ghost ship slowly emerged from the sea and anchored on the beach. Roland boarded the ghost ship and was about to count the spoils of looting the Coral Island. Suddenly, a beautiful figure staggered over. With a thump, Zheng Ji knelt in front of Roland. At this moment, the ancestor virus has penetrated into the girl's body, turning her into a zombie. There are spots of corpse spots on her beautiful face, which looks a bit scary. Master! Please, save me! The once bright and beautiful girl is now so miserable. No one would have thought that this was the eldest daughter of the Zheng family Chamber of Commerce. Roland half crouched on the ground, with his right hand on the girl's head. Theoretically, after the girl was infected by the ancestral virus, Roland could extract her into synthetic materials. But Roland had never tried to extract a living person into synthetic materials. No one knew what would happen. If I want you, give me your soul. Are you willing? Zheng Ji's eyes showed a hint of hope. I am willing. The next moment, the girl disappeared. Roland took out the death note that had not been used for a while, and also extracted it into synthetic materials. As usual, Roland took a bath and changed his clothes, clasped his hands together, and prayed devoutly. Please bless me, wise and powerful tomato readers, and don't let me synthesize weird things. I wish you a daily salary increase, a monthly promotion, a punch to the boss, a kick to the client, and a smooth civil service exam. Lost Girl plus Thulhu's Brain Cell plus Death Note equals Supervisor Red Lady. Level 7 Supervisor Red Lady, Rebel of the Sea God Path. Supernormal abilities, Advanced Water Element Protection, Advanced Ice Element Protection, Advanced Sea Monster Affinity, Advanced Illusion, Advanced Curse. Advanced Water Element Protection, you master the power of the water element and can skillfully use various water spells. Advanced Ice Element Protection, you master the power of the ice element and can skillfully use various ice spells. Advanced Sea Monster Affinity, you can command and mobilize sea monsters for your use. Advanced Illusion, you can skillfully perform various illusions. Advanced Curse, you can skillfully cast various curses. Chuckles. Accompanied by a silver bell-like laughter, a beautiful and generous woman in red appeared. She was wearing a graceful and luxurious red dress, covered in jewels. Every time she took a step, her foot under the tree, roses bloomed. Her face was like a foxy girl, and her eyes were full of autumnal waves. The woman knelt down in front of Roland, smiling like a flower. Thank you for your grace, Master. My mission now is to obey your will. Zheng Ji paused slightly, her tone subtle. A few small insects have slipped in. Master, please wait patiently for a moment, and I will catch them for you. Chapter 31 Sage's Stone. A bright red figure passed by. Zheng Ji came to a wall of the red church and hooked her finger seductively. The next moment, 6 ghosts floated out from the wall, and their eyes showed too. Roland's eyes condensed. He had no idea when these 6 ghosts sneaked into the ghost ship. Zheng Ji opened her red lips slightly, exhaling sweetly. Tell me. Who are you, who ordered you, and what mission are you carrying out? The ghosts were confused by the illusion and had long lost their minds. We are the Ghost Reconnaissance Force affiliated with the Everlasting Dark Empire. We have accepted a special mission sent by General Maynard Cusin to investigate the information of the owner of the ghost ship. Because the ghosts leaked the mission information, the soul's built-in secret-keeping ban was triggered. As soon as the voice fell, the 6 ghosts disappeared. General Maynard Cusin? Roland had seen him from a distance at the port dock. He was a serious general who wore dark battle armor all day long. Roland couldn't understand why the other party was secretly investigating him. As if seeing the doubt in Roland's heart, Zheng Ji whispered to explain. Master, the Eternal Dark Empire is a kingdom of the dead established by a 6th-level corpse wizard. In the Eternal Dark Empire, all the prominent figures are actually undead transformed from 6th-level corpse wizards. General Maynard Cusin came to the Eternal Islands to seize the treasure of the sea god. It is obvious that he came here on the orders of the 6th-level corpse wizard. Master has fierce evil knights under his command, which may arouse the suspicion of General Maynard Cusin, so he sent the Ghost Reconnaissance team to investigate. In the other world, the Death God Path is the extraordinary path with the largest number of people in the inauguration sequence, second only to the Storm Tyrant Path. 9th level Psychic. 8th level Gravedigger. 7th level Coffin Bearer. 6th level Corpse Wizard. 5th level Lich. 4th level Underworld Guide. 3rd level Judge. 2nd level Death Archon. 1st level King of the Undead. 0th level God of Death. In the sequence of professions, 9th level, 8th level, and 7th level are all low-level extraordinary people. 6th level is a watershed. 6th level, 5th level, and 4th level are all high-level extraordinary people. Many extraordinary paths, after reaching 6th level, start to be not human. As the eldest daughter of the Zheng family Chamber of Commerce, Zheng Ji knows the information of many extraordinary people. Now, Zheng Ji has completely returned to her heart. After her explanation, Roland has a deeper understanding of the other world. Looking at the foxy beauty in front of him, Roland has a sense of de copyright JAVU that my daughter has grown up. After integrating Thulhu's brain cells, Zheng Ji went from a mortal to a 7th level extraordinary person. Moreover, she has mastered a series of advanced extraordinary abilities, which can be said to be a step to heaven. The extraordinary person of the sea god path masters water and ice spells and can control sea monsters. If Zheng Ji can control Paul, the sea monster octopus, she will definitely be able to increase Roland's chances of winning in the next battle for the treasure of the sea god. Roland counted the harvest on the Coral Island. 660,000 gold dragon coins. Several artillery guns. Several alchemical materials. Several pharmaceutical materials. Several array materials. Most of the harvest on the Coral Island is some floating wealth. After selling the unnecessary items to the cross-border exchange, Roland did not continue to pay attention. Roland has tried it, and ordinary materials are synthesized into some ordinary things. If you want to synthesize something awesome, you need key synthesis materials. The ghost of the demon number 1 attached to Roland's body squirmed for a while, and Roland's face changed for a while, forming the image of Li Bai in King of Glory. The reason why he did not continue to show his face as a hero was to avoid people from the Eternal Dark Empire from looking for him. Roland is not afraid of trouble. Now, heroes from all sides have gathered on the Honeycomb Island. Roland didn't need to expose his strength. Just like the chicken game, Voldemort survived to the end, which was the right way. A white robe, a Qing Feng sword, and a wine gourd. Roland and Zheng Ji walked together, they were an enviable couple. If you want to get information, the most well-informed place is the local underground black market. The moment the two entered the underground black market, they were greeted by pairs of covetous eyes. Zheng Ji smiled with her hands covering her mouth, and her beautiful eyes were rippling. The mortals who came into contact with Zheng Ji's eyes suddenly had two, in their eyes, and they were all fascinated. The few extraordinary people who were not affected by the advanced illusion immediately realized that Zheng Ji was not easy to provoke, and they immediately broke out in cold sweat and lowered their heads like quails. The merchants were bragging about themselves, and the guests were talking loudly. Everything seemed to be back to normal. Roland walked while listening to the chatter of everyone. Have you heard recently? Master Koro, who knows the whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone, has reappeared in the arena. Philosopher's Stone? What is that? You don't know this, right? According to legend, the Philosopher's Stone is a treasure that can fulfill any wish. Of course, the truth is that the Philosopher's Stone is a necessary item for the advancement of a level 6 transcendent. Level 9, 8, and 7 transcendents only need to drink sequence potions. But after reaching level 6, you must complete the advancement ceremony. Different transcendental paths require different materials for the advancement ceremony. However, the Philosopher's Stone can perfectly replace the materials for the advancement ceremony. General Maynard Cusin of the Ever-Dark Empire even claimed that he was willing to take out a magical item and exchange it for Master Koro from the Blackbeard Pirates. In the underground market, a new bounty mission has been quietly posted. Those who capture Master Koro alive can get 200,000 gold dragon coins. But the strange thing is that the glorious empire did not make any statement, and it seems that they do not want the philosopher's stone. Roland shook the wine gourd in his hand. The swaying wine reflected Roland's cold eyes. After Master Koro got Crusoe's brain cells, he did not follow the script written by the Blackbeard pirates and become the evil god's lackey. Nowadays, the underground black market has hyped up the philosopher's stone, and it is obvious that the Blackbeard pirates are behind it. The shadow under Roland's feet was crooked, and the information conveyed by the demon ghost came. Combined with the information collected by the demon ghost, Roland's conjecture was confirmed. After writing down the account of the Blackbeard pirates in the small notebook, Roland came to the Bounty Hunter Guild. In the other world, bounty hunters are a special group, not an extraordinary profession. Bounty hunters make a living by hunting. They hunt both pirates on the bounty list and sea monsters in the ocean. Roland placed a large bag of gold dragon coins on the front desk and asked, "I need information about Paul the Octopus, including what abilities he has and where he has been recently." Roland's lavish behavior immediately attracted many people's attention. The receptionist weighed the bag and smiled professionally. She took out a life card and handed it to Roland. "Dear guest, this is a life card that records the breath of Octopus Paul. You can use the life card to find the whereabouts of Octopus Paul." Chapter 32 Synthetic Thunder Fruit. Octopus Paul Life Card. Level 7. Race, Sea Gods Dependent. Personality, Brutal. Weakness, Fear of thunder and fire. Food, Omnivorous. Weight, 3,721 tons. Body size, circumference 96 meters. Appearance address, appeared 50 nautical miles east of Honeycomb Island. Brief comment, extremely dangerous sea monster, bounty hunter teams with less than 2-digit level 7 extraordinary people are advised not to go there to die. Taking the life card from the receptionist, Roland's eyelids jumped slightly. The life card made by the extraordinary people recorded such detailed information. The 50,000 gold dragon coins spent were worth it. In the Bounty Hunter Guild, many people's eyes flickered, quietly following the two people away. Master. Zheng Ji was sensitive and noticed some small tails behind her. She touched her neck, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. "Do you want me to deal with them? Wait until we leave Beehive Island." The people following behind him were just minor illnesses, not to be feared. What really worried Roland was that the address of Octopus Paul was recorded on the life card. 50 nautical miles east of Beehive Island? What does this mean? It's like a thief lurking at the doorstep. In addition, Octopus Paul has the identity of a follower of Poseidon. Perhaps, it is also coming for Poseidon's treasure? After leaving Beehive City, the stalkers following behind became more and more unscrupulous, directly blocking the two people. 16 bounty hunters dressed in different styles stared at Roland and the other two greedily. "Kill the men and leave the women." Bounty hunters are a group of people chasing money. Occasionally, they will also play the role of pirates. Unfortunately, they hit a wall this time. The 16 bounty hunters raised their steam guns and were about to pull the trigger, but they found that the feeling was wrong. When they looked down, they were shocked to find that the steam guns in their hands turned into a giant python, entwining their arms and climbing all the way up. Until the giant python opened its bloody mouth and swallowed them. The bounty hunters who were deeply in the illusion actually stabbed the barrel of the gun into their mouths. As the trigger was pulled, the bullets passed through their heads. 16 people died together. When they died, they still did not get rid of the illusion. Such a weird and terrifying scene directly discouraged the other bounty hunters who were watching. Wealth is good, but you have to live to enjoy it. After getting rid of the hyenas, Roland and the others boarded the ghost ship and headed for Paul the Octopus. The life card has the function of locating the target. The closer to the target, the greater the vibration amplitude of the life card. Sensing Roland's doubts, Zheng Ji explained. The Bounty Hunter Guild is a large organization spanning multiple seas. The guild has been established for many years and has many very practical items, such as life cards and permanent record pointers, which are comparable to magical items. Seeing Roland's interest, Zheng Ji continued. Take the permanent record pointer for example. There are terrible natural disasters between each sea area. If you want to sail in the endless natural disaster area, in addition to the high quality of the ship, you also need the navigation of the permanent record pointer. Otherwise, the fleet will be lost in the natural disaster area. I understand. It's the server subnet. As for what kind of natural disasters would be encountered when traveling from the Broken Star Sea to other seas? Zheng Ji didn't know this. Zheng's Chamber of Commerce was just an ordinary chamber of commerce in the Glorious Empire, not a large chamber of commerce across seas. She was able to know so much because she was close to the royal family. Unexpected things happen. Not long after setting sail, dark clouds pressed down on the city and threatened to destroy it. The wind was howling, and lightning and thunder roared. Looking up at the lightning flashing in the sky, Roland suddenly remembered that he had a magical item. Light storage bottle, can intercept everything related to light. On weekdays, Roland put it in a corner. Only when synthesizing the invisibility cloak, it is necessary to use it to collect sunlight. Sunlight is light. Is lightning not light? Give it a try. Roland handed the light bottle to a ghost rider and asked it to climb to the roof of the Romanesque church, holding the light bottle high in both hands. At this moment, the ghost rider was like a lightning rod. Boom! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Then, it turned halfway and struck down on his head. Boom! The lightning flashed and stung his eyes. When his eyes gradually adapted, Roland found that the originally empty light bottle had been added with a ray of restless lightning. So that's it. Roland's eyes lit up. This is the correct way to open a magical item. The seemingly useless light bottle turned out to be a real rare treasure. Who wouldn't be afraid of regular abilities? No wonder magical items are so scarce. The ghost rider turned over and landed, half knelt in front of Roland, and held up the light bottle with both hands. Roland took the light storage bottle and extracted a ray of lightning. Lightning, what can be synthesized? Devil fruit. After a while, Roland's mind emerged with a classic anime from his previous life. Action is worse than thought. Roland quickly bought a batch of fruits from the cross-border exchange. Put his hands together and prayed devoutly. Rich and generous tomato readers, bless me and I will definitely get a devil fruit, thank you. A ray of lightning plus rosewood equals thunder fruit. Success. Thunder fruit grants the target the extraordinary ability Master Level Thunder Element Protection, but also has side effects, fear of seawater and sea stone. Side effects? It doesn't matter. Roland continued to collect thunder and continue to synthesize. Thunder fruit plus thunder fruit equals perfect thunder fruit. Perfect thunder fruit, uniqueness, grants the target the extraordinary ability God Level Thunder Element Protection Euro, no side effects. Uniqueness, there is only one thing with the same name in the world, and the body cannot contain other similar things at the same time. After the synthesis, Roland thought of Wukong first. As a melee king, if paired with the perfect thunder fruit, how strong will Wukong become? Wukong silently took the perfect thunder fruit and ate it in one bite. The next moment, he was suspended in the air, and his body was filled with lightning. Wisps of electric arcs surrounded his body, making him look like the god of thunder. Zheng Ji frowned. She felt a strong sense of oppression from Wukong. Wukong was only a 9th level extraordinary person, but as a 7th level extraordinary person, Zheng Ji felt that he would be defeated at any time. The invisible pressure from Wukong spread, and any sensitive creature could feel it. Octopus Paul, lurking in the seabed, suddenly opened his eyes. He mistakenly thought that a monster of the same level had arrived, and suddenly a boundless rage rose in his heart. Roar! 8 amazing octopus tentacles suddenly poked out of the sea, causing a huge wave. Chapter 33. Do you want to dance too? Above the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, lightning and thunder roared. Wukong bathed in the sea of a euro thunder, like a god descending from heaven. In the sea, the waves were surging, and the turbines were spinning. 8 octopus tentacles stirred up huge waves, trying to reverse the sky. The huge waves rolled and slapped the sides of the ghost ship frantically, causing the ship to shake violently, as if it would fall and drown in the deep sea in the next moment. The waves splashed and the deck was bumpy. Zheng Ji raised her jade hand and waved her arm gently. The temperature of the surrounding air dropped sharply, and the sea water froze at a speed visible to the naked eye, fixing the position of the ghost ship. Then, low temperature freezing quickly spread on the sea surface, trying to freeze the sea area where Octopus Paul was located into ice. However, the 8 tentacles only shook slightly, and the ice that was clinging to them was shattered. So strong! Zheng Ji looked solemn. Master, Octopus Paul is indeed a sea monster famous in the Broken Star Sea, and has strength far beyond that of an ordinary 7th level extraordinary person. Roland knew this, of course. Back then, when he was on the pirate ship, Roland had seen with his own eyes the battle between Katarina and Octopus Paul. As a rank 7 storm priest, Katarina was once suppressed by Octopus Paul. If she hadn't used the magical item Fear Conch, she would have been buried in the sea long ago. The 8 octopus tentacles were like pillars supporting the sky, shocking the world. Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, not afraid at all. He swung the iron rod in his hand and split Huashan with one force. The thunder in the sky seemed to be pulled down to the earth, and the thunder as thick as a bucket struck down, turning this sea area into a thunder purgatory. Rank 9 Wukong, a monkey who stepped onto the long steps to become a god. Supernatural abilities, keen inspiration, future vision, destiny, bronze head and iron arms, god level thunder element protection. God level lightning element protection, you are the incarnation of thunder. Casting any lightning spell will gain 10 times the bonus. Lightning filled the field of vision. The sky and earth were illuminated in a white expanse. Even when the light faded, one could still see strands of electric arcs running wildly on the sea. The 8 tentacles were charred black, exuding an alluring aroma of barbecue. Roland couldn't help but feel his mouth watering. He really wanted to sprinkle some cumin powder and chili powder on them. It must be delicious, right? Octopus tentacles contain a nervous system. After a brief numbness, the pain transmitted from the end of the tentacles was like a tsunami sweeping over, madly impacting Octopus Paul's brain. Ah! The painful wails cut through the sky. 8 octopus tentacles fell down, causing waves tens of meters high. The 2 things that Octopus Paul feared most in his life were fire and thunder. Realizing that Wukong had the ability to restrain himself, driven by instinct, Octopus Paul subconsciously sank into the sea, trying to escape from danger. Want to escape? Roland's mouth curled up slightly. With a snap, he snapped his fingers. The 29 demon ghosts hidden in the shadow of Octopus Paul emerged from the shadow one after another. The evil energy and shadows intertwined into a dark chain, wrapped around the 8 tentacles of the octopus. Immediately, the muscles on the arms of many demon ghosts piled up and exerted force together. Octopus Paul paused in his diving action and clearly felt the terrible pulling force coming from behind. Octopus Paul was shocked. It has always been the only one to entangle the prey. When will it be its turn to be used as the prey, entangled by something? In his eyes as big as copper bells, human indignation was revealed. Then, Octopus Paul tried his best to get rid of the chains. The harder he tried, the tighter the chains bound him. Even pierced into the charred flesh. Evil energy is like arsenic, and shadow is like sulfuric acid. 2 completely different forces, once entering the body of Octopus Paul, immediately made him enjoy VIP treatment. Pain. Severe pain. Painful. Just as Octopus Paul was struggling frantically, Wukong realized that this was an opportunity. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Wukong swooped down, and the thunder in the sky turned into a giant unicorn beast, and hit it on the head with a stick. Boom! It was like thousands of artillery shells were concentrated and bombarded, the sea surface was deeply sunken, and huge waves were raised. In the sea water, the shadows of the sticks were heavy. Octopus Paul's skin was thick and tough, and he couldn't stand the beatings. He screamed. The more dangerous he was, the more ferocious he was. He endured the pain on his tentacles and swung his 8 tentacles wildly, muddying the sea water. If the demons hadn't escaped into the shadow plane in time, he would have been torn into pieces by Octopus Paul's crazy counterattack. A monkey and an octopus. In this sea, a life and death battle unfolded. The sea was turbid and the waves were hitting the boat. Even Zheng Ji was not idle, constantly controlling the sea currents remotely to interfere with Octopus Paul's offensive. This battle lasted for a whole day. Crazy waves kept hitting the coast of Beehive Island. Even the residents of Beehive City could vaguely hear Octopus Paul's miserable howling. Such a huge movement has already attracted the attention of many forces. On the outskirts of this battlefield, ships have appeared one after another since I don't know when. However, no force dared to act rashly to avoid being affected. Boom! A huge water column rose from the sea, and the huge body of Octopus Paul was lifted up and then fell heavily on the sea. Compared with his once arrogant appearance, Octopus Paul is now very miserable. His body is covered with the corrosion of evil energy and shadow, as well as the trauma caused by thunder. It's like an 18-year-old girl, drunk alone in a KTV, was carried into a hotel by several big men, and something unspeakable happened. One word to describe: miserable. Zheng Ji landed lightly on the sea and met Octopus Paul's pupils. Using the extraordinary ability of Advanced Sea Monster Affinity, Zheng Ji's mental power invaded Octopus Paul's mind. There are 2 mental powers, one large and one small, affecting Octopus Paul. The big one fell into a deep sleep. Zheng Ji only took a glance and felt instinctive fear, and dared not look any more. As for the small one, it was also a little stronger than Zheng Ji. Zheng Ji withdrew her mental power and immediately reported the situation to Roland. Roland stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Zheng Ji is already a 7th-level extraordinary person, and has integrated Thulhu's brain cells, so she can naturally restrain many sea monsters. The only person who has a stronger mental power than her and is closer is Blackbeard Edward Teach. In other words, the reason why Octopus Paul lurks here is because he is influenced by Blackbeard Edward Teach. As for the other mental power, it may come from the sea god. After sorting out the complex relationship, Roland put his hands behind his back and walked in front of Octopus Paul. Octopus Paul seemed very excited, as if he realized that Roland was the culprit who made him suffer. Roland raised his chin and stared at Paul the Octopus. Do you want to dance? Paul the Octopus. Chapter 34. Give me a favor. Eagles fly in the sky, fish swim in the shallows. The sea is windy and the waves are high, and many ships are ups and downs. Among them, the Blackbeard pirates have the largest number of ships. There are hundreds of pirate ships, just like the local snakes. First Mate Bristow took off the telescope, his eyes were extremely solemn. As the vassal of the sea god, the captain took a lot of effort to finally subdue Paul the Octopus. It is also the most important part of the captain's plan. Now, the captain is integrating the talent of the young man from China. He is in a critical period and cannot take care of other things. Bosun, do you think you can stop that man through black magic? Next to First Mate Bristow stood an old witch. She was dressed in a black robe, had a hunched body, a weathered face and bulging eyes. Leave it to me. The old witch was fiddling with a scarecrow in her hands, stabbing it with silver needles one by one. Black magic, a supernatural power known for its curses. In the past, the old witch relied on this skill to kill powerful enemies without bloodshed. But this time, it was different. She kicked the iron plate. The next moment, the face of the scarecrow changed drastically, and a charming face like a foxy woman appeared. Before the old witch could react, the strong backlash of the curse swept over her, causing her to spit out a mouthful of black blood. The blood splashed on the deck, and the stench was smelt. In the inky black blood, there were actually 2 or 3 centipedes twisting their bodies. The old witch collapsed on the ground, her breath was weak. Now, First Mate Bristow didn't understand that there were also supernatural people who were proficient in curses on the other ship. Moreover, the curse power he mastered was even better than that of the old witch. First Mate Bristow stared ahead with a solemn expression. The master in his eyes was now standing obediently behind a man like a maid. Who are they? The host Blackbeard pirates were unexpectedly cautious. In comparison, the others were not polite at all. Everyone could see that after a whole day of competition, the ghost ship and Octopus Paul were now in a situation where both sides suffered losses. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is behind. They all wanted to be the oriole. Among them, the everlasting Dark Empire was the most active. General Maynard Curzon stood at the bow, his scarlet cloak fluttering. He suddenly raised his black iron heavy sword, with the tip of the sword pointed at the ghost ship. Only one undead force is allowed to appear in the Broken Star Sea. Domineering, strong. This is exactly the style of General Maynard Curzon. The skeleton ship was faster than the skeleton ship, like an arrow shot from a bow. Faster than the skeleton ship were the arrows fired by the skeleton archers on the deck. Bows were like forests, arrows were like rain. The dense arrows covered the sky and the sun, with a magnificent momentum. At this moment, Wukong picked up Paul the octopus with a stick, and the huge monster like a hill broke away from the sea and came into close contact with many arrows. In the blink of an eye, it was pierced by arrows and turned into a hedgehog. Ah! The long cry of grief mourned the world. The last breath of Paul the octopus finally disappeared completely as its body fell into the water. Roland had already changed his appearance and regained his domineering posture. He stroked Paul the octopus' body, feeling sorry in his heart. If I can't get your soul, I'll get your body. Extract synthetic materials. Octopus Paul. Ron of Thulhu. The spiritual imprint of Edward Teach, the Blackbeard. Before the body disappeared, the pirates laughed. After the body disappeared, the pirates stopped laughing. Where is the body? Where did such a big body go? The body of Octopus Paul is very valuable. Whether it is enslaved into an undead creature or dismembered, it is the best choice for pharmaceutical and alchemical materials. Now, it's gone. Many pirates were confused and had to turn their grief and anger into artillery fire. Boom! 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 The artillery fire was continuous and the smoke was everywhere. One by one, the shells bombarded the ghost ship densely, trying to sink it into the sea. The fog of war spread unknowingly. The neighing of the skeleton warhorse sounded. With their iron hooves breaking through the blue waves, 50 ghost riders set out together. Wherever they passed, they left traces of hellfire behind them. The collective strength of 50 ghost riders was enough to easily penetrate a ship. The fog is the soil for the survival of shadows, and it is also the home of the demon ghost. The shadowy shadow clones scattered and turned into the sharpest knives in the shadows, tearing apart any offending enemies. However, there were too many ships. The news of the sea god's treasure attracted not only the pirates of the Pirate Cross Guild. People from the Glorious Empire and the Eternal Dark Empire, as well as some scattered forces, also came here after hearing the news. Now, they are like a group of hyenas that smell blood, extremely fierce. Relying solely on the ghost riders and the demon ghosts, it is impossible to stop the many ill-intentioned people. General Maynard Curzon has a clear understanding of the battlefield situation. While everyone was entangled, he immediately commanded the skeleton ship to go straight to the core. Sharp and decisive. On the skeleton ship, the aura of death was dense, and a skeleton door was opened. Skeleton warriors, plague zombies, and ghosts. 3 types of undead soldiers are constantly coming out of the skeleton gate. In fact, the skeleton ship is the carrier of the skeleton gate. The tactics of the Eternal Dark Empire have always been simple and clear. That is, to drown all enemies with the sea of a euro undead. In the depths of the fog, the death knell rang. The huge red church stood in the fog, and the death birds flew across the sky in groups, fighting with the ghosts in the sky. The black coffins stood on both sides of the road, and the coffins were opened one by one. The bloodthirsty mummies and many skeleton soldiers joined forces to build a wall to block the endless skeleton warriors and plague zombies. The bizarre trees turned into evil tree people, and the roots spread out, entangled the enemies in sight. Awoo! The huge guiding statue roared to the sky. After quickly turning into flesh and blood, it turned into a giant werewolf and pounced fiercely on the sea of a euro dead souls. A simple pounce and claw sweep could cause a small number of dead souls to fall to the ground. But General Maynard firmly believed that victory would eventually be his side. Until Wukong and Zheng Ji took action. The sea water rose and turned into water dragons, sweeping across the battlefield in all directions. Wukong turned into the King of Thunder and Lightning, guiding the thunder to fall. The thunder and lightning, through the strong conductivity of the sea water, wantonly harvested large groups of enemies. How is this possible? How do you still have the energy to fight? General Maynard and everyone present were all in disbelief. Endless shadows laid out like a carpet, and piles of bones formed the throne of the king. Roland sat on the throne, holding a goblet in his hand. With a gentle shake, the blood-colored wine rippled with a fragrant scent. As if his celebration of the harvest was disturbed, Roland raised his eyes and said indifferently, "I have always been a gentle and easy-going person, and I don't like fighting and killing. I hope everyone present can give me face." Step down. Chapter 35 Synthesize Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. The fog was heavy and the artillery fire was endless. Every moment, people were buried in the sea. But few people found that after the corpse fell into the deep sea, it gradually melted into the deep sea bed like snow under the warm sun. At this moment, the ghost ship was confronting the ever-dark empire. General Maynard Curzon held the reins and rode on the back of a nightmare warhorse. He had long been transformed into a dead knight by a 6th-level corpse wizard, and he didn't know what reverence was in his heart. The black iron heavy sword pointed obliquely at the man on the skeleton throne, and General Maynard Curzon was not afraid. The skeleton gate opened behind him and the undead that kept appearing were his biggest confidence. Kill. A terrible breath of death permeated his body. Stimulated by the breath of death, the undead creatures around him seemed to be injected with chicken blood, charging forward without hesitation. Roland closed his eyes slightly and shook his head secretly. As the host, the Blackbeard pirates have not yet launched an attack. On the contrary, these people are keen to pick up heads. Although Gaku and Zheng Ji are strong, they still seem to be weak. In this case, it's time to add a capable general. Roland put all the materials on hand into it. Despite doing so, the result of the synthesis is unknown and full of variables. But Roland knows that the tomato readers will protect him. Paul the Octopus plus Ron of Fullhood plus spiritual imprint of Edward Teach, Blackbeard plus several pharmaceutical materials plus several alchemical materials plus several array materials equals Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Level 7 Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Chaos Creature. Supernatural abilities, Chaos Dragon Body, Dragon King Pressure, Flesh and Blood Regeneration. Chaos Dragon Body, no fatal weakness, will not be affected by any positive or negative status, unlimited growth. Dragon King Pressure, those with a lower life level than the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon will be suppressed in combat power. Flesh and Blood Regeneration, as long as there is a head left, it can be powerfully self-healed and recover from all injuries. Hey! A sudden gust of wind swept in, blowing away the surrounding fog of war. However, instead of feeling a bit of joy, everyone at the scene looked up at the sky with horror. A pair of huge dragon wings covered the sky, casting a large shadow. 3 dragon heads were raised high, their horns were prominent, and they roared long. Ang! The earth-shaking dragon roar resounded through the sky. The terrifying dragon might filled the world, causing everyone present to tremble instinctively. On this day, humans finally remembered the fear that they were once dominated by dragons. Dragon! How could there be a dragon here? The scene was in a panic and chaos. According to legend, dragons are predators at the top of the food chain. But now, dragons have long disappeared in the Broken Star Sea and are no longer seen. They can't figure out why the legendary dragon will reappear in the world. Moreover, it has become the mount of that man. In the fleet of the glorious empire. A young man looked up at the sky in surprise. Guojeri outputs frantically on the World Channel. Brothers, guess what I saw near the Honeycomb Island in the Broken Star Sea? I actually saw Sun Wukong and the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. What's even more outrageous is that there is a skeleton throne on the top of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and Xianba is sitting on it. Brother upstairs, if you can't make up a story, just say less. That's right, everyone in the Broken Star Sea knows that the Blackbeard pirates are secretly arresting us Blue Star people. Everyone is avoiding the plague and staying away from the Eternal Islands. Who would go there? Guojiryui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What I said is true. My talent is to listen to other people's voices, and I sneaked into the warships of the glorious empire to avoid the harassment of the Blackbeard pirates. Brother upstairs, wake up. Even if you are right, you may be hallucinating. Even if a fantasy creature appears, Xianba can't sit on the top of the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Guojiryui was speechless. The sky is blue, the water is blue. Only his heart is cold. He looked up at the sky. Xianba stood proudly above the sky, overlooking the tiny creatures, with a domineering aura. Under his seat, the 3-headed blue-eyed ultimate dragon swooped down, and the terrifying dragon breath destroyed a large number of ships. Could it be? All this is fake. I'm not crazy. I'm really not crazy. Guojiri squatted down with his head in his hands, and there was a faint black air lingering around his body. This is a sign of extraordinary loss of control. However, on the deck, no one paid attention to him, a small minion. When the 3-headed dragon appeared, all the ships retreated desperately. The blue-eyed ultimate dragon dominated the airspace, constantly spewing dragon breath, destroying ships one by one. Among them, the skeleton ship of the ever-dark empire was attacked the most. The hordes of ghosts were hit by the dragon's breath before they could play a role. The Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon has 3 dragon heads and no blind spots in vision. Even if there are occasionally lucky ghosts who escape death, they will soon be torn apart by the dragon's claws. Without the cover of the ghost army, the skeleton warriors and plague zombies, no matter how many there are just moving targets. On the sea, the skeleton ship was burning. Roland looked around and did not find the whereabouts of General Maynard Cusin. Tisk. He was so powerful before the war, I thought he was a tough guy. I didn't expect him to run faster than a rabbit. It was not Roland's intention to show off so high profile. Because this means, in the subsequent fight for the treasure of the sea god, he will become the target of public criticism. Now, the Blackbeard pirates are sitting still and watching others suffer heavy losses. Roland couldn't figure out the details of Edward Teach, the Blackbeard, so he stopped while he was ahead to avoid further escalation. The number 2 demon ghost turned into a domineering figure and rode the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon away. Roland put on an invisible cloak, hid in the ghost ship, and quietly returned to Beehive Island. He changed his appearance again and showed himself as the pharmacist Koro. Returning to the Blackbeard pirates' base, Roland found a rare guest. Roland hid to one side and looked at him secretly. The saint of the glorious empire had a beautiful face and black hair like a waterfall. A pure white dress made her look holy and beautiful, sacred and inviolable. At this moment, the saint held Katerina's wrist and told her about family matters. "Child, come back to the empire with me." "No," Katerina said resolutely, "Aunt, Blackbeard kidnapped my mother and caused her to die prematurely. I will not be a human being if I don't take revenge." The saint stroked Katerina's hair and sighed softly. "If my sister is still alive, she would not want you to take such a risk." Then, she changed the subject. "Before my sister died, she left a permanent record pointer. Now, in 5 days, the Beeswillen auction is about to start on Nest Island. In addition to the Sea God treasure map as a gimmick, this permanent record pointer will also be auctioned. I will do my best to bid for it. When the time comes, you can take the permanent record pointer and leave the Broken Star Sea." Chapter 36 I can pick up attributes to become stronger. 3 days later. Hive Island. In the dark basement, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. He. After spending so much time, I finally succeeded in integrating the talent of that Chinese youth. Attribute talent. I can pick up attributes to become stronger. Such a powerful talent, it's really God's help. The door to the basement opened. The light from the outside world tilted down and fell on a man as strong as an ox. He had an extremely thick beard and a ferocious face, not like a good person. Blackbeard, Edward Teach. The owner of the Eternal Islands, one of the giants of the Pirate Cross Guild. He is also one of the few 6th-level extraordinary people in the Broken Star Sea. In the hall, Vice Captain George Teach, First Mate Bristow, and the Witch Bosun. All 3 pirate group cotters were present. Blackbeard Edward Teach sat on the main seat with his eyes revealing hunger. "I need corpses, the more the better. It's time to throw out the bait of the Sea God's treasure map and let the hyenas outside beat them to a pulp." No one responded after the words fell. First Mate Bristow opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping. Blackbeard frowned, realizing that something was wrong. His eyes fell on George Teach. "My good brother, tell me. What happened on Beehive Island when I was absent? Everyone knows that whoever touches Blackbeard's bad luck will be unlucky." Under the gaze of Blackbeard, George Teach could only bite the bullet and tell the story of 5 days ago. "You mean, not only my little pet, Paul the Octopus, died. Even those hyenas who were supposed to provide me with attributes suffered heavy casualties." Good. Blackbeard laughed angrily. "I haven't seen such a brave man for a long time. He dared to do bad things under my nose." There were wisps of evil black smoke all over his body, making him look like a demon king in the world. There was no sign that Blackbeard was seriously ill. Then, he threw something. George Teach was quick to catch it with both hands. "Throw this magical item to this auction. I don't believe that man can resist the temptation. As long as he shows up, I will make him bleed on the spot." 2 days later. The Beehive Island was bustling with people. People came and went, and the traffic was busy. No one could tell that a war had broken out 5 days ago. The saint of the glorious empire came as promised. Seeing that Catalina actually brought Master Koro with her, the saint frowned unhappily. "Why did you bring Master Koro to the auction? You know, Master Koro is a time bomb because of the Philosopher's Stone, and it's easy to implicate you, right?" Roland looked at his nose with his eyes, and his heart with his nose. He was talking about Master Koro. What does it have to do with me, Roland? "Aunt." Catalina took the saint's arm. "I promised Master Koro that I would collect other extraordinary potions for him. As the day of the opening of the Sea God's treasure approaches, the Blackbeard pirates are holding this auction so grandly, and there will definitely be many rare sequence potions flowing out. Opportunities are rare, and time will never come again. so, of course I have to bring Master Koro to the auction with me. Saint Mengeo's mind was a little dazed. In Catalina, she seemed to see the figure of the previous generation of saints, that is, her sister. The two women walked hand in hand. They were already beautiful, and their temperaments were very different. One was pure white and holy, and the other was sexy and bold. Saint Mengeo and Catalina always received frequent glances from passers-by when they walked on the road. If they were not afraid of their strength, I'm afraid someone would have done something daring. With their unique identity and financial resources, the auction arranged them in the box on the second floor. The box was large and had a separate bathroom. Sofas, coffee tables, snacks, drinks, everything you need. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows, you can see the auction host desk. It will take some time before the auction officially starts. Roland couldn't get a word in on the conversation between the two women, so he just chatted in the group to kill time. At this time, Roland realized that the trend of the World Channel had changed. Congratulations to Wang Luffy for being promoted to the 8th level extraordinary. Big Brother is awesome. Ranked first on the list. Ha ha ha, I don't know how Big Brother Roland will react when he knows this. What Big Brother Roland, in front of Big Brother Wang Luffy, you are all younger brothers. Please ask Big Brother Wang Luffy, how to be promoted to the 8th level extraordinary in a short time. Same request plus. Roland glanced at the list. First place, Wang Luffy, 8th level Qigong Master. Second place, Roland, 9th level Sailor. Third place, Fang Zheng, 9th level Psychic. Fourth place, Guo Jerry, 9th level Lancer. Roland smiled. His strength is not based on his career, but on his god-level talent. I had underestimated the world before, and I didn't expect someone to catch up and become a rising star. Soon. Wang Luffy responded. Brothers, do you want to learn the quick strategy? Yes. Yes plus. Seeing the enthusiasm of the brothers, I will not hide it. At the 9th, 8th, and 7th levels, you only need to drink the potion to advance. But there is a risk. The potion contains the influence of the subspace. In a short period of time, frequent drinking of potions will increase the risk of distortion. But I found a way to quickly master the extraordinary abilities of the sequence profession and reduce the influence of the subspace. That is, the role-playing method. According to one of the 3 laws of the supernatural, the law of supernatural gravity. Question him, understand him, become him, and surpass him. What this means is that we must take the initiative to cater to the sequence profession and constantly make changes. For example, I was a 9th level fighter before. Because I was born in the Colosseum, I have to experience various dangerous battles every day. After I won 100 games in a row, I felt that I had completely mastered the supernatural power. And when I drank the 8th level Qigong Master Potion, I unexpectedly found that the influence from the subspace was greatly reduced. There was only a whisper in my ear, which had little impact. Acting method. This sentence made Roland enlightened. No wonder, in the other world, the most popular supernatural paths are the Storm Tyrant Path and the Death Path. As long as you are sailing, you are always acting as a sailor. Naturally, this kind of supernatural digests the potion very quickly. If not, there is also the law of conservation of supernatural factors. I am afraid that it would have been a monopoly. As for the debate in the World Channel, Roland did not pay attention to it. Because the auction has begun. Chapter 37 Synthesize the True Creator Path. A Euro 9th Order Space-Time Observer Potion. A Euro E9th Order Spearman Potion, A Euro. A Euro Evaprum 3 bids 50,000 gold dragon coins, A Euro. A Euro E50000 gold dragon coins, 2 times, A Euro. A Euro E50000 gold dragon coins. 3 times, A Euro. €1 Congratulations to VIP Room 3 for successfully bidding for the potion, €1. €1. €1 E9th Order Designer Potion, €1. €1 Congratulations to VIP Room 3 €1 €1. €1. €1 E9th Order Fighter Potion, €1. €1 Congratulations to VIP Room 3 €1 €1. Everyone was stunned at the auction. All the sequence potions that appeared were snapped up by VIP Room 3. What a Euro trademark is even more outrageous is that on weekdays, these 9th order sequence potions only sell for 40,000 gold dragon coins at most. But now, they are hyped up to 50,000 gold dragon coins per bottle. Even higher. Many buyers who were eager for sequence potions glared at the VIP room on the second floor. The figures of the Saint of the Glorious Empire and Catalina were reflected on the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. The moment their eyes met the two, many guests retracted their gazes. They were not cowards. They just followed their hearts. Can't afford to offend. Really can't afford to offend. No one gathered to make trouble, and no one made harsh words to provoke. Sure enough. Eating free food, it's so delicious. Roland was happy in his heart, without any psychological burden. After taking over many potions from Catalina, combined with the potions he bought before, Roland finally collected 108 sequence potions of extraordinary paths. Roland found an excuse and escaped to the private bathroom. The two girls didn't suspect anything. It was because the permanent record pointer started to be auctioned. Closing the bathroom door, Roland's body gradually melted. The ghost of Demon Number 1 slid to the ground and protected him throughout the process. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he put his hands together and prayed devoutly. Handsome tomato readers, bless me, wish me good luck and success, and I wish you a lot of money, promotion, and salary increase. 9th level Sailor Potion plus 9th level Designer Potion equals 9th level Space-Time Observer Potion. 9th level Space-Time Observer Potion, the power of 108 extraordinary paths is combined to create the true creator path. After drinking it, you will get the corresponding sequence profession. At the same time, you will offend the 4 major deities and 12 zodiac signs in the subspace. A bottle of potion appeared in Roland's hand. The liquid in the bottle was dotted with stars, like a galaxy. After carefully staring at the item introduction for a while, Roland sneered. What's the point of giving birth to me? I can't laugh. What's the point of killing me? I'm still arrogant. Roland didn't rush to drink the sequence potion. After all, he is still a 9th level sailor now. Roland put his right hand on his left hand and silently said extract in his heart. This is the first time that Roland has extracted something in his body into a synthetic material. The power from the 9th level sailor was quickly stripped out of the body. The next moment, Roland seemed to have a phantom sound in his ears, and there was an extremely sharp and piercing sound. It was like someone was rubbing a broken fingernail back and forth on the blackboard. Nausea, nausea. Roland lay on the side of the toilet and vomited violently. Almost vomited out all the bile, and Roland felt better. An unprecedented sense of weakness enveloped his heart. Even his limbs had slight spasms. Roland looked down. The shallow fish scale texture on the body surface had disappeared. This symbolized that the power of the 9th level sailor had been completely stripped out of the body. Although the body was still weak, there was a sense of joy of throwing away a heavy burden. Sure enough, the sequence potion is problematic. Even if I synthesized the perfect 9th level sailor potion, there was still some hidden danger in it. Roland leaned against the smooth wall, feeling like he had survived a disaster. He couldn't imagine what terrible things would happen if he continued to walk along the storm tyrant path. The so-called long steps to the gods. Is it an opportunity to change fate? Or a shocking scam? As long as I am strong enough, even the truth hidden behind history will be revealed. Roland raised his head and swallowed the potion in one gulp. The potion was moist and sweet. It gave Roland a sense of copyright JAVU as if he had drunk a fat man's happy water. Cool. There was no special change in his body, and there was no abnormality in his mind. It was a completely different reaction from when he drank the perfect 9th level sailor potion. However, the sense of power that continued to emerge from his body truly filled Roland's weak body, and he was stronger than before. Attribute column. Name, Roland. Race, human. Occupation, 9th level space-time observer. Talent, infinite synthesis. Constitution, E+. Strength, E+. Agility, E+. Perception, E+. Spirit, E+. Magic, E+. Charm, E+. Extraordinary ability, primary element control, virtualization, time stillness. Elementary element control, you can cast simple spells of any element. Voiding, hide yourself in the space. Time stillness, can stop time in an area, affecting the size of the area and the length of time, depending on the spirit and magic attributes. Roland stood in front of the washstand, looking at the mirror. In the mirror, a tall young man was reflected. Sword-like eyebrows, eyes full of spirit. Facial features are regular, and the bearing is majestic. Roland was shirtless, revealing smooth muscle lines, and his body was full of explosive power. The whole body attributes have reached the extreme of the 9th level extraordinary. Compared with the 9th level sailor, it is more than a little stronger. Roland had a feeling that, if he met his previous self, he could easily crush him. Roland opened the 5 fingers of his right hand, and a spiral ball appeared in his palm. Light, darkness, wind, fire, water, earth, thunder, ice, and other elements were successively integrated into the spiral ball, showing different colors. Putting away the raised Nan, Roland signaled Demon Shadow No. 1 with his eyes to attack him. Demon Shadow No. 1 nodded. The shadows gathered into a sharp blade, and Demon Shadow No. 1 drew the sword out of its sheath. The sharp blade fell down obliquely, but passed through Roland's body. Roland carefully felt it and thought to himself. Being in the space layer, except for rare supernatural powers such as time, space, illusion, and curse, other supernatural powers will be ineffective against me. At the same time, I can't cause any harm to the enemy. Unless I remove the virtual state. Seeing Demon Shadow No. 1 persevering and continuing to swing the sword, Roland smiled lightly. He raised his hand and pointed. Demon Shadow No. 1 seemed to be hit by a fixed body spell, and his whole body was stiff and motionless. Just making time stand still for a moment. Roland felt a deep sense of fatigue. It was like staying up all night in an internet cafe, playing CS all night. Headache, fatigue. Although, the consumption of time stasis is amazing. But there is no doubt that this will become Roland's most important trump card. Just as Roland was constantly testing his extraordinary abilities, the entire world channel exploded. Just because. The 9th level space-time observer is a sequence profession that has never appeared before. Chapter 38. I'm not targeting anyone, I'm saying that everyone here is garbage. World channel. Fuck. What did I see? How did Roland become a 9th order space-time observer? You know what? This sequence profession is so high-end. I, a 9th order spearman, feel inferior. Look. Roland is back to the top of the list. Oh my god. What's going on? I laughed at Roland before. Will he be bullied in the future? Roland, I'm sorry. I admit that I spoke a little loudly before. Ahem, let me say a few words. It appears. Wang Luffy. I once collected information from the World Channel and made a map of 108 extraordinary paths. There is no 9th order space-time observer on it. From this, I boldly guess that this should be a new sequence profession created by Roland's talent. Let me put it this way. I was born in the Colosseum. I started with a novice gift package and got a 100-fold increase in SSS level talents. This made me stronger and stronger. I estimate that Mr. Roland's talent is at least not lower than SSS level. A stone caused 1,000 waves. The entire world channel exploded. No more pretense, let's get down to business. Actually, I also have an SSS level talent for having many children and good fortune, but I was born on Goblin Island. It's impossible for me to be born in the east, born in the evening, I really can't do it. Ahem, I also have an SSS level talent for deep blue points. As long as I kill monsters, I can get attribute points and skill points. Alas, why is my SSS level talent different from yours? My talent is a natural comprehension. I feel like my brain is not enough these days as a 9th level designer. I envy you all for having SSS level talents, but I can't. I hatched the sea monster Leviathan at the beginning, and now I'm still drifting on the sea. I don't know when it will end. Versailles above, the appraisal is complete. Dizzy. I thought I was on the same starting line with all the big guys, but I didn't expect you all have special skills. All people's seafaring survival game, don't come if you don't cheat. Roland noticed that, except for him, all the top 100 people on the list were SSS level talents. Fortunately, his infinite synthesis was a god-level talent, unique in the world. A 9th level space-time observer, possessing extraordinary abilities of elements, time, and space. Without a doubt, this was the strongest 9th level sequence profession. If Roland wanted to continue to improve his strength, he would probably have to continue to collect 108 extraordinary paths of 8th level sequence potions. This would require a huge amount of money. Right now, the auction being held was undoubtedly the largest den of money on the Honeycomb Island. Roland lowered the hood of his invisibility cloak and stepped out. The next moment, he passed through the wall of the bathroom. As for the number 1 demon ghost that stayed in place, the shadow on the demon ghost was wriggling, gradually changing its form. Master Corol left the private bathroom and returned to the living room of the box. Saint Mengeo and Catalina were completely unaware that Master Corol had already been replaced. At this moment, the auction was in full swing. On the stage, the host held a list of auction items and gave a passionate explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, next, the auction will begin for one of the finale items of this auction, the Sea God Treasure Map. Friends who are interested in competing for the Sea God's treasure, don't miss it. The reserve price of the Sea God's treasure map is 100,000 gold dragon coins, and each bid must not be less than 1,000 gold dragon coins. The auction begins. The guests gathered here are waiting for this moment. As soon as the host finished speaking, the guests in the VIP seats shouted out high prices one after another. The Eternal Dark Empire, the Glorious Empire, the Andre family. There are also many small forces in the Broken Star Sea, who have joined the auction. The atmosphere on the scene is extremely hot. The stage is lively, but the backstage is deserted. The Blackbeard pirates did not seem to have expected that someone would be so bold as to steal at the auction. There are not many pirate minions in the corridor leading to the warehouse. They are all listless and yawning. Roland's figure is like a ghost, shuttling through the walls. With the invisibility cloak and the virtualization, no one noticed Roland's arrival. There are security measures near the warehouse door. An alchemy formation is outlined on the ground. Once an outsider breaks in, he will immediately be baptized by thunder and lightning. Only those insiders holding passes can pass safely after the alchemy array self-scans and confirms that they are correct. This set of alchemy arrays is enough to stop most thieves. Roland stepped on the alchemy array with both feet. Because he was in a virtual state and between the layers of space, he did not trigger the counterattack of the alchemy array. Silently, Roland entered the warehouse. Looking at the dazzling array of auction items, Roland's mouth corners slightly raised. "Now, you are all mine." Time passed. The auction was in full swing. Blackbeard Edward Teach hid behind the scenes, his expression becoming more and more impatient. "What's going on? Why hasn't that man appeared yet?" In order to eliminate Roland, Blackbeard deployed his troops and set up ambushes in the auction. As long as Roland showed up, he would be hit by an extinction-level blow. But now, the other party seemed to be playing by the rules. "Captain, something bad has happened." At this time, a pirate came running in, looking panicked. Edward Teach, Blackbeard frowned and shouted. "What's the matter?" The pirate looked at Blackbeard's expression quietly and admired him in his heart. He was calm when the mountain collapsed in front of him. Such a spirit is really a role model for our generation. "Captain, all the auction items in the auction warehouse have disappeared." "What?" Blackbeard suddenly changed color and jumped up. At this moment, a fierce competition has come to an end. Congratulations to VIP room number 1 for successfully bidding on the treasure map of Poseidon. When the host finished speaking, the curtain covering the competitor was lifted. Inside the curtain, the treasure map of Poseidon was gone. Instead, there was a tombstone. On the tombstone, a line of words was written in a flamboyant style. "I'm not targeting anyone, I'm saying that everyone here is garbage." Silence. Silence. Deathly silence. After a brief silence, the guests burst into a clamor like a mountain torrent. "Nima! Give me back!" The host was on the stage, trying to explain, and was busy all the time. But no matter what the host said, the guests didn't want to listen. They just wanted to see the auction items they had bid for. When Blackbeard and his men came to take charge, the scene was already in chaos. When Blackbeard noticed the handwriting on the tombstone, his face suddenly turned black. What's more infuriating is that Blackbeard still doesn't know the thief's name. He can only swallow his anger. It's uncomfortable. Chapter 39 Synthetic Frostmourne. Auction. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. A burly man like a bull or a bear stood on the pile of corpses, greedily breathing in the bloody smell. The constant acquisition of attributes from the corpses made Blackbeard Edward Teach feel more powerful than ever before. A dark mist with an ominous symbol lingered around him, making him look like a living devil. After suppressing the guests who were making trouble with brutal force, Blackbeard stopped and did not continue to embarrass others. "These bodies, take it all and feed it to the sea." Blackbeard gave the order, and naturally the pirate minions did it for him. Facing the hateful and fearful eyes of the other guests, Blackbeard left with a swagger. Level 9, 8, and 7 extraordinary people are all low-level extraordinary people. When reaching level 6 extraordinary people, there will be a qualitative change. This is not only the gap between high-level extraordinary people and low-level extraordinary people. It is also the gap between humans and non-humans. Saint Meng Yao's eyes were solemn, and she frowned and said, "Blackbeard's condition is a little bit wrong. After the treasure of the sea god is opened, you need to be more careful." Catalina seemed to understand, but not quite. Her beautiful eyes revealed clear stupidity. The auction ended unhappily, and everyone went home. The news about what happened at the auction spread quickly throughout the Beehive Island like wings. The shocking thief stole all the auction items. Blackbeard was incompetent and furious, and bloodbathed the auction. On the eve of the opening of the Poseidon treasure, such a bloody incident cast a haze over everyone's heart. As the initiator, Roland returned to the Blackbeard pirate's base with peace of mind and began to count the harvest this time. Poseidon treasure map, permanent record pointer, golden finger of the ancient Golden Kingdom. It must be said that the auction was really rich. In addition to these 3 items that are difficult to buy with money, there are also many extraordinary materials and equipment that are amazing. The Poseidon treasure map looks like a piece of parchment. Spreading out the treasure map, the crisscrossing star marks were outlined on it, making people puzzled. Roland put away the sea god's treasure map and the permanent record pointer, and looked at another magical item. The golden finger of the ancient golden kingdom, turning stone into silver. Collect 50 cursed ancient gold coins. You will be able to complete this magical item and gain the ability to turn stone into gold. Cursed ancient gold coins? Roland thought that he had once obtained one and used it to synthesize the death note. This also means that this magical item will never be completed. Silver can be exchanged for gold dragon coins. But Roland doesn't have so much time to turn stone into silver. If he has this spare time, why doesn't he rob a few pirate ships? What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. There's nothing wrong with this. Looking at the remaining pile of extraordinary materials and equipment, Roland rubbed his palms. Heaven and earth, please help me, dear tomato readers, to show your power. €1. 100-year black iron plus shadow of the Erd tree plus flesh and blood of the king plus tears of repentance plus arctic ice equals frostmorn. Frostmorn, purple sharpness plus 30, when hitting the enemy, it gives the enemy the frost state, and when killing the enemy, there is a 20% chance to summon a skeleton soldier from the corpse. In the next few days, Roland continued to synthesize. 9th level Ghost Rider, expanded to 100 people, each with a frostmorn and anti-injury thorn armor. 8th level Demon Ghost, expanded to 50 people. It's not that Roland doesn't want to continue to expand the size of the army. It's because some key synthetic materials are too scarce. Sometimes, Roland wondered, can I use my imagination to continuously synthesize with ordinary materials to synthesize top-quality equipment? When everything is undecided, pray devoutly. Dear all-knowing and almighty tomato readers, please give me some pointers. €1. The tides rise and fall, the sun sets and the moon rises. The blood moon is in the sky, and everything is quiet. A red moon hangs high in the sky, and the stars shine brightly. A stunning pillar of light appears on the sea, which is extremely gorgeous from afar. Needless to say, it is clear that there is the treasure of Poseidon. On the sea, ships are sailing. Roland took out the Poseidon treasure map. Originally, the map was covered with incomprehensible star marks, but now it seems to be alive, constantly changing its route. Despite holding the Poseidon treasure map, Roland still chose to stay put and follow the Blackbeard pirates. Just because. Roland found that the Blackbeard pirates seemed to have a plan in mind. The strange blood-red moonlight fell on the earth, arousing evil desires. Before approaching the location of the light column, many ships had already started fighting halfway. Artillery roared, shouts and cries of killing rang out. Once you are trapped in the quagmire of war, it is difficult to get out. Many people with ambitions died before they reached the treasure. Among the forces present, only the Blackbeard pirates, the Shining Empire fleet, the Everlasting Dark Empire fleet, and the Andre pirates were able to remain safe and sound. Kill, burn. Let this fire burn more fiercely. Edward Teach, the Blackbeard, stood at the bow and issued a jaw-dropping order. Attack the ships encountered on the road indiscriminately. The Blackbeard pirates were like a tiger out of a cage, firing at the surrounding ships without hesitation. Other forces, naturally, did not tolerate the Blackbeard pirates and immediately launched a fierce counterattack. The ships burned and the bodies fell into the sea. The whole sea was in chaos. Many bodies sank to the bottom of the sea, just like snow under the warm winter sun, quickly melting away. When the bodies absorbed by the sea reached a certain threshold, the huge light column gradually dissipated the light, revealing a corpse gate. The door frame of the corpse gate was made of thousands of human heads. When someone approached, countless corpses suddenly opened their eyes and stared at everyone with resentment, as if expecting the comer to become one of them. Such a terrifying corpse gate did not scare away everyone, but instead aroused everyone's enthusiasm. Catalina's eyes were fanatical, and she said, "Once, in the Broken Star Sea, there was a church dedicated to the sea god, and many secrets were recorded in the teachings of Luoyuan city. Among them, the teachings of the sea god church are widely circulated. God said, all living beings are sinful bodies. Only sin is the key to open the door of hope. Roland closed his eyes slightly. What kind of teaching is this? Oh. He is an evil god. That's fine. Roland looked at Catalina and the others on the pirate ship with his eyes, and found that their mental state seemed a little too fanatical. Hope, it's my illusion. The next moment, the Blackbeard pirates took the lead and broke into the corpse gate first. Other forces were not willing to lag behind and rushed over. Who will get the treasure of the sea god? Chapter 40 Werewolf in Another World. A group of ships passed through the corpse gate. Roland felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and a sticky feeling came from the surroundings. It was like they were falling into the stomach of a giant beast. Passing through the deep and narrow long road, the eyes suddenly lit up. This is a huge underground cave. The stalactites hanging from the rock wall are like pillars supporting the sky. On the stone wall, there are large and small barnacles parasitizing. Densely packed, thousands of them. This scene is enough to make anyone with intensive phobia feel numb. A group of ships ran aground on the ground, making a huge noise, and constantly wandering in the underground cave. As if disturbed from a beautiful dream, many barnacles fell off the stone wall. A pale human arm protruded from the mouth of the barnacle. On the arm, there were spots of corpses. They attacked from all directions, like a group of piranhas smelling fishy smell. Without anyone reminding, someone had already drawn a gun and shot. However, there were too many barnacle monsters. As far as the eye could see, the ground was covered with a large number of barnacle monsters, like surging waves. Catalina held the gun in both hands, with a solemn expression. Master Koro, follow me closely later. Someone is willing to take the lead, and Roland is happy to have some free time. The Blackbeard pirates left some of their men on the pirate ship, using the long-range advantage of the artillery to carry out fire attacks on the gathering places of the barnacle monsters. The rest of the people arranged their formations, each forming a circular square, and slowly moved towards the depths of the cave. Other forces followed suit and steadily advanced. Gunfire and artillery roared. Occasionally, someone was killed and stayed in the cave forever. While others were not paying attention, Roland quietly extracted a barnacle monster corpse on the ground as a synthetic material. Sea monster digestive fluid. The name of the material gave Roland a bad feeling. Poseidon, sea monster. One word difference, a world of difference. The group didn't know how far they had walked, and basically used up all the ammunition they carried with them, and entered the hand-to-hand combat stage. Faced with the endless barnacle monsters, ordinary people's physical strength is limited after all, and they fall one after another. The size of the huge exploration team has shrunk visibly. The extraordinary people began to huddle together for warmth and work together. With the sacrifice of ordinary people, they finally broke through the endless sea of a barnacle monsters. At present, there are 3 forks in the road in front of everyone. Each fork in the road leads to the unknown. Blackbeard Edward Teach almost did not hesitate and chose the fork on the far right. Catalina's eyes flickered and followed closely. Along the way, Roland watched Blackbeard's performance. It seems that Blackbeard must know the inside story of the sea god's treasure. After the Blackbeard pirates made their choice, other forces made their own choices after a complex psychological struggle. Some people adhered to the principle of avoiding the strong and chose the leftmost or middle fork to try their luck. Some people had the same idea as Roland and planned to follow Blackbeard to fish in troubled waters. When everyone stepped into the fork, the intersection leading to the fork disappeared quietly. It was as if they had never existed. Walking in the dark and narrow fork, the familiar sticky feeling swept over again. Roland endured the discomfort and continued to move forward. But after walking for a quarter of an hour, he suddenly stopped. Time stops. The time around Roland seemed to be paused. There was darkness in front and behind him. And there was silence. At this time, Roland realized the problem belatedly. All the other people around him disappeared. He looked back suddenly, and the road he came from was interrupted. Now, the only way is to move forward. After comparing before and after, Roland suddenly understood. It turns out that when you are in a fork in the road, your perception will become extremely dull. Roland took out the Poseidon treasure map. The star marks on the map were originally messy and disordered, but now they all point forward. This means that Blackbeard Euro trademark's choice of the 3 forks in the road is correct. Roland raised a hand and reached into the fork in the road. In the virtual state, he can still pass here unimpeded. With this trump card, Roland has the capital to retreat safely. Forward. Forward. In the darkness, time is meaningless. After walking out of the long fork in the road, Roland was in a secret room. In the secret room, there was a round table and 12 chairs. The 11 chairs were already full of people. They each wore a mask, and could only roughly identify each other's identity from their appearance and clothing. The woman wearing a rabbit mask said impatiently, "Rat number 12, please sit down quickly, we are waiting for you." Roland touched his cheek, and he didn't know when he had been wearing a mask on his face. When Roland sat down, a stone slab appeared on the round table. On the stone slab, ancient characters were outlined. But strangely, everyone present could understand it. Test of Poseidon's treasure, Ren. Test content, 12 people present. Each obtain an identity card and complete the task assigned by the identity card. Test success, enter the next test. Test failure, become a sacrifice. Test tips, there are 5 types of identity cards, namely refugees, cultists, priests, witches, and demon hunters. Test rules. When the blood moon rises, the cultists will be able to kill people at will. Witches have 2 chances to verify whether others are cultists. Demon hunters have 2 chances to shoot. Priests only have 1 chance to resurrect another person. During the day, others need to work together to find out the cultists hidden among you. When the number of refugees is less than 4, the cultists pass the test. Roland closed his eyes slightly. Isn't this just the alien version of werewolf? I hope I don't get refugees. A quarter of an hour later, everyone has digested the rules of the game. A stone tablet appeared in front of each person's desk. The ancient text on it could only be seen by themselves. Cultist. A blessing in disguise. Roland breathed a sigh of relief. New text began to appear on the stone tablet in the middle of the table. On the first day, everyone present will have a chance to speak. Everyone looked at each other. Just from their appearance and dress, Roland had already found 2 old acquaintances. Ox, the patriarch of the André family. Snake, the evil pharmacist Singed. Singed also blinked at Roland, obviously communicating with his master Koro. Except for Roland, everyone else was experiencing this test for the first time. Following the principle of too much talk leads to mistakes, no one spoke. After a while, the text on the stone tablet was updated. The first blood moon night has arrived. Almost everyone could not see or move. Only Roland can move freely. Roland was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he found out that he was the only cultist. Hell begins. Roland chose to kill the patriarch of the André family without hesitation. Nothing else. Just to cut the grass and root it out. After killing the other party, Roland wiped his throat and lay in a pool of blood. Werewolf faked his death, just ask if you are convinced. Chapter 41 Synthesize the 12 Zodiac Signs. The atmosphere in the secret room was solemn. There were 12 seats at the round table, and now 2 people have fallen in a pool of blood. Ox and Rat died peacefully. The slate updated the text. On the second day, everyone present must speak in order. There was a long silence. Pig coughed. Let me first state that I am a refugee. I deeply sympathize with the death of ox and rat. But their death is not meaningless. This means that among the remaining 10 of us, there are at least 2 cultists. Pig's speech intensified the tension among everyone. You looked at me, I looked at you, full of vigilance. After several people spoke in succession, it was the turn of Snake, the evil pharmacist singed. The situation is unclear now, and it is impossible to determine who the cultist is. I suggest that the second day be wasted. Wait for the witch to find out the identity of the cultist, and then the demon hunter will eliminate this cultist. This is a steady proposal. Until the second blood moon night arrived. The corpse that was lying in a pool of blood suddenly stood up. Roland moved his stiff neck. If it weren't for the blood donation of ghost number 1, it would be somewhat difficult to create a death scene. Roland remembered everyone's speeches. Under normal circumstances, their actions would be understandable. But now, it's hunting time. Roland's mouth corners slightly raised, and he killed his old acquaintance Singed without hesitation. The third day. Everyone was stunned when they saw the body of Sishi. Haizu, why did only one person die this time, and it was Sishi? I suspect that Sishi is actually a cultist. Sishi's proposal on the second day aroused the murderous intention of another cultist. Think about it, everyone. If we gather everyone's strength and vote one person out on the second day, it is very likely to lead to fratricide among refugees, witches, and demon hunters. But Sishi's proposal allows us to avoid this risk. Haizu is very insightful. Everyone fell into deep thought. So, among the remaining 9 people, who is the vicious cultist? Everyone was full of doubts, but the cruel test continued. In the next test, everyone was at a loss. Why did I test twice, and the others are all refugees? Demon hunter, who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Never mind, randomly judge one person and try your luck. Priest, dead. Until the end of the test, the remaining refugees were still confused. Who among them is the cultist? Those who failed the test turned into a pool of blood with a scream. The bodies lying in the pool of blood also turned into blood and seeped under the floor. As the stone tablets said, the losers will become sacrifices. The door of the secret room opened, revealing a deep and narrow corridor. Roland looked at the 13 stone tablets on the round table, and extracted them into synthetic materials with the mentality of a hamster hoarding food. Failed imitation of the blasphemous stone tablet, the 4 gods of life and the 12 gods of the stars once created the blasphemous stone tablet, which is rumored to contain the mystery of 108 sequences. This is a failed imitation made by the Sea God Temple, but it still has a bit of mysterious effect. Unexpectedly, this is actually a magical item. Although, it is useless. Roland remembered that he still had a useless golden finger of the ancient Golden Kingdom. Can I get a brand new magical item by combining 2 magical items? Give it a try. Failed imitation of the blasphemous slate plus golden finger of the ancient Golden Kingdom equals Zodiac Talisman. Zodiac Talisman, Rat grants vitality, Ox grants strength, Tiger grants yin and yang balance, Rabbit grants agility, Dragon grants breakthrough of physical limitations, Snake grants invisibility, Horse grants self-healing, Sheep grants soul out of body, Monkey grants change, Chicken grants levitation, Dog grants eternity, Pig / grants laser eyes. 12 kinds of extraordinary abilities. This magical item can be split and used, or it can be used alone. Roland thinks. After thinking for a while, he came up with an idea. Instead of sharing the extraordinary power of the 12 zodiac talismans, it is better to concentrate them on Wukong and let him truly become the great sage equaling heaven. The shadow under Roland's feet squirmed. The ghost figure of demon number 2 emerged. He used his hand as a knife and cut himself in half. With a rip, Wukong, who was hidden in the shadow body, took a step. After receiving Roland's order, Wukong opened his mouth and swallowed the 12 zodiac talismans into his stomach. Then, Wukong showed his abilities one by one in the secret room. He can control the heaven and earth, and is indestructible. He can ride on clouds and mist, chase wind and lightning. He has flaming eyes and 72 transformations. Of course, Wukong is not as strong as in the myth, but he has shown some prototypes. But Roland is confident that as long as Wukong is given enough time to grow, he will definitely become the great sage equaling heaven. Wukong returned to his shadow body, and the number 2 demon ghost merged into Roland's shadow. There was nothing valuable in the secret room. Roland searched for a while without success, and then stepped into the deep and narrow corridor. At the end of the corridor was a magnificent temple. The door of the temple was closed, and there were animal heads inlaid on the door. In front of the temple, a group of people gathered. Obviously, they were all winners who passed the benevolence test. In the crowd, Roland did not see any acquaintances. He crossed the crowd and went straight to the animal head. Seeing Roland cutting in line, the others did not stop him, but showed a look of gloating. The animal head suddenly opened his eyes, opened and closed his mouth, and spoke clearly. Test of Sea God's Treasure, Righteousness. Test content, you need to answer 3 questions for me. Test success, enter the next test. Test failure, become a sacrifice. Test tips, the answerer must tell the truth. Test rules, answer within 1 minute, if you exceed the time limit, you will be considered a failure. Roland suddenly realized. No wonder these people stayed where they were, they wanted others to test them. The beast head did not give Roland a chance to regret, and spoke very quickly to the first question. If your mother and your girlfriend fell into the sea at the same time, who would you save first? Hiss. The onlookers took a deep breath. They secretly thanked that they did not go up. Before everyone could eat the melon, Roland replied without thinking. I don't have a mother, nor a girlfriend. So, I don't have to think about this question. Beast head. Passerby. Roland's answer made everyone's brain crash. After a while, the beast head spoke again. Second question. When a man pursues a woman, does he care about the woman's original family? No. Roland was serious. Because, he can also marry a monster. Beast head, I €1/2 a euro superscript 2. Passerby, a pound a degree a pound. Chapter 42. What is the evil way to pass quickly? Put your hands on your hips. The beast head blushed. There was only one question left, and it had to stump the man in front of it. Every question has an answer, so what is the answer to my question? Answer me. The beast head almost roared out. Hiss. The faces of the people around were ugly. What kind of heaven-defying questions are these? Are we going to let people live? Everyone was muttering in their hearts, cold sweats broke out on their backs, and the more they thought about it, the more wrong it was. Roland smiled lightly. After reading all the tomato novels, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix possessed him. He pushed the non-existent glasses frame on his nose and pointed forward. The key to this question is to find the key question. The beast head stared with his eyes wide open, with an unbelievable look on his face. Actually, the answer is right. The door of the temple slowly opened, and Roland walked in calmly. Some people were clever and tried to get away with it. But when they flew into the temple, they were suddenly struck by lightning, turned into a pool of blood, and merged into the floor. This set of tests is a large-scale ceremony in itself. From the moment they stepped into the ceremony, they would either become sacrifices or make it to the end. Anyone who does not follow the rules of the ceremony will be severely punished. The white jade pillars, which are as thick as 5 people hugging together, support the magnificent temple. After experiencing the vicissitudes of life, the stone pillars are covered with moss. On both sides of the corridor of the temple, there are statues standing on the stone altar. The statue has a fish head and a human body, and is tall and sturdy. Roland paused. A cold voice echoed in the corridor. Test of Sea God's Treasure, Woo. Test content, defeat the deep divers in the corridor. Test success, enter the next test. Test failure, become a sacrifice. Test hint, there can only be one winner. Test rules, none. As the test was read, the plaster on the statue in the corridor gradually dissolved. Staring at the test hint for a moment, Roland's eyes lit up. He dodged to the nearest statue, kicked it away, and landed on its stone altar. Roland's body shadows squirmed, and his appearance was very similar to the deep diver's statue. Roar! 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 The deep divers regained their freedom and roared with joy. They looked like humans, with green fish scales. Their backs were hunched and their toes were wide and webbed. When the deep divers opened their fish eyes wide and tried to find the tester present, they were all stunned. Where are the people? Where did such a big person go? Immediately, their eyes turned. The deep divers who were kicked to the ground by Roland felt the malicious eyes from their compatriots before they had time to retaliate against Roland. Everyone was standing on the stone altar. Why was it so special? The deep divers were originally a cruel and extraordinary race. Once the seeds of suspicion were planted, no verbal communication was needed. Driven by deep malice, a group of deep divers immediately launched a fierce attack on their lone compatriots. Roland fished in troubled waters and observed secretly. This group of fish-headed monsters, a total of 200 people, each of them has the strength of a 9th-level extraordinary. Not only that. Roland looked at the appearance of the deep divers and the extraordinary abilities they displayed, and always felt that they were familiar. Yes. 9th rank sailor. After becoming a 9th rank sailor, a thin layer of fish scales will grow on the body. The fish scales on the bodies of these deep divers are just much more conspicuous than those of 9th rank sailors. Under the siege of his compatriots, the unlucky deep divers died tragically on the spot. However, the test is not over yet. The deep divers, you look at me, I look at you, with fierce eyes. Roland, holding the raised nan in his hand, took the lead in launching a sneak attack on the deep divers who had their backs to him. This move directly ignited the flames of war. Roar! The deep divers were ferocious and killed their compatriots around them. Roland, relying on his ability to become a virtual being, was as slippery as a catfish and kept swimming in the battlefield. Blood splattered everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. After a fierce fight, only Roland and a deep diver with a broken arm were left. The deep diver covered his broken arm and said hoarsely, "Brother, now there are only you and me. I suspect that I am the human who came to the sea temple for the test." Roland came lightly behind the deep diver. "So, this is the Lost Sea Temple." In return, Roland gave him a big raised nan. The deep diver with a broken arm spiraled up to the sky and fell to the ground, posing a defeated dog posture. Not long after, the bodies of the deep divers turned into a pool of blood and seeped into the ground. Without the interference of the deep divers, Roland was able to move forward. The gate and corridor of the temple were still intact. After passing through the long corridor, a ruined wall came into view. The gullies were difficult to fill and overgrown with weeds. On the broken walls that were still standing firmly, vague murals could be vaguely seen. The gods only looked down on the world, and all living beings knelt down to worship. The dynasty prospered and the world prospered. Until the blood moon descended, and the catastrophe occurred. The gods, who had originally looked kind, suddenly became hideous. They regarded the world as their enemy, and all living beings as food on the plate. The world turned into a purgatory. This painting, which was made many years ago, still brought people infinite despair. At the end of the broken walls, stood an old statue of Poseidon. An octopus head, a human body. The eyes of the statue seemed to be inlaid with 2 rubies, releasing a strange red light. That cold voice sounded again. Poseidon treasure test, text. Test content, stare directly at the statue of Poseidon for 1 hour. Test success, get a place to enter the restricted area of a Poseidon temple. Test failure, become a sacrifice. Test tips, when you look into the abyss is also looking at you. Test rules, none. Roland looked at the statue, and the statue was also looking at him. Until Roland began to take off his pants. The Poseidon statue had to look away awkwardly. Roland curled his lips and put on his pants again. He was the man who almost saw Thulhu himself. Compared with Thulhu himself, the pollution of the Poseidon statue in front of him was really insignificant. Walking to the side of the Poseidon statue, Roland patted its shoulder. Mr. Thulhu is not in good health, you have to take care of him more. The sudden seduce almost broke the statue's waist. If it hadn't been for seeing Roland's race, he was a real human. The Poseidon statue almost suspected that this was a god's choice to cause trouble. Across the weed-covered courtyard is the so-called Poseidon Temple restricted area. On the ground of the restricted area, a 6-pointed star ritual is outlined. In the center of the ritual, there is a tree. A red-haired woman is hanging on the branch, and she is tied up very artistically. Catalina's eyes were blazing with fire, and she wanted to kill the man who controlled the ritual. Blackbeard, if you have the guts, kill me now. Upon hearing this, Edward Teach, the Blackbeard, paused. He pinched Catalina's smooth chin and grinned. My stupid daughter. Until now, you still naively want to take revenge on me. Little do you know that your birth is a long-planned plan of mine. Chapter 43 Orange Suit. Obtain the textbook of Luoyan City. A father and a daughter, looking at each other. But there is no tender affection between Edward Teach and Catalina, the Blackbeard. On one side, it is cold-blooded exploitation. On the other side, it is unforgettable hatred. I have lived for more than 300 years, and I have spent 50 years planning just for this plan. As the plan was about to succeed, Blackbeard did not mind showing off to his daughter. The saints of the glorious empire have always been specially trained and grown as ritual materials, and they naturally fit the element of light. Back then, I bought off the insider of the glorious empire, learned the departure date of the previous generation of saints, that is, your mother, and forcibly abducted her, and injected her with love. The fallen saint was out of control and became increasingly crazy, thus infected with the element of red. Unfortunately, after your mother died prematurely, her body was taken away by the glorious empire. Otherwise, my plan could have been advanced many years. But it doesn't matter. Your qualifications far exceed your mother's, and you have both the elements of light and red. You will be the most perfect ritual material. As long as I can successfully advance, the sea god cult will be revived in my hands. A kind of inhuman madness was revealed in the eyes of Blackbeard. When he was promoted to level 6, he was no longer a human being. A gust of wind blew by. The fake beard stuck on Blackbeard's face was torn off, revealing the real face underneath. Tentacles drooped down, covered with suction cups. Horror, horror. Born to be a ritual material? After learning the truth, Catalina was shocked. She didn't expect that her and her mother's fate would be so tragic. The conversation between the two fell into Roland's ears without missing a word. I understand. Isn't this the so-called dog food card in the card game, which is specially used to cultivate and improve the main card group? However, when this kind of thing happens in reality, it seems extremely cruel. Roland lowered the hood of the invisibility cloak and did not act rashly. The perception ability of the 6th level extraordinary is very strong, and there is a certain probability that it can see through the invisibility ability of the invisibility cloak. In addition, the Church of Poseidon has been depressed for many years, and Roland is completely in the dark about the sequence professions related to the Poseidon path, especially the high-level professions. At present, we can only deal with it carefully." Catalina's eyes were ashen, and her whole body was lifeless. It seemed that she had accepted her fate. Blackbeard stood in the center of the ritual and continued to preside over the huge ceremony. Neither kind nor righteous, neither martial nor civil. A body of sin, gathering all the evil in the world. Blackbeard was filled with ominous black mist. From the ritual, it seemed that some nutrients were absorbed, and the black mist was surging. "It's almost done. It's almost complete." But at this moment, an uninvited guest visited. Boom! A huge roar came. From a billowing smoke, a man and a woman walked in hand. "Glorious Empire, Saint Menjeo. The everlasting dark empire, General Maynard Cusin." Blackbeard's eyes narrowed and he sneered. "I knew long ago that the two empires would not sit back and watch me advance." As he finished speaking, 3 pirate group leaders appeared behind him. Vice Captain George Teach, First Mate Bristow, Bosun Old Witch. "Go. Delay those two. As long as I advance smoothly, I will." Blackbeard felt a sharp pain in his heart just as he was halfway through his words. A sharp blade coated with poison ruthlessly pierced his heart from behind. Blackbeard turned his head stiffly and happened to meet the cold eyes of the 3 leaders. "Why? You want to betray me?" George Teach loosened his hands holding the hilt of the knife. He took 2 steps back, pretending to be relaxed on his face. "Brother, we are tired after all these years. My lord has been sleeping for so many years and has never responded to our sincere prayers. Even if brother succeeds in getting promoted, what can we do? Can you escape unscathed from the encirclement of other churches? Instead of living a life of hiding in the future, it is better to join one side as soon as possible, wash your hands of the shore, and live a life of a rich man." Although the other 2 did not speak. However, their faces were moved, and they obviously had this in mind. Blackbeard shook his head and looked back at a man and a woman. "What a good plan! You actually bribed the cotters around me without making a sound." Found that Blackbeard was still full of energy, as if he was not affected by the Sky Phantom Scorpion poison, everyone's face changed. The first to take action were the 3 pirate group cotters. They knew Blackbeard's character very well, and what they hated most in their lives was traitors. The old witch took out the scarecrow that had been prepared long ago, cast black magic, and stabbed it hard. First Mate Bristow drew his sword, and the blade was surrounded by wind elements, adding a bit of edge, and slashed out a 3-meter-long sharp blade. George Teach only had the strength of level 8, and while retreating repeatedly, he held 2 guns and fired continuously. However, what made the 3 people desperate was that their attacks were like being stuck in a quagmire. Blackbeard's flesh and blood body was like steel and iron. General Maynard Cusin changed color when he realized that Blackbeard was very different from the intelligence. How is this possible? Isn't Blackbeard a level 6 deep-sea soul devourer? Why does he have such a strong body? At this moment, he even doubted whether the 4 people on the opposite side were acting. The 3 cotters of the Blackbeard pirates were also desperate. They didn't know why either. Facing the attacks of the crowd, Blackbeard took out the Luoyuan City textbook as if nothing had happened and sneered. "If I hadn't integrated the talent of that Chinese youth, your plan might have succeeded. After all, during the ceremony, I couldn't take a single step out of the center of the ritual. What a pity! You can't imagine how powerful I am now." The next moment, the ground shook and the mountains shook. Countless tentacles broke out of the ground, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Letting the tentacles entangle everyone, Blackbeard continued to focus on the ceremony. Good opportunity. Roland's eyes lit up. The many tentacles made a huge noise, enough to cover Roland's approach. Closer. Closer. Blackbeard seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned his head to look. Roland relied on his ability to become a virtual being and immediately flew over. "Little thief, you're looking for death." Blackbeard was furious. He had never thought that someone would be so bold as to steal the Luoyan City textbook in front of him. The dark mist turned into a bloody mouth and swallowed Roland in one gulp. However, Blackbeard's expected result did not appear, but his hand felt lighter. The Luoyan City textbook, gone. Roland glanced at the equipment in his hand. Luoyan City textbook, orange. It is a replica of the Arlai text inherited by the successive popes of the Sea God Church. The holder of this item has the temperament of a cult leader. It can record the extraordinary abilities of the 5 Sea God path sequence professions and use this equipment to exert extraordinary abilities. Chapter 44 Synthesize, the Creator God's Choice. The wind blows, the grass moves. The tall man stood among thousands of tentacles, his black cloak fluttering. It's him. Everyone present, except Blackbeard, instantly recognized the person. Blackbeard's eyes narrowed. With his powerful perception, he instantly saw through the demon ghost's disguise and saw Roland's true face. Boy, you are so brave. How dare you steal the Luoyan City textbook in front of me? Blackbeard's words confused everyone. Boy? Isn't he an uncle? Roland had long understood that the demon ghost's disguise ability was ineffective in front of high-level extraordinary people. So he stopped pretending and showed his cards. Roland's body gradually melted away, and the sticky shadow removed the disguise, revealing a young man's face. Sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, with a resolute face. Regular facial features, handsome and handsome. The red-haired woman who was originally tied to the tree, when she saw the young man's face clearly, was struck by lightning and trembled. It's you. After experiencing a dramatic change in her life, Catalina's mind became clearer than ever before. When Roland showed his true face, she understood. The Master Koro who stayed by her side on weekdays was most likely Roland in disguise. When she thought about it, she had been kept in the dark. She had even been taken advantage of by Roland. At this moment, Catalina felt ashamed and angry. Not to mention her, the others were not much better. They had never thought that the man who had killed Paul the octopus and set off a shocking massacre would be so young. In comparison, they had lived a lot of years, just like living on pigs. Roland lifted his hood and raised his hand to snap his fingers. With a snap, the shadow under Roland's feet instantly boiled and expanded into a lake of shadow. The huge body of the three-headed dragon gradually emerged, carrying Roland on its head, and suddenly flapped its wings and flew high. Hoo! The strong wind pressure from the huge dragon wings bent the surrounding tentacles backwards. The blue-eyed ultimate dragon cast a large shadow, showing the world its extremely domineering dragon body. Ah! The amazing dragon power was overwhelming, and even Blackbeard couldn't help but change his face slightly. Before Blackbeard got the news from his men and didn't care. A giant dragon? It's impossible to appear in a barren area like the Broken Star Sea. But when facing the dragon power, Blackbeard found out. He was wrong. So wrong. This is not a sub-dragon, nor a hybrid dragon, but a real giant dragon. Roland looked at the other people and threw out an olive branch. How about we form an alliance temporarily? Maynard Cusin looked at him with fear, and quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. To form an alliance with Roland is like seeking the skin of a tiger. However, once Blackbeard succeeds in advancing, they will be dead. Okay. Maynard Cusin agreed decisively, which surprised others. You know, Roland once destroyed his skeleton ship. There has long been a blood feud between the two sides. Maynard Cusin had no objection, so others were naturally happy to see the alliance. Blackbeard's eyes were fierce, and he comforted himself in his heart. With my current physique, I should be able to hold on until the ceremony is completed. At first, Blackbeard was full of confidence. Saint Menjeo, a woman, is not worth mentioning. The three major cotters of the pirate group are all mediocre. Maynard Cusin is even more of a dead bone in the tomb. Facing the siege of everyone, Blackbeard still made wild remarks. "Come on! Let the storm come harder!" Until Wukong swung his iron rod and hit him on the head. With the 12 spells blessing his body, Wukong was born with supernatural power and came with thunder and lightning. "One stick will crush your dream of advancement." Boom! With the loud sound of morning bells and evening drums, the ground under Blackbeard's feet cracked. Strong wind swept in all directions, and gravel flew everywhere. "Asshole!" Blackbeard raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and an ominous black mist surged on his body. "Die!" Endless black mist spread across the restricted area, covering Roland and others. At the moment of contact with the black mist, except for Roland, everyone couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. George Teach, who was only at level 8, was corroded into a pool of blood. Maynard Cusin stepped back 2 steps and forced himself to hold up the undead shield. With a hissing corrosion sound, the undead shield was corroded into pits in a short while. "Everyone be careful! Blackbeard is a 6th level deep-sea soul-eating demon. This it is his extraordinary ability Soul-Devouring Mist. Once infected, not only will the body be corroded, but also the mind. If you are buried in the Soul-Devouring Mist, even the soul will be devoured." Roland suddenly realized. No wonder. The Chinese youth on the World Channel revealed his talent after being captured by the Blackbeard pirates. Facing such a strange and difficult to defend extraordinary ability, it is really not unfair to lose. A burly figure like a bull and a bear stood in the center of the ritual. Blackbeard showed a ferocious face and sneered. "Even if you know about the Soul-Devouring Mist, what can you do?" The group looked embarrassed. Yes. Even if they knew Blackbeard's extraordinary ability, what could they do? After integrating the attribute talent, Blackbeard absorbed too many attributes of corpses along the way. Now, he has reached the peak of the 6th level extraordinary in terms of attributes alone. Saint Menjao and Maynard Cusin misjudged Blackbeard's strength. Even though they each carried magical items bestowed by the Empire, they could only resist the erosion of the Soul-Devouring Mist for a short time. At this moment, a huge dragon body fell from the sky. Chaos Dragon body will not be affected by any negative state, and the blue-eyed ultimate dragon is not afraid of the erosion of the Soul-Devouring Mist at all. The 3-headed dragon opened its bloody mouth and gushed out terrifying dragon breath. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. If only Roland could walk in the Soul-Devouring Mist, it would be fine. How come even this giant dragon can be safe and sound? You all cheated, right? Goku and Blue Eye's ultimate dragon took turns to fight. However, Blackbeard is too strong. Facing the attack of a monkey and a dragon, Blackbeard remained unmoved. In fact, from beginning to end, Blackbeard did not take a single step. Roland returned to the rear and extracted Zhengji as a synthetic material. Handsome tomato readers, bless me and give me a chance to turn the tables. I wish you all a counterattack after school starts, beat the academic bully, shock the class teacher, and marry the school beauty. Level 7 Supervisor Madam Red plus Luoyan City Textbook, Orange, equals Level 7 Creator God's Choice, Madam Red. The mature and charming woman half knelt in front of Roland. On Zhengji's forehead, an extremely weird tattoo pattern emerged, adding a bit of evil charm to her. "My lord." A pair of beautiful eyes revealed a fanatical look, and Zhengji's face was solemn. "When the world line converges and the end of the predetermined destiny comes, I am willing to ignite this decadent world for my lord." Chapter 45 God Eater. Level 7 Creator God Chosen, Madam Red, God Eater of Sea God Path. Supernatural abilities: Advanced Water Element Protection, Advanced Ice Element Protection, Advanced Sea Monster Affinity, Advanced Illusion, Advanced Curse, God Chosen, God Eater. God Chosen, randomly obtain a God's Grace, and each supernatural ability is temporarily upgraded by 1 level. God Eater, devour the supernatural factor of Sea God Path, restrain the sequence occupation of Sea God Path, Zheng Ji has 2 more supernatural abilities than before. God chosen, Zheng Ji obtains Roland's ability of virtualization. At the same time, her various advanced supernatural abilities are temporarily upgraded to expert level. God Eater is very interesting. According to the 3 supernatural laws, the law of conservation of supernatural factors, the number of supernatural factors is constant. The more sequence occupations on a supernatural path, the weaker the supernatural is. But Zheng Ji was able to go against her normal behavior and devour the extraordinary factors of the sea god path. This means that it will be difficult to give birth to extraordinary people of the sea god path in the future. This is the ability of the Juemin sect. When Zheng Ji joined the battlefield, Blackbeard clearly felt the pressure. Frost roared, water dragons danced. Illusions emerged one after another, and curses followed one after another. 1 man, 1 monkey, and 1 dragon. At this moment, they actually played with the momentum of 100,000 troops. Under the pressure of the situation, Blackbeard had to shrink the range of the soul-devouring mist. The soul-devouring mist surged and turned into great white sharks. Groups of great white sharks swam in the air, biting the enemy fiercely. At the same time, the ground cracked again. The thick tentacles of the bucket poked out of the ground, a scene of frantic dancing. Compared with the past, the number of tentacles has been visibly reduced. Roland originally thought that Blackbeard summoned these tentacles by relying on the teachings of the Luoyan city. But now it seems that this is not the case. That's it. Seeing that many tentacles and magic mist great white sharks could not stop the enemy, Blackbeard turned his eyes and pointed his spearhead at the 2 traitors. Compared with others, First Mate Bristow and the Old Witch were simply soft persimmons that could be squeezed at will. The Old Witch looked horrified. She was old and weak, and her legs and feet were inconvenient to move. Facing the large group of magic mist great white sharks flying over, the Old Witch's black witchcraft had no place to use. After dodging, she looked extremely embarrassed. Suddenly, a magic mist great white shark quietly approached, attacked from behind, and bit off half of the Old Witch's body. First Mate Bristow's situation was also not good. He kept waving the sharp blade, and the sharp blade light cut off the surrounding tentacles. But after each cut, new tentacles would grow again from the cut ends of the tentacles. A steady stream of tentacles swept in, narrowing his tactical maneuvering space. Until there was no more movement inside. The sacrifice of the 2 was not meaningless. After Maynard Cusin took a breath, he looked at Saint Menjeo. Saint, don't hide it anymore. After that, he took out a magical item first. This item was wrapped in layers of coarse cloth, airtight. Maynard Cusin carefully untied the coarse cloth, not daring to be careless. Bone mirror frame, glass mirror. Soul fixing mirror, when looking in the mirror, your own soul will be frozen. The moment he untied the soul fixing mirror, he immediately pointed the mirror at Blackbeard. At this moment, Blackbeard has successfully delayed time and made the ceremony complete. He was about to kill his own daughter, but his body suddenly lost control. His body was stiff, like a wooden chicken. Saint Menjeo no longer hesitated and took out the magical item she was carrying. This item looked like a wooden man that children play with. 1, 2, 3 wooden man, the user and the target are selected to become game players. The loser of the game will be swallowed by this item. To be honest, Saint Menjeo was unwilling to use this magical item from the bottom of her heart. Once you become a game player, you will have to act according to the rules of the game. Unless one party dies, the game will not end. The rules of the game of 1, 2, 3 wooden man are very simple. One person becomes a wooden man and closes his eyes and counts to 3. During this period, the other person can get close and try his best to touch the wooden man. Once the touch is successful, it is considered a victory. When the wooden man opens his eyes, the other person must not act, otherwise it is considered a loss. This is a seemingly useless ability. Because Extraordinary people can cheat. Even if Blackbeard becomes a wooden man, even if he closes his eyes, he can still cast the soul-devouring magic mist and attack Saint Menjeo. However, if used under the right environmental conditions, it will turn decay into magic. Just like now. Blackbeard had just manipulated his tentacles to knock the soul-fixing mirror in General Maynard Cusan's hand away, and he was unfortunately selected by the game. Saint Menjeo became a wooden man. She closed her eyes and shouted 3 very quickly. Immediately, she opened her eyes again. Saint Menjeo made up her mind and never closed her eyes again. According to the rules of the game, Blackbeard had to stop his action again. Otherwise, he would become the loser of the game and be swallowed by this evil magical item. Magical items are superior to equipment. The regular power they contain enables them to influence the direction of the war, and even defeat the strong with the weak. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Wukong took the lead, swinging the iron rod in his hand to create heavy stick shadows, making a series of air explosions. The blue-eyed ultimate dragon swooped down, breathing continuously. Zheng Ji raised her jade arm, and the sinister curse combined with illusion formed a spotted cobra, which wrapped around Blackbeard and kept tightening his body. However, these were not the things that made Blackbeard angry the most. What really made him furious was that Roland took advantage of his inability to move and rescued Catalina from the tree. Catalina was in a trance for a moment when she was held in Roland's arms. Once upon a time, the other party was still an unknown little person. Under her coercion, she could only obediently hand over the family heirloom magic cube. Later, it was used to fill the number of black slaves and sold to pharmacist Koro. Even until now, Catalina didn't know Roland's real name. Why? You want to save me? Roland tilted his head, looking confused. Who said I came to save you? Catalina felt confused. If he was not here to save her, what was he doing? With a slap, Roland slapped her plump buttocks. Catalina was struck by lightning, and her body shuddered. Roland chuckled and said, "Girl, from the moment you sold me to pharmacist Koro, I decided to take revenge on you severely." Roland emphasized the word revenge with gritted teeth. Catalina's pretty face turned pale, as if she saw the tragic fate of the rest of her life. After all, Blackbeard was Catalina's biological father. Seeing his daughter being molested by outsiders, Blackbeard's face turned green. "You guys forced me to do this. Since you won't let me complete the ritual, then you guys will all stay here." Chapter 46 Plundering SSS Level Attribute Talents. Soul Fixing Mirror. 1, 2, 3, Wooden Man. Blackbeard Edward Teach has been working in the Broken Star Sea for many years. How could he not know the power of these 2 magical items? However, no matter how powerful the magical items are, it depends on who uses them. Boom! The ground under the feet of Saint Menjeo collapsed. Groups of tentacles rushed up, fiercely breaking through the glorious wall in front of them, and swept away the magical items in Saint Menjeo's hands. No! Saint Menjeo was shocked. 1, 2, 3, Wooden Man rules. Once the game starts, it will not end unless someone dies. However, there are obvious loopholes in this game rule. The game will not end, but it can be paused. Without the magical item, Saint Menjeo lost her identity as a wooden man. Naturally, the game could not proceed normally and was forced to stop. Blackbeard regained his freedom and stepped out of the center of the ritual. What a bullshit promotion ceremony! It doesn't matter if there is no promotion. Every step he took outside, a piece of rotten flesh and blood fell from his body. One step, a blood mark. When he was outside the ritual, he had completely lost his human appearance and turned into a disgusting monster. This is a monster that is difficult to describe in words. In the hard fibrous hard skin sheath, countless circular muscles are wrapped, forming a series of muscular tentacles. The tentacles hang down like a bead curtain when a gust of wind blows. In a glimpse, you can occasionally see the deformed organs covered by the tentacles. It was a deformed organ that looked like a tumor, covered with fleshy whiskers of varying sizes, like a living thing. It is said that in the deep sea, because the marine life there lives in a dark and cold environment all year round, it usually grows very ugly and abstract. But this was the first time Roland had seen such an abstract existence. Seeing this, General Maynard Curzon was shocked. Oops! Blackbeard suffered the backlash of the failed promotion ceremony and fell into extraordinary loss of control. If Blackbeard had a little humanity before, he is now rapidly falling into madness. Without the restraint of the promotion ceremony, Blackbeard was like a wild horse. The 6th level soul devourer stretched out its tentacles to its heart's content. The next moment, everyone's eyes were blurred. I saw a black whirlwind passing by. Countless tentacles turned into whip shadows, whipping the soft abdomen of the Blue Eyes ultimate dragon. Twisted faces appeared on the tentacles. They were all the dead souls that had been devoured by Blackbeard. As the tentacles fluttered, the faces of the dead souls opened and closed their mouths, emitting sharp screams of the dead. At this moment, many tentacles burst out with extremely terrifying force. Roar! The three-headed dragon screamed in pain, and its abdomen sank in an instant. The huge dragon body flew backwards and knocked down several stone pillars in a row. After a successful attack, Blackbeard rushed towards Zheng Ji, mistakenly thinking that the other party was a soft persimmon. When the tentacles passed through Zheng Ji's body, Blackbeard paused slightly. A water arrow was spit out from the tentacle suction cup. It seemed that Blackbeard spat on the ground. Pooh! In desperation, Blackbeard turned and rushed towards Wukong. Among those present, Wukong seemed to be at level 9, but he burst out with rare fighting power. Swipe the stick. Sweep the stick. Swing the stick. Poke the stick. Chop the stick, standing circle dance flower. Lifting dance flower. That seemingly ordinary iron stick, in the hands of Gaku, can play all kinds of tricks. Swing, chop, poke, and slash. The stick technique is fast and sharp, dancing like flying, dazzling people's eyes. The more General Maynard Curzon watched, the more frightened he was. Even though Blackbeard has an overwhelming attribute advantage, he can't get much advantage in close combat. What makes Blackbeard feel even more vomiting blood is that whether it is the soul-devouring magic fog or the scream of the dead, it seems to have no effect on Gaku. Only the whipping of the tentacles, this kind of real attack, can leave injuries on Gaku. However, whenever Gaku was seriously injured, he retreated under the cover of Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and Zheng Ji. After a while, this monkey was resurrected with full blood again, and appeared in front of Blackbeard alive and kicking. One man, one monkey, and one dragon. Facing these three opponents, Blackbeard had the illusion that the other party was a high-level extraordinary person. Little did he know that Roland was also having a headache at this time. A level 6 extraordinary person is already an inhuman existence. Not to mention, Blackbeard was even more reckless after the extraordinary person lost control. After fighting for such a long time, Blackbeard was still alive and well. On the other hand, their side. The three major cadres of the pirate group were all wiped out. Saint Menjao lay dead, her life or death unknown. General Maynard Curzon's arms were broken at the root, and he could only shout 666 from behind. Roland's eyes flickered and he fell into thought. 1, 2, 3 Wooden Man was taken away by Blackbeard and hidden in his deformed body. Soul-fixing mirror had too much side effects, and was knocked away by the tentacles, and now its whereabouts are unknown. There are only two ways to kill Blackbeard. Either, find the soul-fixing mirror again. Or, weaken Blackbeard. Only children make choices, but adults want everything. Shadows moved under Roland's feet, and 50 demonic ghosts ran in all directions. They weaved among the rubble, leaving no corner untouched. Finding the soul-fixing mirror was just a matter of time. Roland put Katarina in a safe place and was about to leave. Suddenly, a slightly weak call came from behind. Wait a minute. Roland paused, and turned back to meet a pair of sentimental beautiful eyes. Almost subconsciously, Katarina looked away. When facing Roland, she was still a little shy, but she still mustered up the courage and said, "Don't be so stubborn. If you can't beat him, just run away. I am Blackbeard's biological daughter after all. He won't let me die before he completes the promotion ceremony." Roland didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A strong hand was placed on Catalina's hair. "Don't worry about it. I am very strong." Roland's face was hidden in the light and shadow, and his voice was like a sound of nature. An unprecedented sense of security surged into Catalina's heart, causing Catalina to lose her mind for a moment. Until Roland went away, Catalina suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart. Roland put his hands in his pockets, not knowing what an opponent was. He came to the father-in-law openly and swaggeringly. Blackbeard didn't bother to pay attention to him. Even raised its tentacles and spit water from its suckers at him. In his eyes, Roland's ability to become virtual was no less than that of an annoying fly. Purely disgusting. Oh! No! Now he was a pure disgusting monster. So much so that when Roland's palm was on Blackbeard, he was not blocked by anything. Having once extracted the extraordinary ability of a 9th-level sailor from his own body, Roland originally wanted to extract the extraordinary ability of Blackbeard's 6th-level deep-sea soul devourer from his body. Obviously. Failed. But it didn't matter. Roland changed his mind and turned to extracting the talent of the Chinese youth. This time, he succeeded. "I can pick up attributes to become stronger." SSS You can pick up any attribute from the corpse at random to enhance yourself. Chapter 47 Fragments of the Godhead. Treasure of the Sea God. SSS Level Talent. I can pick up attributes to become stronger. It really fulfilled the words of the fans. National Navigation Survival Game, don't come if you don't have a cheat. Unfortunately, this Chinese youth was devoured by Blackbeard before his ambitions were fulfilled. Now, after many twists and turns, the attribute Sky the Gift fell into Roland's hands. The moment it lost its attribute talent, the deep-sea soul devourer's thousands of tentacles instantly straightened. The attributes that had been absorbed were leaked out in an instant, just like a dam releasing a flood. An unprecedented sense of weakness spread all over the body. "You! What did you do to me?" Blackbeard's unique smoky voice was mixed with 3 parts of madness and 7 parts of fear. After losing his proud attribute advantage, the Sky Phantom Scorpion poison left in his body by George Teach's backstab began to take effect rapidly. A touch of grey spread on Blackbeard's tentacles. That was a grey full of dead silence. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the tentacles lost their activity and toughness. In just a moment, Blackbeard was like an old man with 1 foot in a coffin, very old. General Maynard Curzon showed a happy expression. Success! This is the heavenly phantom scorpion poison that His Majesty Yong'an developed specifically for Blackbeard. Blackbeard's time is coming, so he is eager to complete the promotion ceremony to extend his life. The heavenly phantom scorpion poison is the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Once the heavenly phantom scorpion poison breaks out, Blackbeard will definitely die. Heavenly phantom scorpion poison? Can it actually poison a 6th-level extraordinary person? Roland was a little surprised. Originally, he just wanted to weaken Blackbeard. As a result, "You're telling me now, it directly cuts the aorta?" For the 6th-level corpse wizard whom he had never met, Roland felt a deep fear in his heart. No wonder. The other party only sent a general to come. Such behavior invisibly revealed the confidence of the Emperor Yong'an. Think about it carefully. Whether it is the soul-fixing mirror or the 1, 2, 3 wooden man. These two magical items were meant to create an opportunity for George Teach to inject the Sky Phantom Scorpion poison into Blackbeard. If it weren't for the variables brought by the attribute talent, which caused Blackbeard's attributes to soar, I'm afraid that the conspiracy between the Glorious Empire and the Eternal Dark Empire would have succeeded long ago. Noisy. Blackbeard panted and stabbed out his tentacles with all his strength. However, the once swift and sharp tentacles have now slowed down greatly. Without waiting for the tentacles to approach, General Maynard Cusin, whose arms were disabled, rolled on the ground without caring about any dignity, and dodged them narrowly. The tentacles pierced the ground softly, raising a cloud of dust. Hat! All the calculations have turned into nothing. Blackbeard fell to the ground dejectedly, feeling quite like a hero in his twilight years. I never thought that I, Blackbeard, who has been roaming the Broken Star Sea for more than 300 years, would die at the hands of villains. I hate it. Blackbeard's speech speed became slower and slower. Until the disgusting monster's body was completely covered with dead ash. He was dead. No one would care about the words of a dead person. The winner will eventually step on the corpse of the dead and continue to move forward. Until they also became losers under the feet of others. Originally, after Blackbeard fell, the invisible and intangible extraordinary factors would dissipate between heaven and earth. If it follows the previous practice, the destination of these extraordinary factors. Either, they attached to certain minerals and plants, gradually forming extraordinary materials. Or, they lurk in the human body and animals. But now, they have a better place to go. The physique of God-Eater made Zheng Ji begin to spontaneously absorb the extraordinary factors. She closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed, and she looked very happy. When she opened her eyes again, she raised her hand and instantly shaped a water dragon. After absorbing Blackbeard's extraordinary factors, the water dragon shaped by Zheng Ji was obviously larger, and the destructive power it could cause also increased sharply. Saint Menjeo was still lying dead, so Roland simply found General Maynard Cusin. Do you know where the treasure of Poseidon is? Poseidon's treasure? General Maynard Cusin looked strange. No way, do you really believe this? Isn't this a trap set by Blackbeard? We, the Eternal Dark Empire and the Glorious Empire, are just slightly fanning the flames behind the scenes to eliminate dissidents. Roland frowned and said nothing. General Maynard Cusin was worried, fearing that Roland would use him as a scapegoat. But he was just a general and didn't know much information. Roland did not believe the other party's one-sided statement. He took Poseidon treasure map is out. The star marks on the map now intersect to form a six-pointed star pattern, which is exactly the same as the ritual of the restricted area of the Poseidon Temple. The only difference is that in the center of the six-pointed star pattern, the shape of the hanged man is outlined. Roland fell into deep thought. In the tarot card, the hanged man symbolizes self-sacrifice, mercy and sympathy. Now, why? Roland's eyes fell on Blackbeard's body, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. The Luoyuan City Book of Religion is the inheritance of the successive popes of the Poseidon Church. Blackbeard once had the Luoyuan City Book of Religion. Does this mean that he is the last pope? As the last pope, it is reasonable for me to let Blackbeard sacrifice himself and take out the treasure of Poseidon, right? Action is worse than thought. Roland sent people to carry Blackbeard's body to the center of the six-pointed star ritual. Sinful body, filthy blood. Ugly soul, deep madness. All of this invisibly meets the needs of the ritual. After absorbing the blood flowing from the corpse, the ritual shines again. However, this time, it is not a promotion ceremony. Instead, summon the lost shrine from the lost time. Boom! The earth shakes and the rocks break. In the depths of the forbidden area of the Sea Temple, a strange aurora suddenly blooms. A long river of time comes from afar and flows through the end of the future. The wooden shrine drifts on the long river of time, as if it will never stop. Until, under the mysterious traction of the ritual, the wooden shrine slowly approaches. In the wooden shrine, there is a wooden statue. Octopus head, human body. This is exactly the same as the stone statue stationed in the temple garden. The difference is that the statue holds an object in both hands, which looks like a 28-sided dice. General Maynard Cusin is not well informed and cannot see the details of this object. But in Roland's eyes, this object has long been exposed. Fragment of the Godhead. During the Great Cataclysm, the sea god was ambushed by the gods, his godhead was broken, and he fell into a long sleep. Fragment of the Godhead. There is not much introduction to the item, but its preciousness has been revealed. However, the activation of the dedication ritual also attracted the attention of the host. Who is it? Wake me up. On the stone wall outside the temple, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. Evil, cold. Chapter 48 Level 3 Sea Demon, reduced to synthetic material. The stone wall is full of evil eyes. Anyone with intensive phobia would probably have a soaring blood pressure just by seeing this scene. Many evil eyes stared at the aurora in the forbidden area of the temple. The shrine carries precious fragments of the Godhead, and along the flow of time, it is about to return to the mortal world. How many years have passed? Finally, a loyal believer summoned my lord's things back to the mortal world. Roland frowned. One wave has not yet subsided, another wave rises. Blackbeard just died, and now an unknown enemy has appeared. The other party's words implied that he was the guardian of the treasure of the sea god. Who are you? Who am I? As if he heard a big joke, the mysterious strong man laughed. When it laughed, the earth was shaking, and the stone wall was trembling. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be shaking. Foolish human! You are all staying in my body now, and you still ask who I am. Roland was thoughtful. On the contrary, General Maynard Cusin looked like he was in a state of collapse. He seemed unable to accept this cruel fact. Since you asked sincerely, I will tell you mercifully. I am a natural disaster walking on the sea. I have destroyed the once glorious Golden Kingdom, and I have also defeated the old enemy Storm Church. I am the sea demon, Ikathia. The arrogant voice of the sea demon spread to every corner. Roland picked his earwax. Sorry. I have never heard of it. Sea demon. The unknown is the greatest fear. But things in the world often have two sides. The unknown can also make people fear without doubt. Sea demon Ikathia. General Maynard Cusin murmured. In his mind, he recalled the Imperial Library. The documents in the museum recorded that his pupils kept dilating. Are you a level 3 calamity superhuman? It is said that the reason why the Broken Star Sea is named Broken Star is because in the year of the Great Cataclysm, you were killed by the strong men of the Church of the Gods, and your body smashed many stars and fell on this sea. Seeing that Roland seemed to be unconcerned, General Maynard Cusin was very anxious. Under his popular science, Roland knew the sequence of professions in the Poseidon path. Level 9 Whaler. Level 8 Deep Sea Guard. Level 7 Deep Sea Warlord. Level 6 Deep Sea Soul Devourer. Level 5 Deep Sea Sacrifice Demon. Level 4 Deep Sea Death Demon. Level 3 Sea Demon. Level 2 Deep Sea Demon King. Level 1 Demon Prodigy. Level 0 Poseidon. General Maynard Cusin had a gloomy face and spoke very quickly. After entering the 6th stage, the extraordinary people of the sea god path began to be possessed by demons and were deeply affected by the warp. The reason why Blackbeard wanted to sacrifice his own daughter was because Katarina possessed the two elements of light and red at the same time, which could balance his madness. Otherwise, even if he succeeded in the promotion, he would become an irrational monster with only the element of red. If the sixth stage is the watershed between low-level and high-level extraordinary people, then the third stage is the gap between high-level and natural disaster extraordinary people. Throughout the ages, I don't know how many amazing people have fallen halfway to the third stage. If it is a living third-level sea demon, it is enough to destroy the creatures of an entire sea area. Fortunately, the sea demon Ekathia has fallen thousands of years ago, and now it is only a remnant of its soul. After saying that, he retreated behind Roland. Although, General Maynard Curzon is a dead knight. But he knew very well that sometimes, death is a luxury. If you die in the hands of a level 3 sea demon, your soul will never rest in peace. The sea demon was completely furious when Amir Jr. exposed his past. Boom! The ground shook violently, as if a terrible earthquake had occurred. Roland looked up. On the horizon, a cloud of dust rose. The army of barnacle monsters, who had met once before, was overwhelming. At the same time, many eyes on the stone wall stared at General Maynard Curzon. The terrible mental pollution spread along the line of sight. Ah! The poor undead knight knelt on his knees and let out a scream. The next moment, his head burst like a watermelon. Red and white, scattered all over the ground. Level 3 natural disaster, so terrifying. Even though Sea Devil Acacia had been dead for thousands of years, leaving only a wisp of obsessive remnant soul, it was still not something that a mere 7th level transcendent could resist. Many evil eyes turned and fell on Roland. Boy! Next, it's your turn. Sea Devil Acacia had a habit. That is, to appreciate the panic and fear of the enemy before his death. There is a saying. After being caught in the rain, you want to tear up other people's umbrellas. The sequence professionals of the Poseidon path are frequently exposed to the influence of the subspace. Their hearts have long been perverted and twisted. However, Sea Devil Acacia was destined to be disappointed. Roland did not show any fear from beginning to end. This made the sea demon feel depressed, as if punching cotton. The next moment, many evil eyes stared at Roland. The sea demon Acacia was ready to follow suit and ruthlessly cook up the young man. The filthy power from the subspace penetrated the body and played with the mind. The sea demon Acacia had been tortured countless times and finally mastered this power. With this move, it caused the ancient Golden Kingdom to fall apart. At this moment, a pair of dragon wings covered the figure of the young man, blocking the evil and filthy eyes. The blue-eyed ultimate dragon sneezed, and the chaos dragon body was not affected at all. Impossible! This is impossible! The sea demon Acacia was furious. A pair of evil eyes, desperately opened wide, but there was nothing he could do. Under the protection of the blue-eyed ultimate dragon, Roland came to the Aurora step by step. One hand tightly grasped the shrine and pulled it out from the edge of the long river of time. Fragment of the Godhead. Successfully obtained, the angry roar of the sea demon Acacia and the running sound of the barnacle monster army. The sound was heard. Roland closed his eyes slightly and raised the corners of his mouth. Old antique, times have changed. He slapped the ground with his palm and silently said in his heart, "Extract materials." At this moment, the spirit and magic power in his body were vented out like a mudslide. At this moment, the sea demon Acacia realized that his body was being dragged to a mysterious place by a great force that it could not understand. How could it not understand that it had kicked the iron plate? Young man! No. Which indescribable existence are you who came to the world and actually played such a joke on the little demon? The little demon is convinced, really convinced. Please spare me. The sea demon was arrogant at first and then respectful, which only made people laugh. Its begging for mercy came to an abrupt end. Chapter 49 Synthesized Old God Cub, Yog Saren. Beehive Island. It was sunny and bustling. People worked from sunrise to sunset as usual. The streets and alleys were peaceful. Suddenly, without any signs, the huge beehive island disappeared in a flash. Not only that, a large area of a sea water disappeared within a radius of 10 kilometers from the beehive island. The moist seabed was briefly exposed to the air. The currents from all directions swept in crazily. With the screams of the drowning people, the sea water gradually became turbid. Roland stood on the head of the Blue Eyes ultimate dragon, witnessing all this with his own eyes, and was secretly shocked. A level 3 sea demon, just a body that had been dead for many years, actually created a beehive island. It is hard to imagine. If it was in its heyday, how huge its body would be. The sea water opened to both sides, and a huge ghost ship surfaced. Water flowed on both sides of the ship. The three dragons flapped their wings and slowly landed on the deck. Katarina was frightened and fainted. Roland ordered Zheng Ji to take good care of her and Saint Menjao. Then began to count the gains of this trip. Soul-fixing mirror and 123 wooden man fell into Roland's pocket, and he never thought of returning them to the two empires. In addition, the bodies of Blackbeard and level 3 sea demon, as well as fragments of the Godhead, were all unexpected surprises. Roland had never fought such a rich battle. The harvest from the Battle of the Temple saved several years of effort. Thanks to father-in-law Blackbeard for the plane. Thanks to the enthusiastic citizen sea demon for the rocket. Roland's eyes were filled with tears, and his hands were funny. With so many extraordinary materials, Roland fell into a happy trouble. How should he synthesize them? Should he synthesize them together? Or synthesize them separately? Roland's eyes fell on the Shadow Core and the Ghost Riders inadvertently. As the adventure progressed, the two major corps could no longer keep up with Roland's pace. The Shadow Corps could still be used as special forces. They were proficient in lurking, assassination, and stealing intelligence. The Ghost Riders, however, were completely reduced to a corps that cleaned up miscellaneous soldiers. Roland laughed out loud. Ordinary people would feel as if they had found a treasure if they obtained one of these arms. On the contrary, he was more worried about gains and losses. The other world was very vast. The simple elite route would only be self-defeating. The brutal performance of the Barnacle monster army left a deep impression on Roland. Roland realized that when the size of the army reaches a certain level, it can also cause terrible casualties. Instead of strengthening the individual combat capability of the Ghost Rider, it is better to continue to expand its size. In this way, when a large-scale war breaks out, the Ghost Rider can be a middle-level commander and command the zombie wave infected by the ancestral virus. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Roland's eyes fell on the number 1 demon ghost. In comparison, the Black Shadow Corps needs a leader. After making up his mind, Roland went all in. Demon Ghost plus Fragment of Godhead plus SSS level talent plus Blackbeard plus level 3 Sea Demon plus 1, 2, 3 Wooden Man plus Soul Fixing Mirror equals Old God Cub, Yog Saren. Old God Cub? Roland's heart skipped a beat. A ball of colorful light appeared, tightly wrapping an object. When the light faded, the first thing that appeared was a big mouth with fangs exposed. Below the head were 5 short figure. Ah, this! So ugly! Yog Saren was the size of a hound, jumping to Roland's feet and rubbing his trouser legs. Roland slapped himself with his backhand. Fuck! It's all my fault that I got carried away and forgot to pray to the all-knowing and omnipotent tomato readers. If I could do it again, I would definitely take a bath, change clothes, and pray devoutly. Roland kicked the old god cub away. This little guy was so shameless that he stuck to him again. Although I disliked the little guy's appearance, but its panel really lived up to the name of the old god cub. Level 9 Old God Cub, Yog Saren, the most loyal lackey of the true creator, belonging to the outer god path. Extraordinary abilities, expert level Fel control, expert level shadow control, expert level mind control, fate interception, faceless, chaos old god, subspace adaptation. Expert level fel control, you are proficient in all fel spells, and you get twice the benefit when you cast any fel spell. Expert level shadow control, you are proficient in all shadow spells, and you get twice the benefit when you cast any shadow spell. Expert level mind control, you are proficient in all mind spells, and you get twice the benefit when you cast any mind spell. Fate interception, you share the fate with the true creator and conceal the secrets for him. Faceless, unpredictable. Chaos old god, absorb the attributes of the dead, the body has no upper limit, no fatal weaknesses, and will not be affected by any positive or negative effects. Subspace adapter, like a duck in the subspace. In short, this little guy is cheating. The little guy turned into a squirming shadow and merged into Roland. Roland's body shape changed, making it look real. More importantly, with the ability of destiny interception, even a natural disaster superhuman can't see through Roland's disguise. Roland was in a good mood after harvesting an ancient god cub. He calmed down and prepared to have a deep exchange with Katarina. Roland felt very complicated about this hot and sexy red-haired beauty. After these days of getting along, Roland knew that Katarina was not a bad person. On the contrary, she was a little naive. Otherwise, Roland would not have used a magic cube to easily deceive her. What's going on? In front of Roland, Katarina and Saint Mengeo were floating in the air together. A protective shield covered their bodies, with complex alchemical inscriptions outlined on it. Zhang Ji knelt down hurriedly. Reporting to my lord. This is the teleportation inscription of the glorious empire. Just now, I followed your instructions and carried the two women to the side room of the Red Church. The teleportation inscription hidden in their bodies was automatically activated. As the chosen one of God, Zhang Ji would never betray Roland. In other words, this is the glorious empire's hidden backup plan. Even if there is a chance that Saint Mengeo fails in her mission, resulting in the death of both her and Katarina, the glorious empire can still recover the bodies of the two women in this way. Make the best use of things and people. This is the real way to suck the marrow out of bones. Everyone present did their best. The alchemical teleportation array did not move at all. Obviously, this was done by a level 6 transcendent. After a moment, the transmission light flashed and disappeared. Roland watched the two women disappear in front of him. Okay. Glorious Empire, you are playing like this, right? How dare you intercept me in front of me? Then don't blame me for starting a war. Chapter 50 Grey Mist Parliament Ring. Toot, toot. 3 long and 2 short whistle sounds came from far away. A steam train passed by the sea rails, splashing water. In the corridor of the carriage, a sweet-looking female attendant was speaking to the passengers with a professional smile. Dear passengers, the terminal of this Harmony train is Freemasonry Station. Please remember to take your belongings with you when you get off the train and strictly abide by the laws of the glorious empire. Female attendant, black hair and black eyes, yellow skin, wearing a blue work suit. At first glance, he looks just like an ordinary person. But in Roland's eyes, the other party's information is revealed. Bionic man, alchemical creation. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Roland will not underestimate the world just because his own power has expanded. A special lithe glorious empire, an empire that has lasted for thousands of years. With Zhang Ji doing science popularization beside him, Roland has roughly understood the situation of the glorious empire. The core territory of the glorious empire is 3 huge islands with a total area of euro 660,000 square kilometers. People call it the Glorious 3 Islands. Around the Glorious 3 Islands, a group of small islands form the current territory. The glorious empire worships the way of the Emperor of Truth, and everyone believes in one sentence. Truth is only within the range of cannons. Because the Glorious Empire has been at war with the Eternal Dark Empire for many years. Except for the Glorious Three Islands, which are inhabited by pure humans, the other islands are inhabited by bionic people. This makes the Eternal Dark Empire's best way of fighting to support war go bankrupt. Closing the travel guide magazine, Roland and Zheng Ji got off the car one after another. As soon as his feet landed, Roland raised his eyebrows. The zombie virus hidden in his clothes seemed to have encountered its nemesis and disappeared directly. Obviously. The Glorious Empire has a lot of experience in dealing with things like plagues. This made Roland's wishful thinking fall through. Especially this invisible and intangible response method made Roland secretly alert. Roland felt lucky. Fortunately, he didn't bring the ancestor virus with him. Otherwise, the loss would be heavy. After walking out of the station, what came into view was a grey pigeon building. The 6-story building was symmetrical on the left and right. The floor plan was regular and the floors were dense. The coachman waved his whip and drove the horse past. The neon advertising signs flashed colorful colors. In a trance, Roland seemed to be in a backward village on Blue Star. Zheng Ji raised her hand to disperse the vendors who came to solicit customers around. Immediately, she frowned. "My lord. Someone is watching us in secret." Zheng Ji's words brought Roland back to reality. At this moment, Roland almost doubted. Could it be that they were particularly targeted because of the existence of the zombie virus? If so, this national defense capability is too terrifying. After Roland signaled to Zheng Ji with his eyes, he walked towards a remote alley. Dark, narrow, and damp. Brass pipes are scattered throughout the alley, and occasionally rats jump out of the underground sewer. A group of killers quickly followed. At the moment they arrived at the alley entrance, they suddenly pulled out the steam gun. They were about to pull the trigger and shoot the two people. But when their eyes touched a pair of charming eyes, the movement of their hands froze, and they couldn't help themselves. Zheng Ji stepped on the lotus steps, her pretty face full of frost. "Speak. Whose orders are you following, and what missions are you carrying out?" The killer's eyes showed, and they had long been fascinated by the illusion. Under Zheng Ji's questioning, these killers told everything they knew. "We are bronze assassins from the Brotherhood. A month ago, an archaeological expedition team unearthed a grey mist council ring. The old president of the Zheng family Chamber of Commerce had a keen eye for gems and was the first to buy it from the archaeological expedition team at a high price. This was originally a secret transaction, but somehow the news leaked out. Some big shots took a fancy to the Grey Mist Council ring and ordered the Brotherhood to exterminate the clan. We killed all the members of the Zheng family Chamber of Commerce a week ago, leaving only the eldest daughter Zheng Ji. As a result, the Brotherhood absorbed the blood of the Zheng family and created an object that can track the descendants of the Zheng family. After that, a killer took out a compass. Vendetta guide, blue, draw the blood of the enemy and fight to the death." Roland took the Vendetta guide. He found that no matter where he went, the pointer pointed to Zheng Ji's location. With a thump, Zheng Ji fell to her knees. Although she is called the Chosen One, she is still young and now has tears in her eyes. "My lord. There are hundreds of people in my Zheng family, and now I am the only one left. If I don't avenge the extermination of my clan, I am unworthy of being a son. I beg you to seek justice for me." Roland helped Zheng Ji up with both hands. No matter what, Zheng Ji is his chosen one. He has no reason to watch his chosen one being wronged. After comforting Zheng Ji with a kind voice, Roland asked the killers, "How much do you know about the Brotherhood, the buyer, and the Grey Mist Ring?" The killers replied without hesitation. The Brotherhood and the Reward, like the Gold Hunter Guild, they are all large organizations spanning several seas. Unlike the Bounty Hunter Guild, our Brotherhood only kills people. In the Brotherhood, killers are divided into different titles according to the different levels of the sequence profession, namely Bronze Killer, Silver Killer, Gold Killer, King of Killers. The identity of the buyer is only recorded in the Brotherhood office. As for the Grey Mist Council ring, we don't know much. We only know that this seems to be an antique that existed during the Cataclysm. After carefully consulting how to contact the Brotherhood and the Brotherhood's address, shadows crawled on Roland's body. Then, a bloody mouth emerged and swallowed up all the bronze killers. If you want to learn more about the glorious empire, it seems that you have to go to the Brotherhood. A lake of shadows spread out under Roland's feet. A group of demonic ghosts emerged one after another. Then, they changed their shapes and turned into the bronze killers just now. Zheng Ji, I need you to bear with me for a while. Roland took out the rope and tied Zheng Ji up. When the sensitive part was touched, Zheng Ji's pretty face suddenly flushed. The three glorious islands are Freemason Island, Cross Island, and Rose Island. The three islands are in an inverted triangle. To some extent, this symbolizes the three elements of alchemy. Sulfur on the left, mercury on the right, and salt on the bottom. The Brotherhood has set up offices on the three islands to facilitate buyers to contact. Originally, in Roland's imagination, the Brotherhood office should be in a dark slum. Until Roland came to the door of a manor according to the address provided by the Bronze Killer. Comparing with the sign and looking at it for a while, Roland sighed in his heart. This Brotherhood is really rich. I've decided. Yours is mine.